required less than 5 minutes to start. Less than 5 minutes. All non-competitors move out of the area. Should only have our 3 surfers, red, black, and white, in the lineup. Thank you very much, non-competitors. We appreciate it.
Surf fans, it's time to get fired up! What? That's exactly the finish we wanted to see.
Stephanie Gilmore, an 8-time world champion, and Felipe Toledo, his first world title in 2022.
The World Surf League Championship Tour has returned to Pipeline. Last year's season opener saw unparalleled performances where experience proved supreme.
The greatest of all time is back on top.
Each surfer starts here, a fresh slate, on the starting line at the world's deadliest wave. This year, questions remain. Will newcomers disrupt the established tour names, or will veterans continue their dominance?
Super late drop. Somehow sets the rail, and he's coming out!
Can anyone claim Billabong Pro Pipeline titles from 8-time pipe champion Kelly Slater and local wildcard Moana Jones-Wong?
That was next level surfing.
With a mid-season cut just 5 events away, the pressure is real. The road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals starts now at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Aloha, good morning. Ross Williams, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson checking out conditions at Pipe this morning. Macy Callahan, remember, she's back on tour. Looking at conditions with famous Australian coach Shandy King. And what about a Pipe champ from 2019 getting a healthy warm-up start at Pipe this morning. Italo had some fun in the dark. Connor O'Leary, Callum Robson both got through the opening round yesterday in second, and 8-time defending world champ Stephanie Gilmore is really looking for her first true debut here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons. Thanks so much for being with us. Joe Turpel alongside former runner-up in the world, Rookie of the Year, Triple Crown champ. I can go on and on. Megan Abubo, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It's so great to be here. I'm so excited to call today's event. Couldn't have dreamed of this when I was back on tour. So really excited to see the women light up Pipe today.
Looking at the waves this morning, what did you see?
Oh, there's some great waves out there. The biggest takeaway, though, is that there's just TP peaks everywhere, and that's what you want to see when you pull up at Pipe.
and really, really clean conditions as well. So we got the men up to the round of 32. We're anticipating hopefully the women getting out there today, and all eyes will be on Moana Jones-Wong to see if she can defend her title and go back-to-back. Let's make it official this morning as we say hi to AJ McCord with Chief of Sport Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Good morning, you guys. I am here with Jessie. The horn just sounded, which means we are officially on Who's in the Water today.
So we're going to have these first 2 rounds of women. We have the opening seeding round in the water right now. We're going to go straight into the elimination round. Then we also have the round of 16 on hold. It actually looks really fun out there. Like, there's still a fair bit of size in the water. It looks a very similar size to yesterday, but it's cleaner. And I'm excited to have a really good kind of run of waves for these women.
It's going to be so exciting to see them in the water here at Pipe. What are you looking for as far as how you're going to make the call this afternoon?
Look, we just want to make sure that this swell really hangs in there. You know, it's definitely here right now, and we've been checking the buoys. We've got a great team that we work with to have a look at all of those things for us. And, you know, if it's still clean and there's still this swell in the water, I think that we will look to go into round of 16 for sure. We're just looking for some opportunities for our women today, and it's a really nice size for us, so I'm happy about it.
They're already in the water, so we will send it back to you guys.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Jessie Miley-Dyer, Chief of Sport, making a great call. Jessie, longtime championship tour athlete, World Junior champ as well before that. Megan, you guys must have crossed paths in your career on the championship tour.
Oh, yes. I had many heats with Jessie. I got to see her come up actually as a Grom. The first event I think she got to compete with us was at Tavarua. So it was pretty amazing. It was like the first year we had an event there. And just to see Jessie, you know, take a professional surfing to where it's at and really be the driver at the helm of that we're all super proud of her. And again, you wouldn't be able to do what she's doing unless you've been a pro surfer yourself, and she's been through it all. So
we love that. Doing a great job for the sport of surfing. Tatiana Weston-Webb, Caroline Marks, Teresa Bonvala. What a great way to kick things off for the season, and also at Pipeline. Right out in front, the focus tends to be on Tati when it comes to waves like this. How have you seen her grow over the last few years in hollow waves?
yeah, I definitely think Tati putting the time out here. I mean, she grew up on Kauai. Oh, here we see some live action.
Caroline Marks straight into the barrel at Pipe, and that one's gonna send her down. Looked like she got a little punch through the back of that wall, but her entry looked great. I was actually anticipating a make on that first wave. Another opportunity for Teresa Bonvalot in this all goofy foot matchup. Teresa getting the call up with the injury of Sophie McCulloch. And things getting started, but you can see how clean our conditions are this morning. Surf line letting us know it should remain clean throughout the day. And a slight drop of the swell today on Thursday, locally here on the North Shore of Oahu. And it looks like we'll be getting a lot of heats done today if we can. Round of 16, like Jessie Miley-Dyer said, on standby, potentially to set up the quarterfinals for the women as we take a closer look at the Surfline forecast here, Megan.
Yeah, it looks like we have a healthy amount of swell. You see those red and purple blobs up north coming in from the northwest. We like to see this light wind too in the morning. And then we'll see some north swell coming in over the weekend. Whenever the swell passes by, the swell tends to go more north. But we see, you know, just swells after swells. We definitely don't see any flat periods here, so it's looking good for us on the North Shore.
Those bigger swells, as you can see, coming in towards the end of the waiting period. They just want to monitor how strong those winds will be. Today looks very clean. Offshore conditions, maybe side offshore later on this afternoon, and just a subtle drop. So it's game on. Big day for the women. And now looking at the next 4 days.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing a slight drop in the swell coming into Friday and Saturday, but still clean conditions. We want to see those nice offshore winds. And it looks like rounding out the weekend on Monday, we're seeing a little pulse.
Lot to work with. Thank you, Surfline, for giving us the update for the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons. A couple of scores on the board, just incomplete attempts. 1.33 and a 0.37. Megan, what is really fun about this size at Pipe and Backdoor?
This size is fun because, you know, it's not super scary. And I think when it's not scary or really intimidating, you can really go for it. And also put yourself in maybe positions that you might not feel overpowered out there because Pipeline can be a pretty heavy water wave. So on a day like today, you can really put yourself over the ledge. You can put yourself in positions maybe you wouldn't be as comfortable when it's like twice as big. And again, we have never, this is the first time in history women in the last couple of years have been able to surf Pipeline. So this is a heavy crowd out here. It's hard to catch waves. And just to be in the lineup with 3 other surfers and to note 3 goofy footers, you don't see that often at Pipeline. This is exciting.
Wow, how lucky are we? Right here on the island of Oahu, beautiful sunrise, still painting the sky with so many different colors as we look towards the east. Water Patrol already out there on deck. So great to always see Terry Ahui and all the incredible warriors that are taking care of everybody every single day here on the North Shore. And then the pack of 3 just sitting there enjoying priority, which is such an amazing feeling for our athletes at Pipeline. Like you said, how crowded it can be. One place you can have priority and you know it's your turn to pick a set is when you make the championship tour.
Yeah, and especially on a dangerous wave like Pipeline, you'll be able to put yourself in positions that you want to be on the wave, as we see Tati here.
Tatiana Weston-Webb is really trying to work on that backhand effort in the tube. Already one of the best in the world going left. What she's done at Cloudbreak, Pipeline, even big conditions at Hossegor, France, where she's earned a perfect 10 is absolutely incredible. And now that she's adding more depth in her backhand tube riding, she's going to be incredibly dangerous.
Yes, she is. As we see here, taking off, grabs that rail straight away. I love her hand positioning. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of clamped on her, and it wasn't the biggest wave, but, she's dusting off the cobwebs. She's, again, she had great positioning and placement on that wave, so I like what I see from Tati.
Tatiana, .93 start, has participated in the last 2 consecutive Rip Curl WSL Finals. Came incredibly close to a world title 2 years back. The whole talk about that was maybe 1 turn completion separated her from being a world champ or runner-up in the world. That's as close as it gets.
Yeah, and Tati would have come back that next year pretty fired up. That's the thing about competitive surfing. One year you can be just on the top of the world, and the next year you have a little bit of a bumpier road. But the thing with Tati, she's really resilient, and she's very headstrong. She doesn't really care what others think about her. She's just out there playing her own game. She's not letting anyone mess with her mind. She's a very strong competitor, and growing up on Kauai, she's really been been open to surfing pretty crazy barrels, both on her backhand and her forehand. So Tati's very experienced in surf like this, but spending more time on the North Shore is definitely paying dividends for her.
So much talent coming out of Kauai, but very interesting. A lot of women professional champions coming from that amazing island. There's that backhand approach again at backdoor as she'll pin drop in a very shallow section, but always aiming for feet first on that shallow reef. But really identifying backdoor, and it kind of makes sense when you look at this swell angle that we have today that will probably be focused at backdoor more often than not throughout the day.
Yeah, we see Tati here again dragging that arm, staying in there for a little while. That was beautiful from Tati. A lot better, more improvement on that last wave, better choice of wave. She stays in there for a while and just has to jump off here. And to that point that you were talking about, Joe, earlier, how shallow it is. There was a shot of her earlier just standing up. That is how shallow it is.
Crazy. Just surfing over such a dangerous shelf with holes in it and caves. And you got to somehow try to keep yourself intact, keep your equipment intact. I don't know if there's another venue that breaks more boards than Pipe and Backdoor, as you see some really famous households there. Jerry Lopez, Herbie Fletcher made that 3-story house incredibly popular on the right side of your screen. It's been documented through magazines and surf movies for years and years. And it's interesting how they are sponsored homes, a lot of them, but they're very inclusive to a lot of local people that just have their routine. That's where they're having coffee, checking the surf each and every morning.
Yes, they are. And it's great that the surf companies invested in these homes, to make all the surfers, especially the ones here on the North Shore, even if you're not sponsored, to go in, like you said, drink coffee, maybe have pauhana and watch the sunset. And it's even this property we're on now. Brian Beelman actually used to live here for many, many years. You wouldn't know it because there was a little, like, a smaller house on the property, but and then you have the Johnsons next door. So there's this stretch is infamous. There were so many people that live on this stretch of homes that, you know, a stretch of beach that it's synonymous with just infamous surf industry.
Brian Beelman, one of the best photographers in surfing for decades, and still lives on the North Shore, a little bit down the road now. As we look at 1950 on the clock, Tati 2.67, Caroline 1.33. The Caroline Mark story is a brilliant one, as she is going to check out her backhand attack here, driving hard off the bottom. Great attack off the lip. Marks throws some water, and the Floridian kicks out. So moving to turns on that inside right. I think that was a smart move.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a smart move for Caroline. She's looking strong, as we see here, taking off, going into the nice. She has so much power and flow. I mean, she really doesn't do any check turns in between her maneuvers, and then just has a nice slash off the top. Here we go, slowing it down. She's eyeing for that lip, and look how vertical she is, and that's super shallow where she's doing that. Beautiful flow when she comes down, and here we go, right straight back into the lip.
Right into live action, pulling into a stretched out right at backdoor. Tatiana Weston Webb goes down. But now with a few reps on the right, 2.67, her high mark at the moment. But she's identified a nice hollow right to work with. Working for a long time now with her coach, Ross Williams, who's also working with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, I think Ross really helped Tati out here and have the confidence. You know, he's got so much experience out here, and we see her. I mean, look how deep she is in this thing. It just got a little too small there at the end, so I don't think there was an opening for her, but her technique, I think it's improved from last year's event. She really looks good. She looks comfortable, and she's going to make it out of one of those long ones.
Looking forward to it with 18 on the clock, our favorite time of the morning to say hi to a longtime friend, longtime head judge for the women back when you were on tour, Megan. So if you have any scores you want to talk about from way back when, now might be the time. But first off, good morning, Rich. Thanks for being with us.
Morning, Joe. Morning, Megan. How are you?
Good morning, Richie.
Fantastic. Rich, let's just do a breakdown of what you're seeing so far. What will be scoring on a day like today?
Yeah, well, we've just seen Caroline drop that 3.03 for the two-turn combo. We're still at pipe, and barrels are still king or queen today, and that's what the girls have to chase. And you can almost feel the women are a lot more comfortable. Even in this very first heat, they're chasing waves, they're attacking, and pipeline, as Megan's alluded to, is the hardest wave in the world to get a wave out when the pack's on. So each time they get a heat to surf, you see there's another wave coming in, maybe pulls back on that one. But each time they get a heat with just the three or the two of them out there, they become more and more comfortable with the environment they're in. So the judges have been watching all winter and watching the performance level of the women rise, and they're charging out there now. You know, a couple of years ago it was a little bit of an almost novelty. You know, there was a couple of local girls that charged out there all the time, but generally the tour stayed away from it, whereas now you're seeing clip after clip of amazing surfing, and the scores are going to reflect that. The judges still want the women to get barreled, and that'll come throughout the day, and I think we're going to see an amazing day of surfing, to be honest.
I like that, Rich. So that's really interesting. For the judges, they actually have to keep up with the free surfs and watch that and really focus on it when they set a scale. And the judging scale will evolve as they get more experience and as they push the bar a bit further.
Well, the guys and girls in the judging box, when they're not surfing themselves, pretty much just watch surfing. They're very one dimension, and they're aware of the boards the surfers are riding, where they're coming from, where they're hanging out, what sort of waves they're chasing. And since they've been the travelling judges, since they've been in Hawaii for the last week or so, they've been sitting down there whenever there's waves breaking and watching and seeing what's going on, because they don't come into any event cold. They're well aware of who's been taking off and who's doing the best out there so that they can scale up in their minds. They don't sit there and go, that's a 6 or that's a 7 or that's a 9, but they're watching it all the time. So they're well aware of what the women are capable of out here today.
Interesting you say that, Richie, because I recall rubbing shoulders in the surf all the time with the judges, yourself included. So it's really important to, take that extra time besides when a heat's on, as you said, and really get to see who's doing what. Actually, to hear that perspective is pretty unique. I didn't realize that, they were doing so much off-the-clock work.
We love that. Yeah, quick swing there for Tati and Dan. Go ahead, Rich. Yep.
Yeah, they love it. Like I say, they are so focused. I used to say, let's do something, and they go, no, let's watch some more surfing. It's like we've watched surfing all day today, and they are so passionate, and that's a real credit to them, that they do it in a way that it's not, they don't make a noise about it, but they are so focused and so driven, and that's the general public don't understand because they don't know them. How passionate these guys and girls are. They live and breathe surfing just as much as the athletes do, that every morning they're up in the dark checking it out. Well, not some of the athletes are a bit lazier, right? But the judges are up early and they're watching and they're surfing, and when they're not surfing, they're watching, and then they're discussing it. They send clips to each other all the time of, did you see this clip of so-and-so? And they are well versed because they're professional and they want to do it all the time, and they love it. They're surfers. We're all surfers, and that's all we love to do, right?
That's it. That's exactly right. Well, Rich, we want to thank you so much for your time. Always great catching up. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Cheers.
Richie Porta, longtime head judge, longtime rules and judging analyst, joining us for an update. And that's really cool insight, is actually with, a very new event for the tour for the women. But the progression is happening rapidly, and they need to know how to set a scale. They know who's pushing it the hardest, so they're well prepared even before the first heat starts. Meanwhile, we see another wipe out there and a small, tight barrel of backdoor for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Caroline Marks, the heat leader, snaps it under the lip and hammers the finish, stays on her feet. She's adjusted to maneuvers and is paying off.
Yeah, she's going for a couple of nice, strong maneuvers, and Caroline is no stranger to power. And, of course, when you take off on a wave and the way that the conditions are, you don't really know what you're going to come out with at the end of the heat with your score line. So I like that she's going to turns, and that's her bread and butter right now, too. We've definitely seen Caroline surf some pretty hefty frontside barrels. Maybe not so much on her backside, but definitely on her backhand. I just love her surfing. She's so powerful. She kind of reminds me of a new age Chelsea Hedges.
Ooh, I like that. Chelsea Hedges, a world champ, probably watching this go down. What'd you see in this two-turn combo?
Yeah, I love that. She just squares off the bottom so beautifully. You can see this water shot here. She just leans right into it, but she can't put too much because she's projecting down the line, but then just slams it off the top there. You can see how vertical she gets, and compact. That's one thing about Caroline Marks, is her knee is just practically like, it's so low. Her center of balance is just super, super low. And I think that's how she gets all those powerful turns off the top.
I like that, and often why people sometimes call her Caralupo for that crazy backhand attack that's earned a lot of points and a lot of money in her young career. Caroline leading at the moment with 11:25 on the clock. Back for more Pipeline after this.
The wind just started howling, and I think a majority of the crowd went in, and I felt like that was like when I had a good opportunity. And yeah, luckily I had one of those weird wide bowl ones where it kind of just shifted straight towards me and no one was around me and barely made the drop. But then my nose like caught just the slightest bit, so I thought I was gonna like die for a hot second. Kind of just did one little pump, and then it was like a really good vision. And then my friend Brent Beelman was right there in the channel with his camera along with another photographer, and Brent was like, oh my god, I got the shot. And I was like, no way. Like, the photo was just insane, and I was like, wow, this is a sick shot. I never had one of those like classic pipeline photos, and that was like a classic pipe photo, and the thing looked thick, and I was like super happy.
Best one ever for Tatiana Weston Webb. What a shot. We're talking cover shot back in the day when the mags were around. That would have been a poster on every Grom's wall. Tati getting what a sweet ride that was. And she is happy that just added to her confidence out here. She's been putting in so much time. But to get a photo like that, that's a great feeling as a surfer in your career.
Yeah, that's a classic pipeline shot, because not only was she slotted in the barrel, but you see the whole beach behind her too. I mean, that's when you really know you nailed it. And I've seen that shot before, but I haven't seen the video, so that was incredible. I really enjoyed that. You know, Tati, I love how she just kind of came out of the sky on that one, but then she engaged her fins, really leaned on that inside rail, and just, you know, got nice and low, so she was perfectly placed in that barrel.
Sand positioning looked pretty similar to yesterday. Has it moved at all, Megan, for what you see here?
It looks pretty similar to yesterday because we could see that significant amount of sand to the right, and then you see that nice. I like that we're not seeing too much sand on the reef right now. The reef is exposed, so you want to see that. It's looking great. It's a great day at Pipeline. I love the conditions today. It's beautiful. I don't think that the women could ask for anything better out there. These are those days, again, when we were younger that we would have just dreamed of surfing with no one out. And it's so incredible to watch the women surfers out there with no one in the lineup, and really to be able to, as you said, this is almost, they're not pioneering Pipeline because there was a generation, you know, or two before that did, but they're pioneering competitive surfing at Pipeline for women. And, you know, as Richie noted, there's so many things to grow and learn from. So each heat, each event, we're just getting further and further along the progression and the evolution of women's surfing.
6:30 on the clock in the opening round heat of the day. We always love seeing what's in the locker room. Strider, what are you finding?
Well, we've gone through the boards. There's so many down here. It's so fun to look at all the different templates, basically. Shapers, you know, different surfers would have their longtime shapers, and then they get onto other local shapers here in Hawaii. Behind me, we've got a pang for Sally Fitzgibbons. She's, you know, gone to the local shaper. Right here, we got Stephanie. She's been riding a lot of DHDs throughout her whole career, and she's probably going to do that in her heat, but she does have backup boards here. She's got a couple of Arakawas that she's gotten for the first time. She's got backup Tokoros that she's been riding at Sunset that she loves, you know, that just have that solid feel to them. Something about the local shapers and what they bring is just that plow through the heavy water, which is the hardest part out here at Pipeline. Oh, Teresa Bumble over the balls right there. That looked gnarly. Sorry, getting back to the surfboards. Al Merrick, Lakey Peterson, and what she's riding. You know, there's a lot of different boards for different shapers that, you know, templates and lines on surfboards. But for Al Merrick, I feel like he is so proven over here that, you know, the athlete relationship with Al Merrick's shapes and, you know, Britt Merrick coming along and continuing that trend is that they don't have to jump on the local shapers' boards. His boards are so proven over here for so many years with Tom Kern, Kelly Slater, that he has just fine-tuned the boards for Hawaii. So you don't see the Channel Islands crew jumping on to different boards over in Hawaii.
It's a really cool story, Strider. That's over the years, just shapers learning the ropes with their athletes and identifying what's going to work best not just at Pipe, but even on the North Shore with all the events, as we want to remind you all about the CT Shaper rankings that we have this year. Shapers are awarded points per event based on combined men's and women results. Rankings will only count performances once you get to the quarters or better, and a winner will be determined right before the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Surfers sometimes use multiple boards per event, so the points will then be awarded to the shaper who got their board ridden in the last heat win. So you ride one shaper all the way to the semifinals, switch into the final. Whoever you ride on that final day, final heat, will get all the points. We'll keep you posted because it's been very exciting to follow. This has been kind of an era of sharp eye surfboards. It feels like they've had the hot hand in the shaping room. For a lot of the world's best, like Tatiana Weston Webb, they've taken over a lot of event wins and most often the Rip Curl WSL Finals as well.
Yeah, it's really good to see a little shift in surfboard shapers coming out in the limelight. We see Carissa, one of the local favorites here, paddling out too for her heat. But it's interesting that Strider was talking about Al Merrick, as we see Caroline Marks here.
Just hit a little bit of the roof, but still maintained her line for the completion. Let's have a look from this angle.
Yeah, you see how she's stalling that back arm? She's kind of far up on her board as well, but the wave is kind of small, so she really has to try to duck in there. You know, not going to be a big score for Caroline, but staying really busy. It's important today to stay busy. We're not, you know, the score lines aren't super high right now. First heat of the morning, you know, just trying to dust off the cobwebs. First heat of the year. Everyone's got some nerves.
Oh, definitely. And as you were saying about the Al Merrick topic.
Yeah, interesting enough, growing up with Rochelle Ballard, she always rode Al Merrick's. And you're right, she would surf huge Sunset, Pipe. Then we go on tour. She never really switched around shapers. I was really fortunate to work with Eric Arakawa myself. Amazing shaper for sure. And I would ride his boards on tour, but every now and then, you know, maybe things would feel a little off, so I would order boards on tour. But it's great to work with certain shapers that can be super well-rounded, and there aren't a lot of guys in the world or shapers in the world that can do that. So hats off to, you know, Channel Islands, and I think that's why they were such a huge force throughout so many years on tour.
So true. 2:15 on the clock as this one's getting down to the wire. Caroline Marks in the lead with a couple of three-range numbers. Priority, though, is with Tati in the second spot. Needs a 3.69 to take the win. And Teresa Bonvillain, the first injury replacement wild card for the first half of the year. Is hoping for a 3.93 to get out of that third position. Third, once again, goes to the elimination round. Top two move on to the round of 16. Tati with priority. She'll take this left. Representing Brazil, growing up on the island of Kauai. First turn solid, ton of speed heading to the sand. Throws down a big wrap, but incomplete.
Yeah, good to see Tati actually taking us some turns. Her first quite a few waves. She's ridden 6 waves already. They've all been some in and outs, but not that high a quality because she wasn't making it out. But we'll see this nice left here. She sets up, beautiful bottom turn, nice slash off the top. Looking for another section here to finish it out. I love that. Too bad she came a little unstuck there at the end. You saw that little warble too that she kind of got stuck on.
There we got Darren Hanley in the black shirt, black hat behind Stephanie Gilmore. He's made boards for her for a very long time. Great to have him here on the North Shore of Oahu. Tommy Whitaker, longtime CT standout, took on the coaching responsibilities for Steph last year, and they got a world title, set a record as we see a long barrel setting up on the forehand of Teresa Bonvillain. I love when you see the lip of the wave and you see that jersey kind of traveling through. You almost feel like you're riding with them. Unfortunately, she didn't get the exit, but for a bit there, I'm sure that felt amazing for Teresa.
Yeah, Joe, and you could really see that yellow helmet. Here she takes off nice and deep. Right here, I think if she just pumped a little bit, she could have found a doggy door, but she got a little bit positioned pretty solid on her board, so she didn't have that extra pump. But, you know, she went for it. That was great to see. Looks like she's adjusting her helmet here. Sometimes they get in the way. Sometimes you're comfortable with it.
And Teresa Bonvillain's going to call it a heat as she is going to stay in third, and she'll be surfing in the elimination round Later on today, Tati Caroline take the top 2 spots to move into the round of 16. Coming up next, 5-time world champ Carissa Moore hits the lineup.
What was it like seeing her coming for you?
I was definitely at home watching it, and I'm like, should I be watching it? Should I not be watching it? And I actually was rooting for Steph because I was like, okay, she's gonna be tired. She'll be tired. This is great. So we want Steph to keep going. And then she got there. I was like, all right, well.
Yeah.
Well, she has a lot of momentum, and I'm jumping in the water like cold turkey. It felt like I was swimming upstream that day.
It was an honor to sit down with Carissa Moore in one-on-one, which you can see now on WorldSurfLeague.com, also on YouTube. She was so willing to tell the story of a heartbreaking moment in her career last September when her title just slipped out through her fingers. And she's back, she's ready, she's dealt with it, and she's gunning for a 6th world title this year. Joe Turpel, Megan Abubo now joining us, CT Ripper, Dimity Stoyle.
Morning. It's so cool to be here.
I've never met another Dimity before, have you?
Maybe once. Someone came up to me and was like, hey, my name's Dimity too.
Really?
Yeah,
I think it's one of the best names in surfing. How good does it feel to be here at Pipeline and having this opening round get going this morning?
Oh, it's an absolute honor. I mean, it's Pipeline. We're in Hawaii, the birthplace of surfing, and the women are out today all day. It's going to be, it's going to be so fun to watch. Hopefully there's some big barrels coming, and that was just a warm-up.
I can't get enough of watching you in the tube when you're at home in Oz. I love the footage you're dropping. I know you'd be loving Backdoor today, as we did get a great start and just a little taste of the work that Betty Lou's been putting in on that entry, Megan. What'd you see there?
Yeah, she pulled in pretty late. She actually had a good line there, but she was just on the foam ball, as you could see, and just way too deep on that wave. But that was a beautiful wave. Nice execution there. If she could just, maybe if she was just a little bit wider, I think she would have made that.
It's interesting just where you paddle into a wave, the difference it can make with how deep you can get, or if you're on the shoulder, it can just be a matter of a foot or two at times, right, Dimity?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, positioning is everything when you're getting barreled, and especially in a lineup that's so big like this, a meter can make the biggest difference. And this matchup's going to be so good to watch because these two, like Betty Lou and Carissa, they've spent more time in this lineup than anyone else apart from maybe Moana Jones-Wong, but yeah, and so their positioning has been spot on. There's been a lot of highlight clips from their free surfing.
Yeah, Dimity, I agree. They spent a lot of time out here, even back in October. They were surfing out here a lot. And then in the off season, in the spring, this is one of the waves that they love to surf. And both of them are really strong, competitive surfers, and they also are both great barrel riders. It's just kind of the changing of the guard here, you know, different generations. So it's awesome to see this matchup and both of them being from Hawaii. I love it.
Yeah, it's hard not to make a comparison. I think Betty Lou's heard that her whole life. A future Carissa Moore, and And now there's this little light rivalry story. Maybe it's not so light, but we'll dive into that in a moment because I think we've got Laura Enever all wet in the channel, best seat in the house. Morning, Laura. What are you seeing?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's absolutely beautiful out here. Glassy. You know, we've got this swell, still a lot of swell left over from yesterday, but the girls, it's amazing to see them just, you know, moving around the lineup. This rivalry that we're talking about with Betty and Carissa, it's amazing to see. I think it's what, you know, it's just, you know, the master and the apprentice coming on board, but Betty does not back down to Carissa. They had a little tussle at the start of the heat. Betty got to the inside, and I'm just loving seeing her barrel riding and them just really identifying what part of the backdoor reef they really want to attack and try and get tubed on.
As Laura, you've been spending a lot of time in this lineup, and some of these surfers are just getting their feet wet. Is it easy for you to find lineup markers right now and know where you are on the reef at all times?
Well, there's a lot of trees on the beach, and identifying which exact coconut tree you want to line up with the mountain. I mean, everyone's got different lineups, but you know, they are really helpful out here. Unless the sun's in your eyes and you can't see anything in there, but you know, the girls have everything to go off, and you know, it's about the time put in out here, and yeah, and the knowledge and experience. And I would say, out of the whole draw, the people with the most experience and knowledge is Carissa, Moana, and Betty Lou.
Hey, Laura, wouldn't you say in the lineup another thing besides your land markers that you would utilize, but there's also some funky sections of the reef with boils and different areas that you can see while you're in the water that you think they might use?
100%. Even looking at the girls right now, they're positioning. Carissa's sitting a bit further out on the backdoor peak and just identifying, you know, when the lumps and the swell come towards you, trying to really pick, is this going to be a west set that's going to push towards pipe more, or is this going to be a north set that's going to push and break on the backdoor reef? Betty, I can tell she's shifted in and across to try and get these smaller draining backdoor barrels that actually swing a bit wider and they run long but quite small. So that's what she's looking for, and I'm out of here because I'm about to get one of those on the head.
Thank you so much, Laura. I can't wait to chat with you a bit further throughout this matchup. There's so much in it as well. The Betty Lou Carissa story is hard to separate at the moment because they had a pipe final together at the end of 2022. I saw Carissa after. I was like, maybe did you miss the priority rotation you have on the championship tour? She's like, yeah, I think I did, because it was getting a bit of like a hassle situation just to try to get a wave. So this will be a fun, kind of a bit of a rematch as they're back in pipe and backdoor. Here comes Riss up and out. Alyssa Spencer getting the call up to the CT jersey as well. Since we have those injuries, missing Joanne DeFay, Sophie McCulloch, we wish you a speedy recovery. That's why we saw Teresa in the last heat, and now Alyssa Spencer in this one. Let's hear from Caroline Marks with AJ.
Caroline can't even keep her eyes off the water right now because the waves are so fun. What was your plan coming into today, your first heat of the 2023?
Yeah, first heat's always like a little bit of a guinea pig heat. But I guess yesterday was like pretty similar to what today's like, so that was nice to you know, ride the same board and stuff like that. And yeah, I was just trying to be decisive and confident in my decisions. I think in the past I've been a little indecisive in my decisions out at pipe in the free surfs and just my one heat out here last year. But yeah, just be decisive.
Let's talk about your boards, because it's really important to choose the right equipment, especially on a day like today. What'd you go with?
Yeah, I kind of brought over a whole new quiver over here, and Matt killed it on all my new boards, so I'm super grateful for him. And I'm just riding the new Driver 3.0 model, and just a couple inch bigger step up. It's always nice to have like a little extra paddle power out there, so it felt nice.
What does it mean to you to see the women back at pipe this year?
Yeah, it's really special. Everyone killed it last year. I was a bit of a spectator last year, but I think everyone's a lot better this year, and you know, hopefully we get some good waves next few rounds, and I think everyone's gonna do some great surfing.
We cannot wait. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Caroline. So great to see Caroline Marks. I still feel like we still miss her. You still want more of her after her heat last year at pipe. She started taking a break from the tour, then came into the back end all fired up. But this happened during the interview. A nice little backdoor pit for Betty Lou, Megan.
Yeah, I love that. She just side slipped right into it. As you can see here, side slips into it. Both hands in the wall, slowing down. Beautiful positioning. She gets out of that thing, but this is the best part right here. Grabs her grab rail, cut back, finishing strong. Betty Lou, what a great way to start her campaign for 2023.
My favorite wave of the morning so far. What is in that kind of double arm bar on the face of the wave, Dimity. That one makes it look so cool, but it's also very efficient as well.
Yeah, it's super functional. I do that a lot too because I think when you're going too fast, you need both arms to slow you down, and also when both arms are in the wall of the wave, it brings your body closer to the wave and less chance of you getting the lip to the head. So I love that style and technique from Betty Lou. That's why her nickname is Shaka. Betty
Is it
Lou
really?
Shaka Johnson. Well, that's what I call her anyway.
I think it's going to stick, especially if she does that all day here at Backdoor. 6.5. Great start for Betty Lou. Doing really well there. She's a part of a cool young pack of surfers that are out here each and every day. And Betty Lou said the support they have together is incredible. How hard it is to get a wave out here on any given day. But within this little youthful movement, they really back each other, you know, from surfers like Jackson Dorian. It's like they've got such a great pack. And Betty Lou said how nice that is to really cheer each other on. And when there's a wave that pops up, all the young guys are so supportive, too, of making sure everyone's getting a fair shot out there on a warm-up day.
Yeah, nice point, Joe. Because, you know, even when we used to travel on the tour, you know, Hawaiians kind of like to stick with Hawaiians. We just feel at home. You know, we used to travel with the guys all the time. And, you know, they really push you that next level, especially when it comes to bigger, chunkier surf. And I think growing up on the North Shore, you grow up with a lot of guys and a lot of underground guys too that surf really well, that aren't really, you know, they're not your fellow competitor. So it's kind of good you can really let loose, as you said, just surfers. It's not just female surfers that you're competing against. It's really healthy to be around and growing up and surfing with male surfers as well.
So true. 18:30 to go. Betty Lou still out front. Priority is with Carissa Moore. Let's now check in with Strider.
Thanks, Joe. Down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I'm throwing out the golf voice because I'm just trying to keep it mellow tone to really enjoy these moments. Tommy Whitaker and Stephanie Gilmore getting ready, getting the download, watching the waves, and really kind of just setting the tone for themselves. And it's just so fun to watch the athlete coach and athlete relationship and what it brings out in surfers. And you can see how incredibly comfortable but incredibly excited that Stephanie looks getting to go out here. This is basically going to be her debut. She missed out last year on Pipeline. She's going out. She's watching perfect nuggets come in at Backdoor, and I can just see the excitement in all the athletes' faces. So super interesting, fun, and the vibe down here. I'm just kind of got chicken skin just talking about it, just feeling the energy from all the athletes. Look at this nugget coming through at Backdoor.
Thank you, Strider, as we see just a quick pull in under the hood for Carissa Moore. And how about that down carve? Inside corner, just runs out of room. She'll step out. Her best so far in this heat. I had no idea Strider had a golf voice. I've seen him on the golf course. He is not quiet. I really love that insight from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Steph looking focused with Tommy Whitaker, but they did crack a smile. Timothy, how about this approach?
Oh, it's so good. She's trying to slow down as much as she can there, and I think she makes up for that with that finish turn. That was so nice.
Yeah, Carissa just full rail right here. Slides into that. Again, Dimity, like you said, she's just trying to slow down. Beautiful, beautiful right here. Look at that full rail carve. That is one thing that Carissa has in her arsenal. You can see from this water shot, back arm dragging. Right here, she tries to stand as long as she can, but good thing she came out of that thing or she might have gotten clipped. But right here, you just see that huge arc she does. That is, again, something she has in her arsenal that is just full rail to rail, beautiful sink turn with the ocean.
Beautiful.
So much power, right,
Yeah,
Dimity?
and throwing an absolute bucket of water in the poor person's face who's filming.
Why does that feel so good? Spraying your friends, spraying the photographer. The photographers actually want you to do that,
Yeah.
right? They usually tell you, land right on me.
Yeah.
And it's their job to get out of your way, so might as well go for it.
Get the shot right. That's what it's all about.
So score in for Carissa. A bit of separation from Betty Lou. A 4 for Riss to a 6-5 for Betty Lou's wave. So this heat is on. The rivalry continues here at Pipeline. Alyssa Spencer holds priority, looking for a 3.08. We'll be right back. You're watching heat number 2 of the opening round, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in position. Nice weightless drop, packs the next section. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson going for it, a backdoor, but does not get the exit. How exciting was that? And starting with the takeoff. I think sometimes just dropping into a wave can be overlooked when you break all the things down that you can do on it, but you always tend to focus on it the most at backdoor and pipeline, and little weight, little air under your board is always throwing some risk. If Betty could have made that, that would have been an insane score. Megan, take us through.
Yeah, Joe, you know it was a free fall because her arms went above her head. Oh, beautiful drop, super late. This is the perspective. See those arms go straight up, grabs the face of the wall, and then just tries to stand there, but that foam ball under her feet just makes her come unstuck.
And then also on the split of that, we had Alyssa Spencer, Dimity.
Yeah, she's just getting a quick little shade on that one. I think she's warming up to this lineup. I know she's spent a lot of time getting barreled in California lately and on her forehand, but it's a lot different out here, so it's going to be a nice chance for her to get this lineup with no one out.
Looks like she's going to make another move here. Alyssa Spencer from San Diego, California, getting a little bit more board speed. Well done there. It just didn't stay open. And that little warble coming towards her doesn't make it any more easy with that sandbar. So great effort, though. She did travel through a great section as she's chasing a 1.44. Let's get some more insight on Alyssa Spencer with AJ.
Dimity, you mentioned that she was getting barreled in California just a few weeks ago. She also took a pretty gnarly injury. She took her board to her face, had a huge cut on her nose. I got a chance to catch up with her before this competition. She said she got here a week ago, but because it's so stormy, exactly what you were saying, Dimity, she hasn't gotten a ton of time in the lineup, and of course she's in here as an injury replacement for Sophie McCulloch. Sophie told me that she completely tore a ligament in her ankle when she got bucked by the backwash at Snapper a few weeks ago. She had tightrope surgery just 48 hours later, and since then she's been in the gym rehabbing every single day because she said that the FOMO she has right now at not making her rookie debut here at Pipe is hard to contain. She's devastated, but in the meantime she's been bodyboarding a finless foamy just to stay in the water.
I love that. Love that. Staying in the ocean, riding a bodyboard when you're a CT surfer reminds me of like a Melanie Bartels, you know, riding everything, but especially when you're injured, you still want to get wet, you still want to get barreled. Thank you so much, AJ, for the report. If you guys missed Sophie McCulloch's run at the Haleiwa Challenger at the end of the season, I recommend you go to worldsurfleague.com. Even start from the beginning. She wasn't a topic of potential qualifiers because there was a number of surfers ahead of her. She went the distance to take the big win and got herself a spot on tour. She actually had no idea she was close. She got the news right before the Haleiwa final, and she's like, hang on. Nerves started creeping in. She tried to push him back out, won the final, got her spot on tour, and hopefully we'll get to see her very soon. Sunset, hopefully. We'll see if she'll be ready by Portugal. But what a great story to jump all the way onto the championship tour.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing short of incredible. And also to beat Betty Lou at her home break, and with that pressure, it's going to be awesome to see her on tour this year.
Just one of the crazy special moments that makes Hawaii so beautiful. Humpback whales are so active. You actually get to see them play a lot. There's some whales that don't do much. They kind of cruise. You get to see them breach. It's very common. You're just standing on the sand here at Pipeline and you're like, hang on, was that a whale? Everyone stops what they're doing and enjoys the show.
It's a full playground out there. It's so beautiful, crystal clear, magic.
As you know, Joe, growing up here, when you start seeing whales, you're like, okay, we're in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
You know, you're in, besides the waves, you're like, oh, whales are in town.
That's the season.
This is their summer vacation.
Exactly. As you see a familiar face on the left-hand side of your screen, Chris Moore, Carissa's dad, who's been right by her side since day one. Carissa told me the other day her main focus to surf when she was a kid was just to spend time with her dad. It wasn't really for her yet to really be a world champion one day. She's like, oh, I get to hang out with dad all day. We're going to the beach. That was as simple as it began for a 5-time world champ and Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, and things haven't really changed, Joe. I was at the beach recently with Carissa and her nonprofit More Aloha, And her dad was right there as well. So, you know, at 30, still next to her dad.
Nice setup for the barrel for Betty Lou, and she'll get clipped as she's down. She set that up so smooth. I was expecting the exit. As you can see, her family shaking off that wipeout real quick.
That's actually North Shore fixture Spencer Suit. He's got 2 little rippers of his own, and he's a great surfer himself.
And there's that same approach once again, Dibbity.
Yeah, I love the confidence she has. You know, like she's done this so many times, and every single time you get a barrel, even if it's a wipeout, she's learning, and she's got the confidence to do that stall and get the pumps in. And a lot of girls don't have that technique just yet, so it's really fun to watch her in the barrel.
Oh, it's so fun to watch. Betty Lou qualified for the tour last year, and things got really crazy with that whole mid-season cut because they were all going through it for the first time. They had nothing to compare it to. There wasn't a clear game plan. Everyone was trying to get their head wrapped around it, and it was a pretty gloomy day at Margaret River when a lot of these young faces were getting knocked off the tour because they were so brilliant, especially Sunset Beach when all 5 rookies were in the quarterfinals. You're starting to feel this changing of the guard, and no one expected there'd only be 1 rookie to survive the cut, and that was Gabriella Bryant. So Betty Lou's been through that, and now where she stands, she's got a lot more experience and more confidence coming into her second strike on the tour.
Yeah, she does. You know, and to her credit, you know, those first couple of events were here in Hawaii. To go on the road, Margaret River is very far away, you know, and it's a super heavy wave. It's not easy to learn. It's a hard place, you know, to have the mid-year cut. So to her credit, she gave it her all. She surfed really well in Hawaii. It was really impressive to see. And I wanted to touch upon your talking about her barrel riding skills. Actually, you, Dimity, were saying it. It reminds me almost like a young Rochelle. Rochelle was one of the pioneers out here to actually surf backdoor. I remember she used to surf it like with Ross and some of the guys out here, and she would just be so tiny, but then like so perfectly positioned on the waves. And, you know, with such great technique and style, it kind of reminds me of that. And she really did kind of lead the charge. So a lot of these women, if you ever really want to see some evolution in women's barrel riding out at Backdoor, Rochelle is definitely the queen of that.
So cool. What was she like as a competitor when you guys were competing for the same thing on tour?
Rochelle was pretty tenacious. She's very serious. She actually taught me what it's like to work, to be a professional surfer. Work hard, train hard, eat well. I just knew 2 scoops rice, mac salad, you know, show you chicken plate before I went on tour, and then Rochelle kind of led me in the right direction. So very wise.
8-time world champ. Looks great in yellow. #1 in the world to kick off a brand new year, going for title number 9 this year. And her first real start here at Pipeline, missing this event last season, which made that title run so dramatic. There was even a topic when we got to like event number 3 and 4. Are we really thinking about Gilmore not making the cut? That actually was a sentence you'd hear during that time. Made the cut and went beyond. Got into the WSL Final 5 and did the impossible, getting past Joanne DeFay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Brisa Hennessy, and back-to-back wins over Carissa Moore. What a story that was. 5:25 on the clock. Let's go into the heat recap of heat number 2. All about Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson getting the most reps out here. 5 waves ridden. Her best, that one, the 6.5, Megan.
Yeah, that was a great ride. She ended it with a nice grab rail turn. And then we see Carissa here pulling into a nice one. Not super open, that one. Beautiful carving turn maneuver here at the end there. Great exchange, though.
That came in at a 4-point ride, still Carissa's best. And back to the Betty Lou show. Airdrop pulls in. Great approach there. A lot of risk involved in that approach, but she ends up going down. So her low score still a 1.93. Carissa's low score still a 0.2. Alyssa Spencer only chasing a 1.44 to avoid the elimination round. So I'd say all 3 surfers still under pressure with 4:30 on the clock, Dimity.
I like the position that Carissa's in right now. She's got priority. She's got 4.5 minutes, and I feel like she does have that queen energy out here at Pipeline. Like, she's probably my favorite to watch out here, just based on all of her highlights out here. She's got lefts and rights and crazy barrels. So I think maybe the Hawaiian wave gods will send her a bomb.
There we go. 4 minutes on the clock. Laura Enever, I know you watched Betty Lou closely last year at Pipeline. Have you noticed any changes going into this year?
Yeah, Joey. I mean, I was out here last year sitting in this exact same channel, and it just dawned upon me then how much I've seen an improvement in 1 year. Betty Lou, it's like she's come back this year on tour. She didn't make the cut. She just put in so much hard work in the off season through the Challenger Series, took that out, and she was sorry, there's a bit of a step coming, but she didn't want to make it. She wants to make it known that she's here to do damage this year. She's put in the hard work and she's ready to go. But just by the way she's barrel riding, her technique, you can just tell she's put in that hard work, and I'm really, really impressed.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, we're seeing it here too, and there's been a lot of action here at Pipe and Back Tour, even event-wise, for Betty Lou to get involved in, making that final we mentioned at the end of the year with Carissa Moore, but just spending so much time at one of the houses on this stretch right in front of Off the Wall, and she's just been out there every time. It's looking really fun, so that comfort factor is on display in this matchup. 6.5 is her high mark. She's in the back of the line for priority, so it'll be up to Carissa Moore to see if she takes control in the remaining couple of minutes here.
Yeah, and Carissa's really good under pressure. She's super good under the gun. So, a couple of minutes for Carissa. She definitely rises to the occasion when she needs a score.
Love that entry for Riss, right into the barrel, trying to stall a bit further, maxing out the tube time. Now she's about to lay it down with that front side carve and kicks out. Great tube management with all that speed, and now flying into a backdoor section is Alyssa Spencer, outrunning the barrel there. But I'm sure that speed felt incredible. She'll still be in that third position, and we're waiting to see if we just saw a lead change for Carissa Moore, Dimity.
That was perfect timing what you said, Megan, that she's so cool under pressure, and then she just did this, and I think it's probably going to be enough because it was deeper than her. Yeah, it was deeper than her first barrel, and then big carve on the end too, so it's likely going to be higher than a 4, that's for sure. So I think she might get the lead change.
Yeah, Dimity, I think, as you can see here, she's nicely deep in that barrel. It's going to be comparable, I think, to Betty Lou's. I mean, I'm not a judge, but I do think it's pretty comparable. It's a beautiful size wave, set wave. So, again, she really knows how to rise to the occasion, and you're not a world champion without doing so.
Well done for Carissa Moore, waiting for the reaction from the panel upstairs. Down to a minute 10. You saw Laura squeak through that section as well. On the backhand, we've got Betty Lou winding up for a big snap. And that one's going to shut down on the sandbar.
And Betty's just actually improving on a pretty low scoring second ride. So that should improve upon her score line right there with that. Nice backhand turn she had there.
Very sharp snap. I'd like to see the start of that one, but finish with that snap as well. It's going to be cool.
But also a great take there because she does have that low score to improve on. So that was actually real smart thinking for Betty Lou, knowing she's carrying a 1.93 and probably feeling the energy from the beach that Carissa probably got a great one, took this wave. That was the start you wanted to see, Dim.
Yes, nice technique. Unfortunately, there wasn't too much barrel on offer, but the snap is very sharp. Really cool.
Yeah, so Carissa's going to need a little more on that wave than what we originally thought.
As Betty Lou is probably going to improve with that backhand snap. So first, Carissa scores in as she's up now with 5 seconds. This left just running down to the sandbar, and she'll call it a heat. Carissa's way before 6.43 as Alyssa gets tangled up with a lip at Pipeline. Spencer will be going into the elimination round. We'll find out who won this heat through this really young rivalry that we have just getting started with Betty Lou and Carissa Moore. Carissa got the 6.43. That got her into the lead. So Betty Lou chasing a 3.93 with that backhand snap to see if she can get her lead back. And remember, there's incentive getting first or second in these heats for your seeding going into the next round. Numbers in for Johnson, 2.73. Not enough. 5-time world champ Carissa Moore gets the win and goes into the round of 16. Coming up next, Stephanie Gilmore takes on Macy Callahan and Moana Jones-Wong. We'll bring in Kaipo and Ross for the call.
Taking a look back at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles. 88 on her jersey, and appropriately so. Steph Gilmore takes her 8th world title, coming all the way from match 1 to the championship match, taking out Aggrissa Moore and setting surf history. It's a long road for Steph Gilmore, from the first heat of the day to the last heat of the day, overcoming match after match, Grande Fe, and finally, Steph establishing herself as an 8-time world champ. History on the cobblestones at Trestles. And Steph Gilmore out in the water right now, still wearing that yellow jersey because she is the defending world champ. I'm Kaipo along with Ross Williams and Dimity Soil. Dimity, got a couple of good friends out in the water in this heat.
Yeah, I was a rock lobster all day at that day at Trestles, just cheering Steph on. And yeah, it was a pretty magic day to watch her go from Heat 1 to the finals to the 8-time world champ. Best ever.
Best ever. Well, let's take a look at what we have in the water right now. Ross Williams, our surfers. Steph Gilmore out there in that yellow leader's jersey, out in black. Macy Callahan, and right in the barrel, looking for an exit there, some travel time. And it appears that that was first swing for, we'll get that ID because we got more action here. Moana Jones-Wong goes left at pipe, gets in and out of the barrel before tucking away. So Steph Gilmore with that opening ride, and another exchange by Moana Jones-Wong. Interestingly enough, because of a COVID protocol last year, Steph was unable to compete at pipe, so that was Steph's first wave at pipeline, backdoor, in a WSL jersey.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy right there. And I know she was pretty bummed out, missing the chance to surf out here. Today is a really good day for Stephanie Gilmore. You know, it's I haven't seen her catch many big lefts out at pipe, but today is comfortable for Stephanie Gilmore. She's one of the best in the world on her forehand. She's got amazing technique. She gets so low to her board and really hugs the wall tight. She's an amazing tube rider, straight up. So she's going to be tough to beat in this heat.
Well, let's check out some replays, Dimity, starting with Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, as you said, Ross, she's actually one of the biggest tube pigs in the world. And it's on a right-hander and waves like this, she's one of the best. So this is going to be a fun heat because we all know Moana Jones-Wong is between a pipeline, and then Steph is just, you know, she's like a Joel Parkinson. Those guys find barrels when there's not barrels on offer.
Yeah, she really looks for it, as we see Pretty solid little head dip there from Macy. A bigger wave. Just ran in front of it a little too much. See those extra pumps right there? I got her in front of the barrel. So if she could do that over, maybe she would have stalled, got a little more tube time, impress the judges more. And this is what Moana Jones does right here, Kaipo. She looks for those lefts. She's got this lineup down, and she's really almost religious about finding the right waves out here. She's so good at it.
Yeah, Moana Jones-Wong, the defending champ out here. So this really is the champ's heat in this opening round. Another champ, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, won her opening heat. Carissa's with AJ.
Yes, she did. Carissa, how good did it feel just to get this first heat win of under your belt of 2023?
It felt really good. I think there's just so much anticipation that leads up to the first event that first heat just carries so much weight and nerves that it just felt good to rip the Band-Aid off and to come away with the win is really nice.
Rip the Band-Aid off you did. You found some good ones out there. What were you looking for? What did you want to take advantage of?
I knew that it's a little bit inconsistent, but beautiful conditions. The winds are really nice, so there are some nice little barrels on offer. Just trying to, kind of figure out how to play a smart heat. I made some mistakes in the beginning part of it, but I'm glad I was able to make up for it.
So even you have to knock the rust off a little bit.
Oh yes, I'm a little rusty for sure.
We also saw as soon as you get out of the water, there's a whole crowd wanting to come up and say hi to you. What does it mean to be competing in front of this pipe crowd?
I'm so excited to be back on home turf, competing in the first event at Pipeline. It's awesome. Like, this is home. These are our beaches. These are our oceans, and I'm excited. I've been spending a lot of time out here, so hopefully I get some time to get some barrels.
It worked out for the first round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. Nice start for Carissa Moore in the opening round. Again, in this opening round, first and second advance to the round of 16. Third place goes into the elimination round. Macy Callahan live action here, goes through a frothy section, and a little bit of cavitation under the fins prohibits her exit, Ross.
Yeah, well, I like her position in the lineup. She's looking for those little right-hand barrels out there. It's a little more shallow towards off the wall, so there's more opportunities. We heard Carissa say it's pretty slow out there, but a lot of it has to do with rhythm too. Carissa was just slightly out of rhythm, so she had a slower heat, but she managed to get a better backup score. So it really is going to be who can find those backup scores today.
Yeah, definitely. And this heat was always going to be really cool on paper. You've got 8 times world champ versus the reigning champion of this event, and then Macy and is one of Steph's best friends, and they always just surf together. They always surfing Kira together and getting barreled, so they're going to push each other as well.
Well, scores are in, and Moana Jones-Wong with that 4-point ride for the left in the lead for the moment. Macy Callahan with a 1.6 and a 0.93, and Steph Gilmore's opener a 2-point ride. If she would have gotten an exit from that backdoor barrel, Ross, we would have seen perhaps a very good score, maybe even up to excellent.
I think so. And that's one of the cool things about today is there's actually quite a few opportunities out there. So you can make mistakes and bounce back, especially if you look at the rights. You know, there's a lot of little rights down there towards off the wall. So you don't have to make every single wave out here. You just need to make 2.
Yeah, it takes 2 to make things go right. Rob Bass, DJ Easy Rock. Right. That was a way back and prolific, statement right there. All you need is 2. Catch as many as you want, though, Dimity.
And I like how spread out this lineup is, like if you don't have priority, and there is a chance that you can sit, 50 meters away from your competitors and get an amazing tube.
Absolutely.
Moana Jones-Wong, not just our defending champ, but she's an interesting story in that she just graduated with a bachelor's degree in applied science in Hawaiian and indigenous health and healing. So a practice, someone that not only, is a great surfer, but also is a great scholar when she looks at Hawaiian history, Hawaiian language, and Hawaiian healing arts.
Yeah, and that's important these days because, Hawaii is, it's so heavily populated and it's changed so much in the last 20 years. So it's really important to keep up that Hawaiian heritage and language and food and just what it means to be Hawaiian. So I love to see that.
Gilmore takes a look at that one. under second priority, and we'll see if that changes the priority situation out in the water right now. I believe. So Moana has a great quote where she says, "I feel so connected to my culture, my ancestors, and the ocean when I'm out there. Surfing gave me my identity. It empowered me. In my hardest times, I find peace in the ocean." So a commitment here by Moana Jones-Wong. Hey, let's hear of her best one ever, Moana Jones-Wong.
All day long, I didn't catch one wave in any of my heats. I was just trying to survive and not drown. All of a sudden, I see this wave coming, and it looked like it was gonna be a pretty good wave. I turned around and just did like couple big strokes into that wave. I just stood up, free fell into this wave, and just caught my rail and knifed it into that barrel, and all of a sudden, the lip just threw over. And then I remember like just coming out of the barrel and just like the spit everywhere, and it just blinded me and I didn't see anything. I just like claimed it so hard because, I mean, it was just like a natural claim. It was just a natural thing. I was just like, what? I can't believe I made that. That was like the most natural high, and I'm still like on a natural high right now, and it's like days later. I don't know like how long I'm gonna be like this, but I just can't stop smiling. I'm so happy.
Moana Jones-Wong really earned the title, the Queen of Pipeline, Dimity.
Oh yeah, she goes to another level, and I love what she's done, because what she's done is basically pushed all the best girl surfers in the world to just match her, you know, like she's starting doing things like that. That wave was crazy.
Yeah, I feel like, Kaipo, that wave, and there's been amazing waves all winter long. And we talk about Waimea during the Eddy and all the highlights during the shootout. That was the wave that probably had the most impact on the surf world so far this winter. You know, just for Moana, what she did, that was so proper and thick and gnarly and scary, and she rode it perfect with style. I mean, that's going to be probably the wave of her life, to be honest.
Totally. And I love it because these girls on tour are so competitive, you know, and when they see Moana get a wave like that, they're like, I want one. I want that. So it's only going to do positive things for everyone.
Well, another way that you can have some skin in the game and play along with us at the World Surf League is join WSL Fantasy. I'll take a look at my team right here, Ross. I got Carissa as my power surfer. That means she earns me double points. Tatiana Weston Webb, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and Moana Jones-Wong. What do you think about my women's lineup, Ross?
I really like it, especially since I coach a couple of them in there. Not to be biased, but no, I mean, how could you look past Carissa? She's got the skill set. She's got the mindset. She knows how to compete out here. She charges. She's going to be really tough to beat. So for her to be your power pick, I think that's a no-brainer.
And remember, you can alter your lineup, alter your picks until, for the women, the start of the round of 16. For the men, until the start of the round of 32. So you still got time to shuffle your men. You still got time to shuffle up the ladies, looking at their opening round performances. Sally Fitzgibbons getting ready to paddle out, Dimity.
Yeah, this is going to be good to see her back. You know, she's had a lot of time off and time to hopefully work on surfing, and she hasn't had that in a long time, you know, that freedom where she doesn't have to compete. And so it's going to be fun to watch what she's been working on.
She's getting boards from a local manufacturer, now riding for Town and Country Surfboards, Ross.
Yeah, she got those Pangs. She looks good. She even rides those Pangs in small waves, too. I see around the world a lot. And, you know, a lot of times you get surfers come to Hawaii, and they'll get big boards made by local shapers because they want those smooth, classic guns. But a lot of our shapers in Hawaii are slightly underrated with the small wave equipment. You know, they've learned a lot over the years how to sort of catch up, especially now with all the 3D printing, essentially, with these surfboards. Everyone makes good guns. Everyone makes good small wave boards.
And I wouldn't go look past someone like John Pizell, who makes incredible small wave boards. You see that with the performance of John Florence, but at the same time, shapes some of the best 10.6s in the world.
And it's so different. I mean, we're talking about a complete different craft. You're talking about mostly paddle power, to be honest. And then you know, of course you want to be able to bottom turn and really put some rail in the water. So shaping a really good, high-functioning 10-foot board is not easy to do.
And yeah, some factories don't even have the facilities to make those kind of boards. But as a surfer, it's like if your shaper can make you everything from small wave boards to Hawaiian guns, that's the ultimate really, because then you're familiar with the rails and the way it's going to feel and in big waves and small waves.
And let's face it, Kaipo, it's for the team rider. There's not a whole lot of people out there, you know, ordering 10-6s for Jaws. So, you know, it really is a passionate effort by the shaper and the surfer that they're shaping for.
Yeah. Depending on where the factory is, you can go to Maui and go to our good friend Matt Kinoshida's showroom over there at Kazuma Surfboards and pick a 10-6 right off the rack and have a go.
Yeah,
I don't recommend it, but there we are. 4-time world champ Lisa Anderson catching up on the action here in the Turtle Bay VIP area.
Absolute legend in the house. She loves being on camera. Look at that.
She obviously loves the camera.
It's so cool having this, so many past world champions here for the awards night, and just having them hang out and be at the events is such an honor.
It must be really fulfilling for a lot of the, I would say, pioneers in women's pro surfing to see where it's come to right now in 2023, both with sharing stops on the championship tour as well as equal prize money. Macy Callahan going to go to turns here, bank off the top, and she's going to lean on that for the score. Currently in second at 2.41 would put Macy into the lead. But that would be a deceiving lead as Moana Jones-Wong holding the first place position in this heat with just a single wave score of a 4.
Yeah, Kaipo, even sharing the booth with Megan, you know, like we grew up watching her rip, and as a lot of these surfers on tour now would just have posters of her, those Roxy days, and yeah, so just being able to share the booth with people like that and surfers like that is really cool, and I think, yeah, the girls on tour now just love having their heroes around.
Yeah, truly a gathering as we're starting the 2023 Championship Tour. Moana Jones-Wong, she's in the lead. Steph Gilmore, currently in 3rd place. We'll see how this plays out right after these messages.
To you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Back at Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong scratching into this one, gets under the lip. Nice little tube ride for the North Shore native. Snap there, coming toward the sandbar section, and is able to close that thing out. So Moana Jones-Wong with a variety of maneuvers, Ross, just as we came back from commercial break.
You know, it's something I really appreciate as we see here, left-hander from Macy. Something I really appreciate about Moana is she's so consistent with the way she competes here at Pipe. She doesn't get too caught up in going out of her comfort zone, which is pipeline. She just sticks to those lefts. I mean, today it's mostly rights. The rights are definitely better in my opinion. But she knows what her strengths are, and she picks the eyes out of it. She's just brilliant at pipeline.
I've been so impressed with watching her, the way her rail surfing's just grown so fast. You know, like I got the chance to surf with her at a few Challenger Series events, and she's been absolutely ripping. So not only getting big barrels, but then following it up with nice rail turns.
Steph Gilmore, backdoor, carves through that one. And that one didn't give her a ton of opportunity, but kicks out nice and early to get back to the peak. Moana Jones-Wong peeking over the ledge there, still waiting for score for Moana. Comes in at a 5-point ride. So Moana Jones-Wong with the lead and holding priority. 9 minutes, 10 seconds, counting down.
Yeah, that's a good call, Dimity. I did see her, Moana, as we see. Stephanie, almost a great wave. She just misread that barrel a little bit, got in front of it. Kind of an A-frame there for Stephanie. But that was a great opportunity for Moana to expand her surfing, because she was in these CS events at like Huntington and all these little beach breaks where, I mean, we're talking about complete 180 from pipeline. But you're right. She was nailing little tail slides and doing all these high-performance maneuvers. It's like, well, Moana's got some skills. You know, she's not just a barrel rider.
Yeah, and you know, her journey, Dimity, would be similar to on the men's end of stuff. You saw someone like Jack Robinson have to actually work on his small wave game. Here we go, replay, Moana Jones-Wong. This is a 5-point ride.
Yeah, that was a really nice technique. Good little barrel, and then goes straight into turn. So she's definitely built the confidence with her rail surfing and snaps, and that's due because she probably wants to be on tour now. After having that little taste of victory and surfing with the best, you got to be on the Challenger Series to get there. And to get through the Challenger Series, you have to excel in all kinds of conditions. So it's been cool to watch her grow on that side.
Yeah, it really is. It's the road to the championship tour, the WSL Challenger Series. We're going to kick that off in May at Snapper Rocks. That'll be the first event. We've got 2 events in Australia coming up to kick off the Challenger Series in 2023.
Very excited. Snapper Rocks is just such a dreamy wave to start. We were quite lucky having it on the Challenger Series, because that's what I surf.
It's a wave you like too, isn't it?
I love it. I love it. I love Snapper Rocks, Kira. We've got a lot of barrels on the Gold Coast, so probably there's more barrels here in Hawaii, probably second amount of barrels on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, then the second stop, we're, you know, for the Sydney Surf Pro, we're going to shift venues a little bit to Narrabeen.
That's really exciting. Narrabeen is it's got so much history, having the World Juniors there and so many World Junior champs crowned on that beach. And they have a really cool local surf culture there. There's so many surf fans, and it's just a really good energy. So, and the waves, you know, the waves are high quality. You've got amazing lefts and a really fun, short, punchy right as well. So it should be fun.
Yeah, and Narrabeen, you know, with that surf history, we can look at someone like Simon Anderson from Narrabeen, who changed surfing, Ross, inventing the thruster.
And Narrabeen is a hotbed for legends. You got Damien Hardman, you know, you got the whole Hot Buttered crew, and it's just a very cool, rich history. It feels like, you know, there's the North Shore, there's Torquay, there's these surf towns that are really established in our culture, and Narrabeen's one of them.
Yeah, and to tie history in, you know, 1981, the same year that Simon Anderson debuted the thruster, he took a win here at Pipeline to solidify that design. You know, so people thought, hey, it's not just for small waves, it's not just for Australia. It was proved in the ultimate proving ground, Pipeline, didn't it?
Yeah, and what better place to practice with so much power in this ocean over here. And if a board works here, you know it's going to work. Like, you know, it's all rounded.
Well, we're down to under 6 minutes. Moana Jones-Wong in the lead. Macy Callahan holding down that second position. Steph Gilmore in the yellow jersey, our defending world champ, needs a 2.63 if Steph wants to avoid that elimination round.
It's our first little piece of drama for the day today, with Stephanie being in third. She's got work. And you'd think, looking at your screen, 2.6, what's the big deal? But at pipe and backdoor, you kind of have to get barreled. You know, I mean, you could get a couple snaps and get a score, but you
So
really
what
need to
about
get
this,
barreled.
Ross? Was there a missed opportunity here?
Well, let's see. She's high and tight right there, but see how she drifts low, and she's going to get that lip start catching her outside rail. So she needed one more big tail side row pump so that she could get high and dried. We were just praising her how good of a tube rider she is, and typically she is high and dry. She's got that steezy knock-kneeled style where she gets really high in the barrel, but unfortunately there she slid a little low and got clipped.
That was definitely a surprise from Steph Gilmore because she's got the technique that's almost one of the best ever. The way she's so tall, but the way she can tuck her knees right up to her chest, and she's so flexible, and she can actually move her feet inside the barrel. And yeah, she's normally coming out of those all day long.
Yeah, she's just a graceful but yet powerful style, progressive yet feminine at the same time. She's one of my favorites to watch, just in surfing as a whole, you know. So we'll see if she can come back. But, you know, that opening ride was a 2-point ride, Ross. That wave had potential for a 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Dimity said, it's rare to see Stephanie do that. It's possible she got kind of caught staring at the Cobra. You know, when you're about to come out of the barrel, you just sort of freeze and wait to slide out. And, she, you know, we'll cut her some slack. It's the first heat of the year. And 2.6, you know, she can even just do a big off the lip a back door or something and get the score. And
she's got room, Dimity, as we look at the screen here. Moana Jones-Wong, with the priority in this heat, is far away from Steph Gilmore. Gilmore with second priorities really clear and has open air between her. Now Moana, maybe on cue, is going to start getting a little closer to Steph Gilmore.
She got the memo.
As we see, I was very interested to see what Moana would do in this situation. Would she just, you know, hunt for the barrel and try and get a better wave, or be competitive and use that priority?
I actually think she's adjusting for this wave, Jimmy. Look.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't tactics. She's just trying to position for this left.
Because we know Steph's not going to go left to find that score.
Oh, yeah. They are perfectly harmonized in this heat. They're looking at 2 different surf spots.
Yeah, again, third place into the elimination round. First and second both into the round of 16, but we will be seeding that round of 16, so there is a bit of a reward if you do win your opening round heat. 2:45 counting down. And what do we see out there, Ross?
I mean, I don't like what Macy's doing. If I was her, I'd be away from first and second priority. I'd be trying to find a score down towards off the wall. She's just sort of sitting with the pack. She only needs to get rid of a 2. So it's a bit of a mistake for her to stay put right there.
All right, some tense moments and a little bit of confusion in the lineup as it seems a bit mixed up in these final 2 minutes. 2-minute drill for Steph Gilmore, again, needing that 2.63. Not a big number, Dimity. You forecast that she's going to be looking for a right. Is there any chance she'll switch it and go left?
Hey, if a big bomb left comes through and she can't, and she won't say no to that, but I'm interested to know if maybe Moana could be tactically moving them out of position, because Steph's had some time in the lineup, not as much, and Macy, they haven't had nowhere near as much time in this lineup as Moana, and at this point, Moana's probably thinking, wherever I sit, they're probably going to go near me.
I mean, to clarify your point, this is Macy's first heat at Pipe.
First ever.
This is Steph's first heat at Pipe.
Yes. Oh, there was a specialty event which she won quite a long time ago. When that was fun to watch, but that was, so she hasn't really spent a lot of time since, because it's just so crowded.
Yeah,
and she doesn't like the crowds.
That's right. I was just going to say that. Stephanie doesn't seem like the type. Ironically,
but it is funny. She's from Snapper Rocks, and she doesn't like the crowds because.
But she's the queen of Snapper
Right.
Rocks, so she
gets a whole different game there. Yeah. Okay. Well, here we go. Under a minute. Gilmore taking a look at this one. Needs to get on the move, but needs the opportunity as well. Needs a wave to present an opportunity for just a 3-point ride. Macy Callahan wants to distance herself and add to her score line. So a nice choreographed wave on the backhand for Callahan. She does close it out, looking to improve upon a 2.13. Your initial thoughts, Ross?
I think maybe she'll get like a half a point more than that. That kind of looked like a 2.5. So you never know. That could make a difference. Now, what does that give for Stephanie? Now she might need a 3. Stephanie could have went right on this wave as well, which was interesting. She let it go. So she's set her standards a little high for how much time's left. First heat of the year for Stephanie, just a little lackadaisical, and it's showing.
Yeah, well, Steph now needs a 3.13 with this 2.63s clocking in, and Gilmore is going to go to the elimination round. So, our first shocker of the morning, Steph Gilmore, 3rd place, and we'll see her later on today in the elimination round. We'll see you back after these messages. Brisa Hennessy, Isabella Nichols, Sally Fitzgibbons in Heat 4.
So this is our first WSL Rising Tides Pipeline edition. For the women to be our pipeline and competing here on the North Shore is something that WSL is really proud of. It's a big deal for us to be surfing at that break, and I want these kids to see that this could be them.
Now with equal prize money, equal tour stops, meeting some of their heroes, maybe it sparks more of a passion inside them to really pursue it for a living.
It feels good. It inspires me to see them rip, and it makes me want to do it in the future too.
A big part of what we're doing today is we want you guys to be able to come for a surf with us, also to meet everyone here.
How's it going?
Rising Tides! One of my hopes for Rising Tides is that one day we'll be looking back on the current crop of the Championship Tour, and we're going to have these photos of them here at WSL Rising Tide, meeting their heroes and interacting with the tour for the first time.
Mahalo to Pura Vida for the Rising Tides activation happening over there at the Turtle Bay Resort. Following Steph Gilmore and Moana Jones-Wong on the way up the beach. The defending champ, Moana Jones-Wong, made easy work of it in this opening round. We'll see her in the round of 16, and surprisingly, we will see Steph Gilmore in the elimination round. New heat out in the water. Brisa Hennessy in the red jersey. Isabella Nichols out in black, and in white, Sally Fitzgibbons. Ross Williams here in the booth along with me to talk you through the action. Your assessment of this heat, Ross?
Yeah, this is it's interesting. The deeper you get into the round, the more bunched up the seeding is. So you get these real kind of higher friction heats. Earlier in the round with these high seeds against low seeds, you get, a different kind of dynamic. But, Brisa, she is a really crafty competitor. She knows how to, she spent a lot of time in the water out here as well, Kaipo. So she looks to be the clear favorite.
Here we go. Isabella Nichols pulls into that one and way stretched out. Backdoor wave, no chance of an exit there. And that is going to set our heat and the scale for this heat.
Ooh. Yeah, nailed right there. That's one of the hazards of going right.
Talk to us about that paddle back out, Ross.
Yeah, there's no clear channel, so you have to sneak back out. And if you get unlucky, you can get clipped on the head like she did right there.
And it looks like Isabella Nichols now paying. At what point do you decide to take the long way home? Oh, we're going to stick with action here. Sally Fitzgibbons pulls in. Nice draining barrel, but again, clamping on the end section.
Good effort from Sally trying to get out of there. The side door. That's always tricky because you get clipped by the lip. It's kind of dangerous, but yeah, to answer your question, Kaipo, on a day like today, it's small enough to you just commit to paddling back out. I would at back door. Maybe you'll have to wait a wave or two, but it takes way more time to go all the way around to the sandbar by gums and paddle back out. That could take a few minutes, where back door you can get back out in 30 seconds. That wave there, Kaipo, just too walled up, a little too closed out, but I like the effort.
Well, I'd like to welcome to the set a woman that needs no introduction, but I'm going to introduce her anyway. Lisa Anderson, 4-time world champ. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for
Hi,
having me.
Lisa.
How are you?
How you doing?
Great.
We saw you in the sneaky camp earlier in the Turtle Bay VIP area, so we had to bring you in here and just get your thoughts of what, you know, what's your takeaway right now with women's professional surfing?
There's just so much to say, really. The growth of the sport has been so huge. Just even like there's a lot of younger generations, behind these guys that are just incredible. So it's really exciting. I'm really impressed with everyone surfing out here too. Like, I'm really blessed to be able to watch it live, and I don't know. I'm excited for all those guys, for their success, and for everything to come to fruition for them.
Yeah, I mean, the next generation coming up, it continues to push the boundaries. One person that's been pushing the boundaries out here, Pipeline, and she won her first heat, is Moana Jones-Wong. Moana is with AJ right now.
Know a thing or two about winning heats here at Pipeline. Getting your feet in the wax, just getting this first heat under your belt here at Pipeline. How do you feel?
I feel like relieved that I got some waves in my heat. It's always scary putting on a jersey, especially at your home break. It's like you want to perform well, so I'm happy that I got a couple waves.
How do you manage the pressure of putting on the jersey, especially here at Pipeline, where you made quite the name for yourself last year?
I don't know. I'm still learning how to do that. I didn't sleep last night. I probably, literally, I'm not joking, I slept 2 hours. And that was at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then I woke up like 5.
Well, if this is you on 2 hours of sleep, watch out for the rest of it. What were you looking for in the waves?
I was just looking for any barrels. It was really hard to choose which board to use today because it's a really in-between size. You don't know, like, are you going to do turns? Are you going to look for barrels? So I just, at the last minute, grabbed my barrel board. I was like, whatever. I'm just going to try to get barreled.
Well, whatever you tried to do, it did work. You're on to the next round. How does it feel just to be on to the next round here at Pipe?
I'm super stoked to be on to the next round. I can't wait.
We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Grabbing the barrel board, Ross. I believe she's riding Chili's right now. Can you give me
Saw that.
equipment update?
Yeah, it looked like a Chile board there, and she's been riding those boards, I feel like, for the last year or two. So she's got some good comfort there. An Aussie shaper, but his boards are looking really fast under her feet as we see Brisa go through a couple snaps. But I think that's her strength, Moana. You know, she knows how to get barreled at Pipeline, even if it's a 4-foot day. So good for her to not get too distracted by, trying to do an off the lip.
Yeah, and she also alluded to not being able to sleep, the nervousness preparing for a day of competition. How did you deal with that, Lisa?
I mean, that's one of the biggest issues, I think, is getting enough rest and being able to calm your mind and all your thoughts. But, to be honest with you, I think she looks pretty confident. I'm sure she could surf with 1 hour of sleep out there. But I think that I totally understand. I feel her with that. It's hard to sleep when you're nervous about Pipeline, I'm sure.
Yeah. And you know what? This year, 2023, for the championship tour, there's a lot on the line. Not just a world title, but the WSL is a first-tier qualifier for the 2024 Paris Olympics. That's the Summer Olympics happening at Delpool. And we can see we're going to provisionally qualify 8 men and 8 women from their respected countries, Ross. And Brisa Hennessy, she could be on the list as one of those 8 women.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a huge focus for all these surfers. Sometimes we get obviously really focused on a world title and everything on tour and collecting points and all that stuff. But winning a gold medal, what a great addition to our sport over the last few years.
It's amazing. Like, I don't know, I've never really thought we would get there. And I know how hard everyone fought for it. And it's just such a really amazing accomplishment.
And I'm sure hometown of Matapalo, Costa Rica. If Brisa was to win a gold medal, she'd probably get a street named after her, a holiday, maybe a parade, Ross.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely a big old statue in the airport.
A statue in the airport. What a great time we are. And, you know, that's going to be exciting because of the playing field. Another place where women's surfing has come leaps and bounds, not just the progression here at Pipeline, but also the progression, Lisa, of what the women are doing in Tahiti.
Yeah, I think that I was talking to someone about this the other day about the fact that when I was coming to the North Shore and in surfing and events, they were mostly Haleiwa and Sunset, and we had nothing to do with Pipeline, and so I didn't practice or even paddle out there. And now the fact that there are events, girls are going to spend more time getting to know the lineup and just really putting in the homework. So that is a big deal. You know, now that they have a place to be in the lineup, then it's just going to change everything because all the other kids that are watching are going to have to spend time doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the performance levels will increase exponentially, Ross, and we've already seen it just in the last few years.
Well, I mean, Lisa, you nailed it. That really, it just lights a fire under your butt. You know, like, if you have reasons to not surf, Pipeline's going to give you a lot. You know, it's crowded, it's scary, you can get hurt, but now that the women have an event to practice for, it'll get them in the water. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, maybe they'll get the wave of their life, or even just a fun barrel. You know, and they're like, you know what, this place is really fun. I'm into it, and then they'll get addicted to Pipeline.
I remember when I used to come to North Shore and hang out with Rochelle Ballard, and she would paddle out at back door, and I'm like, okay, I have to paddle out now because she's out there, and I'm like, I can't stand on the beach. I got to go out. But we wanted photos. You know, we kind of needed that for our performance, was to get photos in the magazine and stuff was a big deal. So we had to put the time in, and I didn't want nothing to do with going out there, but I forced myself to go. And you know, it's in the end, you're so much glad you did because you learned so much.
Yeah, you get rid of the monster in the closet. You go, what? You know what? It wasn't as bad as I thought. And then next thing you know, you find yourself out there again and again, and they're just going to get better and better.
And you mentioned Rochelle Ballard. Rochelle Ballard, along with Megan Abubo and Bill Ballard, documenting all of that stuff. That was actually the real-life, real-time Blue Crush, and that movement actually inspired the movie, which was, you know, a Hollywood movie, but it came from a real, genuine place, Lisa.
Right.
And you lived through that.
I mean, honestly, it came from a time where girls were not filmed in the surf. I mean, Bill was probably our best advocate, and he was always there shooting, obviously, for Rochelle too, but like, we just put out a bunch of DVDs, and we had such a good time, a lot of trips and stuff. And yeah, I don't know, like when you look back at those films or movies, it's, you know, I'm so glad he documented all that stuff, because we wouldn't have had footage out there at all if he wasn't on the beach. So.
Right. And it turned
Shout out
into
to
a great Hollywood movie as well, one of the classics in the surf movie genres, Hollywood surf movie genres.
Absolutely, and that has inspired, like you said, Kaipo, a lot of pro surfers that we know now, like Bethany Hamilton and so many. You know, they watched that movie and they got psyched. Like, you know, like you said, Kaipo, it's a Hollywood movie, but it does evoke emotion and it gets you amped up.
Yeah, and it got a lot of girls into the surf and finding a sense of belonging, where it will not, you know, I belong out here, I'm a participant in this, and yeah. And Lisa, you also had a big movement as well with just apparel, and the first women's board short, which also catered to young girls and got them out on the surf.
Yeah, no, it was really, really great timing on my part to be with a brand that was about to launch the board short. And I don't know, like for me, I was always not comfortable in bikinis, especially surfing waves of consequence. So board shorts were a little confidence boost to kind of like give you that little extra security, but also fashionable at the same time. And just now I don't wear them very often because I'm more comfortable without them. But like I think that they really just changed the course for a lot of girls that were uncomfortable too.
100%. That was a tipping point in surfing, and that was another, you know, with the Blue Crush, with the first female board short that you introduced, that was a tipping point for girls, for young girls coming into surfing. And I'm sure if we did an analytic on the participation at that time, it took a giant leap, and it's been growing ever since.
Nonstop.
Well, we're at the halfway mark here, Ross. 15 minutes, 50 seconds, and just one wave ridden each. of our surfers. Here we go. And Isabella Nichols again, searching for one. And the conditions, Ross, you know, not as tapered, not as peaky as it was when we started the competition day.
Yeah, she was also pretty far up the reef towards pipe. You know, that wave stayed open a little further down, and you will see that when the waves are small at backdoor, you have to start edging. You know, you have to do your homework before you stand up. It's not a no-brainer. When it's big and A-framed out, you just stand there and enjoy a perfect barrel. But when it's small, these barrels stretch across the reef and they even close out a lot. That doesn't mean they're not makeable, though. You just have to line yourself up a little better.
So does that mean in the smaller conditions, do you have to be more towards off the wall in the lineups? I don't want you, I know you're a coach too, but let's just talk about it.
No, the reason why I'm not giving away any secrets is that's actually not always the case. Sometimes it does A-frame up at the top. Sometimes it stretches towards off the wall. My point is you just have to read it. You have to read that wave as it's coming to you like 100 feet out and put yourself in the right spot. And that's easier said than done.
Well, we see the holes and the boils. I know there's some landmarks, you know, on the beach here, but what about in the water?
Yeah, there is. There's some boils. They get easier to read when it's bigger. They just become more defined. When it's smaller, it's a little tougher because it's breaking further in on the reef. Another pretty fun little indicator in the water is there's a deep little sandbar layered trench between off the wall and backdoor. And that's a great indication for some of that little doggy door thing you see where you can sort of skip out of a closeout. It's a sneaky little channel there.
So you see the change in the color of the water?
Absolutely, and especially with the drone shot, if maybe at one point we'll see it, but there's a trench right at the cutoff before off the wall.
I was going to say, I don't know if you remember that one time I came here one year and I had to do this stunt double thing. Weren't you out in the lineup that day?
I think I was.
Oh my gosh, I was so terrified. And those guys were pushing me. Brian Kay was like lifting me in the air, pushing me in these waves. I was like terrified.
And was Ross blocking for you? He's a good blocker out here.
No, I'm pretty sure I paddled by you or something. I got a little cover up and came out, or I kept going straight into the thing because I didn't want to straighten out. But that's a great memory for me.
Awesome.
Well, 13 minutes and 20 seconds, and we're waiting for the next series of waves to hit the reef here. Talking story with Lisa Anderson. Gabby Bryant preparing for her heat. We'll be back right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or Break Season 2 debuting February 17th on Apple TV+, the series that gives you a peek behind the scenes on the 2022 Championship Tour. And that first episode, you're not going to want to miss. It is a brilliant, brilliant documentation of this event last year, Ross.
Yeah, so they do such a good job at capturing the drama, and there's no shortage of it. Somehow, this tour is just a magnet for it. There's so many fun stories, so many great characters, and they do a good job.
They sure do. Here we go with Brisa Hennessy. Brisa currently in the lead. Oh, and catches that outside rail, unfortunately.
It's too bad she didn't hold on. That was a cool, stylish little snap.
This happened during the break, Ross. This was a 1.2.
That's what you call a shampoo right there. Nice little head dip. Low scoring affair here with 10 minutes. So, Lisa, if you're in the water, what's your program right here? How are you picking apart this heat?
I mean, honestly, I guess you just don't want to miss opportunities. I think you just want to, like, you know, I mean, obviously you need to know the lineup better than you do now because you spend a lot of time out there to learn that. But I think that just staying busy, looking for anything, you got plenty of time to catch waves. So whatever you're going to do, you're just going to, like, just prowl around. I mean, when those guys are waiting with priority, you just got to stay busy.
Yeah, priority with Sally Fitzgibbons at the moment. Fitzgibbons in third place. Third place goes to elimination round. 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, Ross. Fitzgibbons just needs a small score to get into second place, a fractional score, by the way. So we'll see how this plays out.
Well, I think Lisa's right. The lineup is key here. They're sitting in the traditional takeoff zone if it's 5 to 6 feet, but it's 3 to 4 feet right now. So it's a little smaller. You have to be a little more shifty on the inside there and look for those waves that where they are now, they're kind of closing out, but there's gaps here and there. You got to look for it.
Yeah, I think there's like a that little inside double up TP guy that comes in underneath you. So if you're too far out, you're going to miss it. I saw a couple of those the last heat actually.
All right, well, I'm going to check out in the water, and Laura Enever, welcome. What's going on out there?
Well, besides just dodging a few of these off-the-wall bombs, I almost got sent over the falls before. Just cruising, enjoying it. It's so beautiful. We're waiting for a couple of those sets to line up and just hit that backdoor section. The girls have been getting sucked a bit too far across. I think there's a little bit of a current at the moment, but just really waiting for those waves to line up. But in the meantime, Lisa, hello.
Hi.
How are you going?
Good, I'm good. I'm sitting in your seat.
Oh, wow, so much history. I mean, I remember when I came here when I was 11 years old to your Lisa Anderson Champ Camp, who was, you watched most of the women on this tour grow up from grommets. Who was the most annoying? Besides me.
Are you hinting? No, but you had no fear from the start, I have to say that. Like, I mean, you would just, like, wipe out and turn into a cartwheel on the sand. Like, it was so easy for you to, like, you know, come back from any kind of, like, crazy attempt to pull into a crazy wave or something. So now look where you're at.
No, but watching, you know, you watched Sally grow up, you watched Steph, you watched a lot of the women grow up. It must be so cool to see, you know, how they progress and what they've gone on to do.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be here to see this right now. And I've been able to go to a lot of events to see you guys surf. So even just being there for Steph's world title last year was amazing for me. And I'm just a proud mom, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm a proud parent.
I know, I'll never forget Carissa doing 360s just around us when she was about 12 years old. And yeah, so many memories with all these young girls who are now grown into amazing women. And looks like there's a bit of a set coming, so we'll get back to the action.
Thank you, Laura. Set coming through here. And it is going to be Fitzgibbons. Back door, gets there, comes out. Sally Fitzgibbons is going to go into the lead in this heat with that performance. Great utilization of priority, Ross.
Yeah, I was going to say that was that little, I was going to say earlier too, adding to, like, looking for waves. Sometimes you don't need to look for the 8, point ride. You're trying to you just want to get a little, on the end, sometimes on the little end. Just like, seems like Sally rode and read this wave perfectly because it hit that little sand trench that you're talking about. So you had that little wall you could do a cut back at the end. But yeah, that was just really smart surfing.
Yeah, she showed a lot of patience. She waited a long time, and this is one of the better waves that came through the lineup in like 15 minutes. So they've been, you know, sort of dry docked in this heat for waves, and the swell is dropping a bit today, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But beautiful carve here to back up that tube ride for Sally. Great form, and you know, easily be the biggest score in this heat. So then sometimes that happens, Kaipo, where you get just no scores, and all of a sudden someone just rips into a giant score. So she is cruising.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons will go from third to first. By how much, we're going to find out when that score drops. Riding Town and Country surfboards, AJ.
So that she's riding her 6.0. Like many of the people out here getting their sessions in, she practiced on a lot of different boards based on the conditions because they've been so variable since most people have gotten into Hawaii. But today, went with her 6.0 that she's been practicing on because she felt confident on it, and looks like it paid off.
Yeah, a local factory, Town and Country Surfboards, been making boards through generations. The Sugihara family started out that great surf shop and factory that's still till today. We have a couple of heritage brands here in Hawaii still, Ross. We have HIC, Hawaiian Island Creation, started by the Sukiyama brothers. We had Rob Burns starting Locomotion. All of these old surf shops were shops, but also surfboard factories at the same time.
Yeah, and so iconic as we see a great score drop for Sally, 6-pointer. Relatively speaking, that is a massive score. But to your point, Kaipo, they're iconic. And I just think of the 80s. I think of legends like Dane Kealoha and all the people that represented. Blue Hawaii was another rad you know, company throughout the 80s and 90s that was, you know, grew right here in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, and it was cool to have that connection when surf shops were both retail and the factory. You've been around a long time. Lisa, I remember you hanging out in Chuck Dent surf shop in old school Main Street, Huntington Beach.
Oh man, I was like such a street rat. Obviously, you know that I ran away from home, so I just had nowhere to go. I was a permanent fixture in every surf shop on that street. I hung out at Robert August surf shop too, and as a matter of fact, one of the first pro surfers I ever met in person was Derek and Michael, because they would hang out there. And there was a Victory wetsuit kind of connection there. And
yeah, Greg Wade over at Victory,
yes.
and that support. And then we had on Indianapolis and Delaware, right at the corner with Isaac Mahi. I was a Hawaiian there, would host all of us. And I was kind of a Kalohi kid, and I would come over to California too and live in Isaac's garage there.
Good memories.
Good memories and a long history. But to that same point, you have to be so proud of your Groms that are now the leaders in women's professional surfing.
I am very proud. It's just, I couldn't be more proud, to be honest with you. In every event, they just get better and stronger, and they're just, I think women's surfing is just going to head even higher and higher, and obviously it's going to. But these guys have so much marketing ability. They're gorgeous. They have all this like great personality. They're just so fun to be around. They actually stick together at times, obviously not in the surf, but these guys are just the perfect group of girls right now to launch surfing in another level. So I am proud.
Yeah, there is a little bit, I don't want to say more, but it's more evident sportsmanship in women's professional surfing. The men,
you think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. And I just want to add to this conversation too with Lisa. You're so humble, but I just remember, you know, all my years being on tour and with Kelly and Shane and all of us, you were our favorite surfer. And I don't know if you remember, Kaipo, but like back then, a lot of the women surfer on tour were good competitors, but Lisa had the style. You had that knock-knee tail slide down, and you got a cover shot doing it. And I just remember you getting so much respect from all the guys because of your style and your technique.
I did travel with you guys a lot. I had so much fun with you guys. Honestly, you guys inspired me so much, and I mean, I loved surfing, free surfing with you down the beach and all that stuff. You guys didn't give me many waves, but but all the same, like I learned a lot from you guys, whether you believe it or not. So, yeah.
What's your go-to board now, Lisa?
My go-to board. Well, right now I'm actually, funny enough, like I'm riding one of Rob Machado's shapes from Fireware, but it's like this really fun quad, and I'm surfing at home a lot, right? So the waves are pretty small, but I'm having a big blast on those right now. Super fun.
Nice. Getting ready, Courtney Conlaw getting in the zone in preparation for her heat. We're down to just under a minute right now. Sally Fitzgibbons and Brisa Hennessy looking like they're going to be skipping that elimination round. Isabella Nichols with priority, an opportunity, needs a 2.87, Ross. 40 seconds to go. That adds up to only 2 more waves coming through in that time frame.
What a funny heat. It's been really odd, and these are 3 amazing competitors, but they haven't really adjusted well enough to the lineup. The swell is dropping a bit. It was quite a bit bigger this morning. Remember at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, the waves were almost double this size. So that's the thing about competing on the North Shore. You really have to adjust on the fly. It changes a lot every hour.
Well, near the countdown right now, Isabella Nichols needs to get a move on. She is paddling in the direction. I don't know if the wave's going to reach her in time. We're down to 4 seconds. Her hands have to leave the rail for this wave to count. And Isabella Nichols will be onto the elimination round. Sally Fitzgibbons and Brisa Hennessy into the round of 16. Thank you, Lisa Anderson. And stick with us. We're going to be back with Lakey Peterson, Gabriella Bryant, and Caitlin Simmers when we return.
The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, by Turtle Bay, official resort of the World Surf League, and by 805 Beer, properly chilled.
Welcome back to Pipeline. Things getting started quickly. Last year's Rookie of the Year getting some shade. Into the daylight, Gabriella Bryant crushes the lip section. Blasts it again. What a way to kick off this heat. The Rookie of the Year from last season, born and bred on the island of Kauai, ready to take down some big names once again. Joe Chappelle with former runner-up in the world, Megan Abubo here for the call. Gabby Bryant, what a great story for herself. Puts in such hard work, and it's certainly paying off.
Yeah, she's so strong. You could just see it with those turns. Here we have a replay, slides straight into that barrel. I love this. Watch this turn here. Sets up huge power hack. Then she gets to follow it up with another one. Great ending for Gabriella Bryant. This is a water angle here. See her slow down a little bit, but not too much because that wave's pretty fast. Stays in there, but right here you can see her just center of gravity super low. Comes straight off the top. Beautiful hack. Yeah, she's such a strong surfer, and Joe, she's just getting better and better each year.
She's so hungry, and it paid off in a dominant performance in the Challenger Series to qualify, basically featuring in every single final of that condensed season. As she joins Lakey Peterson and Caitlin Simmers, 2 Californians, trying to get that first place spot in the opening round. For Caitlin Simmers, it's been a long time coming to get onto the championship tour, not because she didn't qualify. She got on and delayed her start. She said she wanted to take some time for personal growth in her own surfing, got on some great trips, and the fear was that, hey, the QS and Challenger Series are really hard. Will we see her again? And certainly we do, because she's that talented. And this year she's ready to take on the best in the world.
Yeah, Joe, she is. And she pulled what we call a Taj. Only other person to do that, I think it was the year I qualified back in the late 90s. And, you know, it really paid off for her. She took a little time. She got to film some great video clips, you know, got to hone in on her skills. She's still super young. So I think you know when you're ready. And I love that she stuck behind her guns and knew exactly when it was her time to come on tour.
So many stories of surfers that are incredibly talented coming 1 or 2 heats away from qualifying, and they never do. It's just that scary of a prospect to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to pass up this spot. I'll do it in another time. But like Taj, like Caitlin Simmers, these are special stories. This is a world title contender. Caitlin Simmers, just 17, representing Oceanside, California, has got this really cool, unique presence. It reminds you of bits of, you know, Lisa, bits of Tom Curran, bits of, you know, Dane Reynolds, and just that freestyle element. Maybe a little Bartels in there as she goes down on the takeoff.
Yeah, interesting you said little Bartels in there. I actually see Caitlin Simmers, and for the first time ever in women's surfing, I see a little bit of, she's punk rock to me. She's really, and you know, I've got to say, you don't see that a lot in women's surfing. So she's kind of she's a first of her breed. You know, she really, I love her style. I love how she brings to everybody just a little bit of her sense of style within any project she's on. And she doesn't really care what people think. She's just doing her thing.
Strider, makes a lot of sense that Caitlin Simmers has become a lot of people's favorite surfers almost overnight.
Yeah, you know what? We see a lot of Caitlin in video parts and clips on Instagram. We don't get a lot of the lifestyle out of her. And so I caught up with Tommy Whitaker, who is her coach here at Pipeline right now. And, you know, he's just saying how much of a grom she is and how much of a surf nerd she is. Like this, she's 100% in all day long, watching clips, you know, trying to better her surfing and just a student of the sport, but also cross-training with skateboarding. I guess she's an amazing skateboarder, so she's always doing things in the skate park and bringing them to the water, and that's something that has been crossing over for her. Wow,
Good
look at that
man,
wave.
Strider. Yeah, right into the barrel with Gabriella Bryan moving quickly through that inside section. But really cool insight there, joining forces with Tommy Whitaker for Caitlin Simmers and really ready to soak in everything in her rookie debut. It's hard not to put expectations on this kind of talent, Megan, but do you see her getting all the way to the Rip Curl WSL Finals as a rookie this year?
I do, Joe. She's that talented, and I think she's good in all types of conditions, and she's just got a great focus to her. As we see a little replay of Gabriella Bryan here, I love that she took, you know, she's really quick start in this heat. She has a great first ride and just trying to back it up. You know, that's a great way to back up your score line there. And we don't see too much coming from the other girls in the heat. So, yeah, she's got to be feeling pretty confident there.
Gabriella Bryan had a really cool speech at the WSL Awards accepting the Rookie of the Year honor as we roll in with Lakey Peterson heading back door. Great entry with some speed, but she got caught somewhere down the line.
Yeah, it looks like they're both in the soup right there on the inside, but conditions are nice and calm today. You know, there's not too much water out there for a backdoor, so it's a great day to just kind of make it back through the lineup. There are those days sometimes when you're paddling back out and you split second and you're like, do I paddle around or go straight through?
And yeah, loving these conditions this morning. Lakey enjoying her role here at Pipe and Backdoor. She had some great looks at Backdoor last season. Turned in a keeper result to kick off another world title campaign as she's come so close in the past. Such a strong surfer, works so incredibly hard in the off season. Balances her time now from Southern California and where her husband's from at Bells Beach. So great world-class venues to work with in both backyards these days, and doesn't mind the trip to Hawaii to work on her game here at Backdoor, Pipeline, and Sunset Beach.
Yeah, Joe, it's really impressive to see what Lakey's done the last few years. When the events came to Hawaii, Lakey wasn't on all of our radars at all the times, trestles, events like that, but she really put a lot of hard work in and overcame some fears, and I'm very impressed with her charging abilities these days.
As we see Caitlin Simmers pick herself back up from a make. Almost got clipped, but she hung in there, Megan.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Nice takeoff here. Stalls her back arm there. Almost gets clipped, but that, the agility to be able to just bounce back up from that. Good way to start the heat for Caitlin there. Look at that style. You see, she almost had that front knock knee there, but look at that, how she's just like, almost like a Gumby, and I'd say that comes with youth.
It certainly does. Just 17 years of age, an absolute superstar already, dropping really cool movie parts already. And it always looks like she's having a really good time doing it. So she's keeping the joy in it. She doesn't look like she carries any pressure. 2:17 for the last. Gabby Bryant, 6.33, 4.33 back-to-back. As she's working even harder from her rookie debut, which came with a lot of success. But controlling this heat so far. 0.87 start for Lakey Peterson as she got clipped as she holds down priority. So many heats to look forward to as we finish the round. Courtney Conlog, Tyler Wright, and Molly Picklum. This is one that really stood out to you, Megan, when we showed up this morning.
Yeah, Joe, this morning when we were looking at heats, I saw this. This is like my power heat right here. All three surfers fully capable of actually winning this event, I feel like. And all of them been putting a lot of time in. And then we have a couple veterans in that heat. I'm excited to watch that one.
Peterson on the move. Nice pace through this inside cave, and she comes out. Throws it off the lip quickly and is able to hang on to her rail. Beautiful job. That's a tight space. It's really shallow. Just getting any type of finish in there is very difficult to do.
What an impressive wave for Lakey there. Here we see it slow it down here. Beautiful. Threading through that barrel. I love it. She's in there for a while, too. And right here, this is total Lakey, just so quick on her feet. It could have been really easy. See, here she's pretty deep, right? She makes it through that section there. But right here, could have been really easy to get bucked off. But nope. Lakey's got such great balance. She made that. I love this angle. You'll see how deep she is here. She's still in it. Beautiful arm positioning as well. And, Lakey's not a short surfer. She backdoors this section right here, almost on the foam ball. Great wave, Joe. Great wave for her.
It's amazing how much happens inside the tube and what you're able to do as far as maneuvering is concerned and actually learning how to drive through a barrel. It's not just like set it and forget it. She had to work pretty hard to make all those sections.
Yeah, she did. And again, you can see her like putting that time in. Like you said, it's really easy when you first like start barrel riding and putting your time in the barrel. You tend to stay a little stagnant, but then you start to learn that you can like drive and weave just like you do down the line without the barrel. So once you can figure that out, those longer, bigger sections become makeable.
Lakey Peterson locks in a 6.17, second best number of the heat. Brian still has a 6.33, so in the same conversation there as Lakey moves to second over Caitlin Simmers. But Peterson has a lot to be proud of. Like you mentioned, overcoming some fears as a touring professional. I think her kind of reputation when she qualified so young was progression, was airs, what she can do above the lip because of her history and national titles as an amateur, doing airs in big finals. When she got on tour, she realized she had to figure out a lot of new waves, figure out what boards to bring, and then surfing waves that was out of her comfort zone and then turning it into a strength. I think one of the most impressive moments for Lakey was when she was a bit scared of big Margaret River main break, came back and ended up winning that contest with all that work that she put in. Let's hear from one of the legends of the sport, Sally Fitzgibbons on the sand with AJ.
A legend on the sport and coming up from the water laughing as always because you had such a great heat. How did you want to attack it?
Yeah, you have to be really calm, AJ. It's one of those things, it's a beautiful day out and the whales are breaching and everything's all nice, but in a heat you really kind of want the waves to do their thing. And yeah, it's about finding those calm moments and really appreciating that pipeline's about just sometimes a singular moment. And so it was well into the heat and I just trusted that I would be able to select a good one and capitalize on it. So that felt really, really nice.
I want to talk about that wave in particular because you got that 6 score on it. We have the replay for you guys at home. What did you see on that wave?
I think for me, it's all about like trusting like the depth in the tube. Like when we're out there in free surfs, you're not always able to gauge it very well because you can't take off in the right spot all the time. So I was just trusting my equipment. I've been working really closely with Glenn Pang and the TC crew, and I just felt like I have a lot of trust in my equipment, and they've really dialed that kind of speed inside the tube and grip of the board. And yeah, so I was just along for the ride, and it's really cool when it happens in the heat.
A good ride it was too. How much confidence does it give you carrying forward?
Oh, for sure. You just got to keep building those blocks, and it's a big day here. We might have another round. So yeah, I hope I can go deep into the draw, and yeah, I'm just feeling all that support, especially on the beach, coming back. And I think it's like my 14th or 15th year on tour, I don't know, with COVID, but it feels nice to run down the beach and everyone's kind of giving those cheers and claps, and it's been a minute, so yeah, that fills me with a lot of confidence.
Congratulations, we'll see you in the next round.
Oh, one thing, I know you are really fluent Portuguese, but
oh my goodness, I'm so nervous.
Are you fluent Australian English?
Probably not. You want to teach me something?
It's okay, mate. Just say
it's okay, mate. That's it.
There you go. She's fluent. Another language.
We're going to send this back to you before it goes all the way off the rails.
I love it. I love it. Sally's going to pass on some great Aussie phrases. There's so many. You know, when you go to Australia for the first time, Megan, if you remember that trip, your first time there, sometimes you're like, wait, what are they talking about? You know, all these little code words for things. And my favorite part about the Aussies is they're all about having fun. They love their sport. Sally especially loves all sports, loves competing at a high level, and that authentic enthusiasm for doing her job is just the first thing that always comes to mind in a post-heat interview with Sal.
Yeah, and it's just really good this year to see Sally. She's really calm. She seems like she's in a really good headspace. I'm claiming she's going to have a great year this year. I've seen Sally since she was a total grom. I'm not exaggerating. Like Honolulu Bay, it's pouring, raining. We all go back to have breakfast, and we just leave Sally at the beach to surf with Rosie Hodge. And it's good to see her kind of settle in, as she said, 14th, 15th year on tour. I think I see really big things from Sally, and not a lot of surfers on tour actually become more innovative the older they get on tour. And Sally's doing airs, she's pulling a bunch of different maneuvers than what she did even like 10 years ago. So it's impressive to see, and I'm glad that she's really trying to step up her game with this new guard.
Quick one there for Lakey Peterson as heat number 5 continues. Remember, Lakey had a 6.17, throwing down some maneuvers, hoping for a 4.5 to take the lead off the rookie. Here comes Caitlin Simmers going down. So she's gunning for the lead off last year's Rookie of the Year. The rookie in the water, Caitlin in the white jersey. Still hunting down a real clean make in this heat. 4.88 is what she needs. What did you see? What happened here in Caitlin's fall, Megan?
Well, it looks like perfect positioning on the takeoff there. Actually, she side-slipped right into it, but honestly, the whitewash just kind of engulfed her. And Caitlin's not a huge surfer, so just a little bit of that whitewash is going to buck her off. But I loved her positioning and her style in the beginning of that wave. So that showed some great potential for some waves to come later on in the heat if she gets in that position and doesn't get engulfed.
Really fun heat still with 12:40 to tell the story of heat number 5 of the opening round. Gabriella Bryan controlling this one with priority and the best numbers so far. I'll be right back. lot of exciting things happening this year on the World Surf League Championship Tour. 110 for a 10. That means every 10-point ride, the surfer will receive a Yeti Tundra 110. That's all year. Tend to see a lot of those numbers at Pipe in history, but lately, as we know, the judges keep those for very special moments when everything comes together and it's a ride you remember at the end of the season. Let's hope for a lot of these 110s to be handed out this year to the world's best. They absolutely go for broke. Could it be a big barrel? Could it be a big punt? We had a few of those last season. Caitlin Simmer's famous for being incredibly progressive, talented in the barrel, kind of like what Lakey had when she first started. Lakey then built to overall performance and really sharpened up her skills with heat management. And then you've got that instant kind of success feeling for a Gabriella Bryan superstar. It feels like just everything's working. Even when she qualified, she was almost a little worried she didn't have major backing. That changed overnight, built her confidence, and she had some of the coolest heats to watch last season, Megan.
Yeah, she was really, really strong, and she looked really refined for a rookie. You wouldn't have known that that was her first year on tour. She made wise decisions in heats, making that first cut. She looked really good in every single type of wave, even when the surf got smaller. So, and again, she'll be a surfer to look out for at Sunset as well.
Really looking forward to that one. Remember, the season starts here at Pipe right into Sunset Beach, as that event was brought back with so much history over the years, about a decade hiatus from the championship tour for the women. And now it's back to challenge themselves in some powerful big right-hand walls. Then the tour heads to Portugal. Then the Australian leg from Bells to Margaret River, where Gabby Bryan had all that success to get past the mid-season cut. And now everyone's kind of got their understanding of how it all works this year with a new format, new venues. You think about being a pro athlete like yourself, Megan, all of a sudden you're getting ready for another year. You're like, wait, there's venue changes. Now there's new rules. There's a halfway point where my job might completely change. That's a lot to take in a short period of time.
Yeah, I think the format change, was a bit of a shock for everyone just because it's new. Anything new when it's first implemented is going to be shocking to everybody. But it has actually cleared out the field in a way that has really honed in on those surfers that aren't just hanging on throughout the year. They're really having success, and they're looking strong. And again, we saw Steph Gilmore win a world title, and she was the last surfer to qualify, right? So that's a proving point that this format is really opening up the focus on the right surfers that are getting that spotlight and that are able to capitalize all types of conditions.
Really fun to follow, and also makes the impact of an elimination round loss really heavy out of the gates. Used to be like, okay, well, it's a long year. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Pace yourself through it. That's kind of out the window. As we look at these round heats, think about third place. Teresa Bonvalot, Alyssa Spencer, Gilmore earlier in heat number 3, Isabella Nichols. They're going to be in the hot seat later on today to try to avoid that elimination round loss. You only get one throwaway through the first half of the season, and that's it as far as surviving the midseason cut. With now 7 minutes on the clock, dreamy conditions continue, Laura.
Dreamy conditions for sure, and just touching on that excitement around having Caitlin Simmers on tour. After not taking that spot, going and surfing, getting barreled, you can tell that she's back this year. She's grown up a little bit. She's still really small. She's probably one of the smallest girls on the tour, so to be out here and seeing the way that she's positioning herself behind the peak on these backdoor waves and really trying to knife behind the wave is actually so impressive. And she didn't get her rail in on the first wave that she took off on at the start of the heat, but if she can actually knife it and get that rail in, I think she's going to be going excellent. Just taking the most critical drops and being in the most critical part of the wave.
Hey Laura, you mentioned that Caitlin's really small. You're not one of the biggest surfers that I can think of as well, yet you surf some of the biggest waves and heaviest, gnarliest waves that any female surfer does in this day and age. So maybe let the audience know out there, what kind of technique does it take when you're as small as you guys are and don't have a lot of weight behind you to surf barreling waves?
Yeah, well, that's such a good point, Megan. You look at both Caitlin and Moana. I think people would see Moana in real life and think, wow, she's a lot smaller than me. Same with Caitlin. They're really tiny girls, but they've got a lot of power, and I think they really rely on the positioning of, where they're putting themselves underneath the wave to really do all the work. You don't have to have the paddle power, as I'm about to go under a wave myself. Look.
And that's exactly what it feels like when you're like sitting off to the side, even if you're a caddy or something, and a set comes like, whoa.
You love that. Yeah, Laura's doing such a great job. You obviously have to be very skilled in the ocean to be a water reporter like Laura is. And the thing she's been doing in heavy water waves has been sensational. And she always had that in her, Laura, even on tour. She was always charging. Remember a 10 she got in Fiji. She just felt comfortable in real powerful waves. And I love that she's really taking it on more since she doesn't have to worry about results these days, but now gets to pick apart big swells and absolutely charge with 4:50 on the clock in heat number 5. Here's the heat recap, all about an aggressive, quick, healthy start from Gabby Bryan. 6.33 on her opener. Still the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan showing us that power that she has in her pocket right there, putting together a series of maneuvers there and getting barreled while she's doing that. Look, we got Lakey Peterson threading through this nice barrel herself, backdooring that second section, and then finishing off with this beautiful top turn. Yeah, she claimed that one, didn't she?
Oh, that probably felt so good for Lakey. 6.17 got her into second. More Gabriella Bryan getting spit out of the insider, enough to back up her 6.33 with a 4.33. And controls the heat with priority. See some surfers just manage their wave count so well. Only takes 2 waves, and she's got the lead with her 2 and priority. She doesn't really need to chase anything right now, and she gets to really manage the lineup. As far as the next set that comes through, it's up to her if she wants to let it go or really capitalize on it.
Yeah, Joe, not a lot of people realize, but to put a full heat together, it takes a level of intelligence, not just like gung-ho, get out there, I'm just going to catch all the best waves I can. Especially in a heat, you really have to think about what you're doing, and time management is such a huge piece of that. And you want to start off strong, but then you want to make sure you have a backup wave, but with only a few minutes remaining, you need to, if you have priority, you need to make sure you're not just going on a junk wave. You want to make sure that you're going to back it up. So, the high level of surfing IQ is important in the lineup.
Late takeoff for Gabriella Bryan, and that one's just going to straighten off and shut down. I'm sure the size of that wave really looked enticing to try out her backhand approach of Pipeline. That'll be her first wave that doesn't change her total out front. And now priority goes to Caitlin Simmers.
It did, Joe, but I think that might have been a mistake because she had priority and she is in the lead. Lakey only needs a 4-5 to take over, but Caitlin Simmers fully capable of getting that 7.5, but maybe she was just thinking, I'm going to hold someone off of this wave, but might have been a mistake in the last few minutes of this heat.
And what we've learned over all the years of watching Pipeline, 220 is a long time out here, especially when it's this close. I think one of the craziest comebacks I can remember was a heat with Kelly and Timmy Reyes, where Kelly was comboed, I think, with 90 seconds to go, and he just got on a roll, back-to-back excellent scores, broke the combo, got the win. When this place is pumping, those possibilities can happen all the time.
I think I remember that heat. Didn't Timmy have a 10 as well, and then he still lost? I remember that heat. And you're right, it's such a short paddle back out. The lineup, although so heavy and powerful, it's a small lineup. 10 feet can separate, can make or break a perfect 10. 10 feet on a wave. So you've got to be wise in the last couple of minutes of your heat out here. It looks like everyone's kind of got their little positions in the lineup. They don't look like they're hassling each other. Caitlin Simmers, she's got priority. She needs, for a day like today, it's kind of a tall order.
It definitely is. Caitlin Simmers chasing a 7.5. Lakey Peterson, meanwhile, had to deal with this just moments ago at backdoor, Megan.
Yeah, you can see her. She actually opts to duck dive that, and that may be because she does not want to break her board in this heat. It's only the first round. Most people would see that wave come and go, oh, I think I'm going to bail, but that puts your boards in harm's way, so she put her body in front of that.
Just decision time, isn't it? How far out am I? Can I sneak under? If the lip would have exploded earlier, she might have thought about just getting some space, trying to find some little cave under the water to sneak into. Sometimes it's so shallow, you see these surfers basically dry docked as a big closeout's heading their way.
Yeah, her timing was good, Joe, on that, wasn't it? It's funny you said they'll the getting dry docked, because sometimes when you're paddling back out, you actually like swim to the bottom and sometimes hold the reef because it's just going to pull you and yank you back up. There's so many last second things and body positioning moments that you have while you're under a mountain of white water.
Trying to think if you can imitate a starfish at times, just to lay really flat as we're going to count this one out here in heat number 5. Gabrielle O'Brien just kicking off her second year on tour in a great way. Lakey just a little bit too late on this one as the horn went off before she got to her feet. She's still in second, so she'll advance on with Brian to the round of 16, and Caitlin Simmers will be in the elimination round. Coming up next, the Sea Tiger. Courtney Conlog takes on Tyler Wright and Molly Picklum right after this.
I'm pretty much in my head 24 hours a day.
Put away, but a reasonable number drops in here for Molly.
I hope you guys get a chance to head over to Red Bull TV and check out Molly Picklum's quick flick there called What It Takes, done by Mike Calvino, Jamie Brooks, and the Red Bull crew. Did a fantastic job getting to know Molly Picklum even more in a short period of time. She was an exciting rookie that kicked off last season, fell to the midseason cut, learned so much along the way. She wouldn't trade it for the world. She's won a title at Pipe, and here we go. In the water with Tyler Wright and Courtney Conlog for a chance to show everybody what she's learned and how much she loves Pipe and backdoor. And they're sitting pretty tight together already at the start of this heat. Joe Turpel with Megan Abubo and also Dimity Stoyle joining us once again. It looks like there's a bit of energy just getting positioned right now, Dim.
How cool is that little Rip Curl battle? The girls are sitting right next to each other, not giving an inch. So the rookie Molly giving it to the champ, Tyler.
Megan, we're seeing this a bit in a couple of different stories of this young Grom of the tour taking on these world champs and kind of getting in their space a little bit. That's not something you always see rookies kind of willing to do, to kind of enter a space of a veteran or someone that's called a legend on tour.
Yeah, Joe. Well, we're also seeing a major shift and changing of the guard. It's not just one surfer coming up and one rookie. We have a real change and shift. There's a really big new guard of female surfers coming on, and they're young. They're very talented, and they've all been competing for a long time, since their preteen years, through the junior circuit. So they're seasoned competitors, and the biggest form of flattery for these veterans is that they want to beat them. And I remember those days, you know, and they should all be excited, because it's going to make the veterans come out and be on their toes, and, you know, they forgot what it was like to have to hassle.
Yeah. They've had it too good for too long.
With priority, I mean, you know, we didn't have priority back in the day, so in the 3-person heats, so, you know, the entire heat. So it's great. It's, you know, they all know how to compete and how to hassle, and positioning is all about, you know, being that veteran should know how to position themselves. I mean, Kelly Slater is one of the best hasslers in the world. So
it's a good point. And what's really cool about the rules changing and now with this priority rotation is you don't miss the hassle. You still get it, especially at the start of the heat. I remember chatting with Damian Hobgood back when he was on tour, and he's like, just watch the beginning before a wave's caught. That's sometimes my favorite. You know, at certain venues where certain surfers just will not give up their inside, will not give up their position. And we're seeing a bit of that now with Tyler and Molly. The Sea Tiger, Courtney Conlog, already got a wave, so 0.73. And now Tyler with a 0.2 will now give Picklum priority. So into her second year on tour, you'd say she won that whole battle. Now with priority with no scores of consequence on the board, Dimity.
Yeah, and she just loves it out here. She spent so much time in all sorts of conditions. Here she is.
Snap off the lip. Well done for Picklum. Jams it again with some style, and will just shove that board out in front of her to make sure it doesn't get any damage on the inside reef. Well read wave there, Dim.
Yeah, but like I was saying, she's out there no matter what it's like, whether it's small, whether it's big. She's going left, she's going right. She's taking everything that she can, and yeah, it shows.
Sea Tiger, Courtney Conlog with a big hack attempt there, goes over the falls. So cool to catch up with Courtney. Just a lively personality, an incredible human. What an athlete. I think the coolest thing out of a conversation I had with her on the WSL Awards that she said was, I feel 100%. And she hasn't been able to say that with confidence for a long period of time with the injuries that she's been through. So look out, world. Courtney's back.
yeah, and this is her playground right here. Oh, we see Molly on this wave. I love it. Just throws it up into the lip. Nice frothy section. Backs it up. One thing to note, Molly, one of the only surfers electing to actually wear that full bottom wetsuit. Here we see slow-mo again. You know, that might be giving her the confidence. Nice slash off the top. This full wetsuit to actually really go for it and not worry about your skin getting cut on the reef. I wonder if that has something to play. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there might be impact pads in the top half of it, because it's a short john, so there's no sleeves.
As we see Tyler clean this one up, do some nice turns through that end section, and put up her best score on the board so far. Remember, Tyler has won out here before. It was in the continuation event from Honolulu Bay. As we take another look at this one, Megan.
Yeah, nice slash off the top on that wave. You know, the wave kind of slows down a little bit here, but Tyler, watching those heats earlier, knows that she has to finish strong. Tyler, no stranger to powerhouse style. She's strong. She's won out here before. Very well-rounded surfer. I was looking forward to this heat. Molly, Courtney, Tyler, they're all three of the strongest surfers on tour to me.
Wow.
We see how shallow it is there. Tyler standing up on that rock right there.
Yeah, Steph said she was having a hard time paddling back out. She was duck diving, and then all of a sudden her board's just hitting the reef. So that shows you how dangerous it is just to paddle back out.
I saw Steph's board too. She got a ding on the rail,
Yeah.
and then Darren Hanley was gone on his bicycle. I think going to get some ding repair real quick, because I think she really loves the feel of that board.
Yeah. So good having a shaper on the sidelines.
And it also shows what a magic board is.
Yeah.
I mean, Steph has a lot of boards. Darren's here. She could ride so many things, but there's just one that they've picked. They're not going to go to another board. They're going to actually fix that one when she's back out there in the elimination round. Let's now hear from Gabriella Bryan with AJ.
We are standing by with Gabriella Bryan, who just got out of the water, and you took your first wave within a few seconds of hopping in the water. How did you want to attack this heat?
I went in, I really wanted to start strong, and that wave, I could see it coming like before the heat started, and one or both the girls paddled for the first one, and I went out the back, and I could see it had a really good angle, so I was like, oh, this is like, if I make this, this is like a dream start, and so I'm really happy it worked out.
It was about as dreamy of a start as you could have asked for. What did you see on that wave that you were able to take advantage of?
It came in, it kind of had a little bit of like a double up, and it didn't have like the elbow around, so I knew that it would have an exit. I just wanted to position myself deep enough to actually get barreled and not outrun it, because that kind of wastes the wave. But yeah, so that I saw it coming, and I was just like, I got to get this wave.
Coming into this season, defending your Rookie of the Year, where's your head at? What are you thinking, I guess? What's your strategy for the season as a whole?
This season, I just want to surf really good, and I just want to get good results, but most importantly, just enjoy myself. And I don't know, I'm really trying to make better wave selection. I want to put myself higher up on the rankings, of course, and hopefully give myself a shot at the Final 5. So I have really high goals for myself, and I'm really looking forward to this season.
And it started with a heat win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Always great to hear from Gabriella Bryan, who has a lot of goals, but they're fair goals. I think she's going to exceed all of her goals this season. I would not be surprised if she's part of the world title showdown in September at lower trestles. Paddling into this one, Courtney Conlog, extra deep at backdoor. And that one shutting down quickly. But this is what Courtney's famous for. She loves charging, loves feeling the power of the ocean. Molly Picklam's turn. Tough takeoff, stomps it, puts herself in a great position. She comes flying out. Picklam now off the bottom, drills the end section with authority. Are you kidding me? What a performance. Showing this new healthy relationship with she has at backdoor and pipeline. Loving what she's doing in the opening round, Megan.
Oh my gosh, that was impressive. I can't wait to watch the replay. And she stomped it at the end of that. Oh, you know, you can see that in her. Oh, here we see Courtney replay here. Look, she gets that nice extra pump in there, but she is so steep. Courtney was steep and deep on that wave. Look at how much wave was in front of here. But look at Molly paddling into this wave. Same thing, late drop, driving through, threading through that barrel, riding the foam ball, and then ending it like this, just putting a stamp on it. Wow, that was really impressive stuff. And look, she's really happy with that wave.
Dimity, what did you see here?
That was so sick. Her technique is amazing in waves like this, and she's so deep. Look at her eyeing off the exit, and then to come out of the barrel and then have enough time, because it's hard. When you're in a barrel stance, your feet are in different positions, you know, like here she's going to move her back foot up a little higher so that she's got the speed to go through that, and then to come out, eye off the section, and just have enough time to shuffle her feet back and then hit this part. It's so impressive. And I think, so Molly's grown up in Avoca, and that area's got a lot of really cool slabbing reef breaks, and she just loves it. She's like a little charger.
She certainly is. And I think you're seeing, okay, she's great at backdoor. I think one thing that impresses me the most is her technique backhand as well. She has that free fall slide technique down, maybe better than anybody on tour. She's right in that list of some of the best to drop in, having a vertical takeoff, and she can let go of that rail, re-engage it, and get really barreled.
There's a lot of secret spots around her hometown that just have really cool slabbing lefts and rights and heavy beach breaks. So she's got a great training ground where she's grown up.
I call shotgun. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, what a great area.
I've surfed a few of them, Joe.
You have. You're just grinding some highlights in your head.
I have some old friends I used to do the tour with from a few beaches around there. Yep. Great waves, incredible landscape, and just really good surfers, like great underground surfers around there. So I'm sure she's got a lot of people that you would know, Dimity, that she gets to surf with every day that bring out the best in her.
Oh, yeah, and let's not forget that Macy Callahan's grown up there too. So having these two on tour together this year is going to be so exciting, because we all know they've got a crazy rivalry. And yeah, it'll be fun to see who comes out on top at the end of the year.
And then a great connection with her coach from that same zone, Glenn Micro Hall, who I talked to this morning. And I was like, did she get up for the early? And he's like, oh, she did. And she was a maniac out there, like just already ready, fired up. And he said it's just a joy to work with her attention to detail. And he can also kind of tell her the tough news, and she wants it. She's not rattled by it. She wants to hear things to improve on, and she'll apply it immediately.
And she actually reminds me of a young Tyler Wright. Tyler Wright had a very similar approach. She was charging. She was always surfing with her brothers and like trying to go big and do crazy things. And Molly's got a lot of those same attributes.
Let's enjoy this with Molly Picklum as we're still waiting for the score, Megan.
Yeah, she drops in perfectly to that wave. She's just threading through the barrel. You see her drag that back arm. And you notice she tucks her shoulder in so she doesn't get hit by the lip. That's some good technique there. She stays in that barrel. But this right here, she sets up for this turn. This is not an easy section because you have the off-the-wall section coming at you. And you can kind of see all those boils that she had to maneuver around. There, she's threading through this thing. A lot of foam, too, under her feet. A lot of white water, but then beautiful positioning there. Again, great technique with being able to position her upper body. She sets up, sees this lip line, and just perfect amount of weight that she has on her body, and somehow manages, you can see the boils that she's going over. That's not even a foot deep under her feet right there.
So difficult to ride out of that section. Like when it first happened, I almost thought she was going to be a little late. So for her to ride out of that is extremely hard.
Two-time world champ Tyler Wright. Great entry, and just seeing the board as that wave spit on the inside section. So a tough incomplete moment for Tyler Wright. More waves shutting down on the reef there. And still standing by for score. So judges really taking their time to put a big number in for Molly Picklum. They want to make sure they have the right amount of separation from the next best score, which is a 4.03. Molly earns an 8 for that effort at backdoor. Getting incredibly barreled and a big hammer on the end section to fly into the lead.
Yeah, Joe, I think that might be the highest scoring wave of the day, which it was well earned. And it wasn't just the barrel, like Dimity mentioned, like she completed that ride how she should have. And here we see Tyler, love her positioning on this one. She's just kind of sneaking up on her board. It's a shame she didn't make it out of that. That would have been a great barrel.
Great approach. I love the fade, and she set it up so well. You're often seeing Tyler fly out of pits like that. And she'll work her way back out to the lineup. I think everyone's hope for Tyler fans this year is that she'll feature in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. She's missed out on that whole new format in the last couple of years, which she has this eerily similar role with John Florence. They went back-to-back together. They took time away from the tour together. They both missed out on this new final format together. So maybe this is the year we see John and Tyler go for a world title in September at Lower Trestles.
Yeah, good observation, Joe. And both of them in the last couple of years kind of suffered through some different injuries, but both of them had injuries, personal things they wanted to accomplish. So I think that came into play when it came down to qualification for that. And we're seeing them both healthy and both like really in good headspaces, both of them. So it's going to be exciting to watch them this year, and I'd love to see both of them at Trestles.
That's going to be exciting. All starting here. All roads lead to Lower Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Enjoying this moment here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. The last heat of the opening round has about 12 minutes to go. Molly Picklum way out front as she's dropping 8s at the moment at backdoor. 10:30 to go in heat number 6 of the opening round of the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons. Molly Picklum out in front, dropped an 8-point ride at backdoor, super deep, and then crushed the finishing move to separate herself from the 2-time world champ Tyler Wright. Courtney Conlog for chasing some numbers for the lead. We've got a pretty good seat here, but AJ's always in the best spot. She's over in the Turtle Bay VIP zone.
The Turtle Bay VIP Lounge, exactly where you want to be on this quintessentially beautiful Hawaiian day. As you can see, everyone enjoying the action behind me. I've got a great view of Pipe, backdoor, and also those turquoise blues that make this Hawaiian water just so beautiful around the world, what everybody wants to see. So this is a perfect spot to enjoy the action here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline, the women in the water all day long. We've got chairs to sit on, we've got TVs with the broadcast, cold drinks. This is the spot to watch the competition.
So jealous. AJ's always in the right spot. What a great place to hang out in the Turtle Bay Lounge. The Turtle Bay is really close to where we're sitting now. People fly from all over the world to get their experience of Hawaii and the island of Oahu. And it's such a great setup. A lot of great people, a lot of great locals that have worked there for a very long time welcome you with aloha. That's where we were for the WSL Awards, which was remarkable, including a set from DJ Shimmy Disco. Dimity, you sounded incredible on stage for the after party.
Joe, to give people a perspective, we're 45 minutes to an hour from Honolulu, which is where most of the job market is for residents. So if you live out here, and of course you're going to live on the North Shore because you're a surfer. And so the Turtle Bay does give so many residents that actually live on the North Shore the ability to have a job close by and they don't have to commute.
Oh, it's the best part about the whole thing because you want to stay right here in paradise. It's funny, people who live on the North Shore, they don't always like driving around the island too much. You want to stay put, especially when the waves are pumping. And it's a great lifestyle. 8:25 on the clock. Molly still out front. As we look at the time left on the clock here, we know that there's plenty of time for big scores, but thinking of the biggest scores so far of the day, Molly does top the charts like you thought, Megan, with that big 8-point ride. Then it goes to Betty Lou's 6.5. Carissa got her high score in the same heat with Betty Lou and just came off that stellar performance from last year's Rookie of the Year, Gabriella Bryan, to work out the top 5 scores of the day so far. Looks like you just got an aquarium looking from the top of the sky as we see a little closeout section set up. Didn't have an exit.
Yeah, I also think one of her favorite things to do is just to pack a big closeout. You know, she's got that almost still got that Grom mentality where that's how she learnt to get that amazing technique in the first place. So yeah, just positioning on that one. Too deep.
And it's interesting how you look at closeouts and you might think, hey, don't go for closeouts, but there is a lot you can learn by pulling into ones that you can't make, Megan.
Right, Joe? And if you don't grow up on a perfect point break that barrels, then that's the only way you're going to learn. And a lot of people around the world, a lot of these surfers, they grew up on short sandbars, and they're not always perfect. So you can definitely see that she's worked on her technique, and she bagged that one for sure. We slow it down here, and you can see her getting straight to her feet, and beautiful technique there, leaning into the wave with her inside rail and, you know, leading with that front arm. Exactly what she has to do, but that thing just clamped on her.
It was
absolutely
nice to see.
charging. So cool, Dibity.
She jumped away from her board too, because obviously she saw it was closing out. You want to get away from your surfboard.
Tyler just kind of roller coastering down the line and now lays down that patented layback off the top under the lip in a tight space. Tough one to ride away from, but cut that turn short to get the completion. And that 167 should be gone.
Yeah, I think it'll be gone. Patented. I think she trademarked it. You see her looking for the barrel. There wasn't one. Going down the line here, and then just puts that back arm in the wave, and this does a huge layback.
Such a reliable maneuver for her, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. She's looking for a barrel, but there's no section for her. But you see her set up for it. You almost you put a lot of pressure on the front, but then you have to put so much weight on your back foot to actually follow through with it. It's a great maneuver to have in your back pocket. You don't want to always lean on it. I remember going through a phase when I did a lot of laybacks, and I remember when I actually broke my rib and at Sunset one year, and then I had to come back about a month later for Honolulu. It was the best thing that could happen to me because it allowed, I couldn't do laybacks. So it's great to have in your pocket. As we see Courtney doing a huge layback there.
There we go. Courtney Conlog maybe getting her best so far. She's been charging in this heat, but she definitely wanted a completion. And with her time management, well done. Hitting the 5-minute mark, chasing down a 6.03, Dimity.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to watch when you're surfing a heat. Like she's trying to get as deep as possible here, but also trying to make it at the same time. So, and then finish it off. You know, if she's free surfing, trying to get a shot, she'd just be trying to get as deep as she can. But she did well to turn that into a score.
Yeah, Dimity, you say right there, she gets nice and deep. Right here, she's hunting down the line. I mean, if we could, you can just see it right there, how much she leans off her back foot. Right here, she almost picks her nose in the water. She's dragging her arm, but she's going so fast, as you said, Dimity. But right here, with this in slow motion, we'll actually see her stance widen up incredibly. It almost went like 5 inches out, her front foot. And then she lays that pressure on the back foot. But look, she has to lean, almost lean into her elbow. And then this is where her abs and her core come into play.
Strong. She's so strong. That wave just split right in half the second she did that turn. So just to have the strength to hold on to that turn was really cool.
Courtney Conlog's working with a local legend named Gavin Sutherland for this event. Everyone famously knows Jock Sutherland, his father, who was #1 of the Surfer Pole Awards back in the 60s. Pioneered actually pulling in deep at Pipeline in the late 60s. He's got a surf spot named after himself on the North Shore of Oahu, and it's really cool when, you know, guys like Jerry Lopez, who you can't really mention pipe without saying Jerry. He goes, hey, the guy who showed me where to sit was Jock Sutherland, you know, back in the day before his era. And so now Gavin's so happy that he got called up to coach and give all his knowledge of Pipeline, the North Shore. He's a humble character and always very giving, and he's so happy to support the Sea Tiger. He actually made a shirt. He's an amazing artist, and he drew out this amazing t-shirt with the Sea Tiger on it. And the Conlog family were like, this is perfect. Let's do this.
You know, funny story about Gavin is, or actually Uncle Jock, when I first quit the tour, Uncle Jock, you know, he found out and he offered me a roofing job. He's like, Megan, you want to roof with me? And I was like, oh, Uncle Jock, I don't know. I think that's a bit tough. But it's funny. I surfed Chuns the other day with Gavin. It was small and we were just playing around. And he's like, yeah, I'm still roofing with my dad. And again, you know, Uncle Gavin or Uncle Jock still surfs like 10-foot Lonnies. Gavin still rips, and they're just fixtures on the North Shore.
It's so cool. You'll see Gavin on the roof. Next thing you know, you've got avocados in the back of your truck. They're so giving. As we look at a heat recap, how about this wave? 8-point ride, best of the day so far, and it happens to be from Molly Picklum. The magic continues for Molly at pipe and back door. Tyler Wright got herself into second going to turns, 4.03. That spot would advance her to the round of 16 if she can hang on to it.
Yeah, she's looking strong, Tyler, and she surfs a smart heat. But Courtney, you can't count her out. And then Molly just ripping right here through it. Just looking so lightning fast on her feet, but then looking so good in the barrel, Dimity.
Yeah, she's just, I'm really loving her energy out here. She just freshly won that pipe event last month, so she must get so much confidence from that too.
I asked her about that win and what it meant to her, what it felt like. She's like, yeah, it took a while to come down from that. You know, she went home for the holidays in Australia, but she was just on this beautiful high that was just celebrating one of the best moments of her career. And then I went on to say, what's your favorite event on the calendar? And she's like, Pipeline. She's like, just, you get so many feels from it. You feel scared. You get the best reward ever if you get barreled. And she loves that challenge. Last year, she said when she lost in the CT event, the worst part about it was she couldn't go back out and keep surfing. So she already is falling in love with this place, and it really shows.
I love that, Joe. She's not from Hawaii. She's a rookie, and her favorite event on tour is Pipeline.
incredible. So cool.
We've
Really?
only seen that before in the men's side of the draw. So.
Yes.
Tyler Wright on the move, 30 seconds remaining, and she needs a 7.65 for the win. She can improve on a 3.6, but she's running out of time. Little head dip there, continuing for Courtney Conlog. She was just chasing a 3.84 to avoid the elimination round, so you see how important that is to get yourself out of third. The elimination round is coming up next. First heat, Steph Gilmore, Caitlin Simmers, and Alyssa Spencer trying to avoid an early round loss at the first event of the season. Molly Picklum puts on a show here at Backdoor and moves on into the round of 16. Exciting things happening in the next round. We'll bring in Kaipo, Strider, and Ross for the call.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha.
Today we're opening up the season for the 2023 Championship Tour, Stop 1 here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline in loving memory of Andy Irons. This is where we're kicking it off on Oahu's North Shore.
Welcome. Not only today, it's a blessing. In the island, we have so many different races, so many different cultures, so many different religions. Come. We call Akua, come, bless you.
I don't think the Pipe Pro has had a ceremony like this in recent years. Just to bring that energy back to people visiting and showing them the Aloha spirit, bringing everybody together here on the beach.
When you come to a new place, it's very common to ask, as if you're entering someone's home, you ask permission, may I come be in your home? It's very important in Hawaiian culture to give a ho'okupu, which is an offering, and it's with your good intentions. It's an emotional connection to something very deep to us, which is the ocean.
Billabong Pro Pipeline catching up with Steph Gilmore here in the elimination round. Gilmore, quick to the lip there and wants to get a quick start in this elimination round heat. Third place in this three-surfer heat is eliminated from competition and has a 17th next to their name on the leaderboard, and that's not the way you want to start the year. But I do want to start this heat. I'm along with Ross Williams as well as Strider Wazalewski. Thank you for joining us, you guys, and thanks for coordinating your shirts today. So Team Wazalewski Williams.
Looking good.
That's what we do. We talk before we dress.
Call each other up before, have some coffee, and watch some great surfing.
Alyssa Spencer here in the elimination round, heat number 1. And the surfer out of Encinitas, California, getting a call here for the first event for CT1, the first stop on the championship tour.
This is a crazy heat, you guys. Stephanie, Caitlin Simmers, got so much hype behind her, and rightly so, and Alyssa Spencer too. I know she's a replacement, but she is a little hammer. She can produce some big scores out here, so this is a pretty tight heat.
Yeah, I know it's not pipeline, but she dropped a couple of clips from that big swell back in California, and she was getting some sick barrels, you know, just pulling right into solid, like 5-foot waves. So my hat's off to her. And imagine the feeling that you would have coming out here. All of a sudden you get the call up to surf pipeline.
Yeah, and she's got Shane Dorian on her shoulder, which is obviously a very good thing, getting all Shane's knowledge here at Pipeline. And getting a little grindy here at Kaipo is Stephanie.
Yeah, Steph Gilmore, the veteran of the bunch, 8-time world champ. And uncharacteristically, Ross, in this elimination round.
But like Strider and I, coordinated, airbrush, jersey, looking good.
I'm not worried about Stephanie Gilmore. I think she identified the mistake she made, which was waiting for that perfect wave. You know, you go out to a heat at Pipeline, you think, oh, I can't wait to get that, you know, 8-foot perfect tube ride and come out and claim it. You know, you have visions of that, but the reality is you take what you get, what you're given, and Mother Nature always gives you what you're supposed to get, so whatever's coming at you, take it.
Tyler Wright on the way up the beach. She will avoid that elimination round, finish second place in her opening round heat, the last heat of that opening round. Steph Gilmore joined out in the water with a couple of teenagers. Alyssa Spencer, 19 years old, out of Encinitas, California. Caitlin Simmers, 17 years old, out of Oceanside, California. And Alyssa Spencer is a injury replacement for Sophia McCulloch. So big opportunity, got the call up, Alyssa Spencer. And as a coach, how would you work, Ross? Would you work with your surfer to get ready when you just get the audible?
Right. Well, I mean, she was planning on making the tour. She came super close, so this is kind of cool. You know, she gets to see what it would have been like to qualify, and here she is, you know, event one. Alyssa Spencer, for the last few years, has been spending a lot of time here on the North Shore. So Kaipo, she has been doing her homework, and I like that she hired Shane Dorian to help her out here before this event quickly because she got that call up.
Yeah, and you know, Alyssa last year just a couple of places away from qualification to the championship tour. In 2019, same thing, one place away from qualification. She's come so close so often, but you know, the need, Strider, to continue to have that motivation to make the championship tour.
You know, last year she was battling an injury. She came, you know, she had to surf with that injury, and that, I think, played into her not qualifying, unfortunately. But, you know, she was pretty vocal about that to me when I ran into her at Rocky Point. And, you know, there's a little frustration in that. And I think when she's super healthy, she will be on tour.
Caitlin Simmers, in contrast, qualified for the championship tour in 2021, Ross. Number 4 on that series, we take the top 5. Didn't take the ticket, said, no, I'm not ready. And then went back in 2022 on the championship, on the Challenger Series, and qualified again, finishing the year number 3.
I mean, to my knowledge, the only other surfer that's ever done that was Taj Burrow, maybe in the late 90s. So, yeah, I mean, talk about someone who's very confident in her life goal game plan, because usually if you qualify, you're like, that's it, I am in. That's my golden ticket. But she's like, I'll wait another year to mature my surfing, and how could you argue with it? It paid off for her.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, she was 16 then, now 17. I think a lot happens in those years.
Here we go with Simmers, dropping in, patient off the bottom, under the hook, no problem. Calm, cool, collected, and a big hack to the finish. So, already a challenge being presented to the 8-time world champ. When you look at the teenagers, the next generation coming up, Ross, of women pro surfers, Caitlin Simmers is on the top of the list.
Yeah, and I think, you know, where we're going to really see a separation from the young new guard and the old guard is barrels and aerials, and Caitlin's kind of leading that charge. And to boot, Strider, she's so stylish. You know, she's good on the rail. She's got style for those layback carves like she just produced. Watch her adjust her back foot here. She slides up just a little bit right there, knocks the knee in, and tucks high and dry. I know that looks easy, but that is not. So, you know, showing a lot of talent in the barrel at an early age.
She also reads, you know, so to speak, reads the room really well for her age at 17. You know, you come into a room and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to act and how to, you know, react. she looked at that wave and knew exactly how to pace that wave, which was super impressive to me at such a young age.
Molly Picklum won the last heat. She's with AJ.
Molly, coming out of the water, you changed up your equipment a little bit today. So what did you ride and why did you make the decision?
Yeah, I've been riding a 6.1 just because it's been a little bit bigger, and then woke up this morning and it looked a little bit smaller. So I went down to a 5.11 and it's actually one of my magic boards. So it's actually nice starving yourself a little bit from your magic boards, because then when you get in your Ashy and have your good board, you're really, really excited. And yeah, I was pumped to ride it.
I would say the magic paid off, because that wave, the best one we've seen of the entire day today. What did you see? How did it develop?
Yeah, when the waves are coming through, I kind of saw it and it looked a little bit funky, and I was just hoping it like drew off the reef enough to barrel. And then when I pulled in, I was just like, come on, we got to make it, because there's not many opportunities. But yeah, and then I was stoked to come out and then finish the wave, and yeah, I was stoked to get a high score.
It's a big way to start off 2023 with your very first heat win. What are your goals for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I felt like once I digested last year, it was such a big year and big learning year, and then this year I just feel like I want to own a lot of my own stuff this year and really go out there freely and just see what happens. And as we can see, it's working, I guess. And yeah, it's just the start, but I'm just excited to go and give it a really, really strong crack this year.
And we'll see you again in the round of 16. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Molly Picklum with a equipment adjustment. She's riding on the DHD designs, so going down a little bit, and it looked like it worked for her. Looked very comfortable out there, Ross.
Yeah, I like it. I like the confidence in her own decision making right there. And you know, the waves are small, and a lot of times traveling surfers, you know, surfers that are not from Hawaii, they'll get really attached to a step up on a big board, even if it's head high. But you know, she made the right call there.
Let's pay off a score. Caitlin Simmers, 5.67, and the lead goes to the teenager, Caitlin Simmers. Talk about boards, Strider. She's on Borst Design. Chris Borst, her shaper out of Oceanside, California. Chris Borst, a former professional skateboarder. You could find him in Powell Peralta films like Animal Chim and my favorite, Public Domain, where another one of my favorite skaters, Tommy Guerrero, starred in.
You know, I'd like to comment on the skate tip, because she is a full-blown skate rat. She loves going to the skate park. She loves all the new school crossover with her surfing, and that's something that is, I think, helping her in her surfing approach is, you know, those tight transitions, the technical side of flipping the skateboard and what you need to do. I think you can bring that into her surfing. You can see how radical she can get up in the bowl in all of the videos and the clips that she drops, and, you know, I think it's helping her.
Yeah, Ross, it's interesting, the shaper conversation, because Chris Borst Design, kind of an underground shaper, but all it takes is one surfer to kind of elevate you and rocket you to a global brand. We saw that with John Pizell and John Florence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he has a wily veteran on his team as well, Taylor Knox, which is great. I mean, talk about you know, learning how to make a board work with carving. You know, no one's better than Taylor Knox. He's got one of the best carves in the world. So that's cool. He's got, you know, the young phenom with Caitlin, and then the grizzly veteran with Taylor to get some input from.
Yeah, the evolution and just uncovering all of these surfboard shapers. Again, this year on the championship tour, we also have the CT Shaper rankings, in which we're going to track the finishes of all of the world's best shapers. And quarterfinals on up, we're going to have a leaderboard, Strider, and we're going to crown a champ at the end of the year. DHD under the feet of Steph Gilmore, a little missed time there. And Steph Gilmore goes down on that. It was a split peak. Alyssa Spencer did go left, so we'll catch up with Spencer's ride, incomplete ride for Stephanie Gilmore.
That was unfortunate. If she could have got into that thing a little earlier or positioned her arm in the wave and just gotten under the hood of that thing right away, she would have had a really nice barrel, Ross.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Strider. That would have been probably her only entry into that barrel, is to hug it and slide down the face. But she had a little elbow to go over, almost caught air. So in her defense, that was a technical drop, but that was her only entry. And because she bottom turned, it gave her that funky little lip line to tuck under, and she got clipped.
Not much on this left here for Alyssa, but beautiful nonetheless when it comes off the reef and goes onto that sandbar. They call it the black to green. I love it.
Yeah, it's so pretty. My wife texted me like a half hour ago. She's like, oh my gosh, the sandbars are so pretty. That's when you know it's a nice day, when all the moms start texting each other and all the groms are going to be out this afternoon swimming down in the sandbars.
Yep. What a place to grow up, huh, Ross? You got the whole family down on the beach and beautiful days like today.
It's magical. It really is. I mean, we get so fixated on this crazy wave right here, but it is a beautiful spot here with all the sandbar. There it is. Take a look, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's another dreamy day. This is exactly what was in the brochure. So thank you for joining us on the beach. Thank you for joining us locally as well on Spectrum Surf Channel, Channel 20 and 1020 on that Spectrum box. Greg Fujimoto and the crew, salute to you for bringing surfing live to Hawaii on every event. Oh, wait, we got a call right now. AJ, what's going on?
We do have a call, Kaipo. You guys were talking about how beautiful it is, just the water, the sand, the sun. Jesse, you're talking about the surf, though, so give us the call for the afternoon.
Well, it is beautiful for sure, and we are going to go into this round of 16 for the women. This round's going to be overlapping, so we're going to have both those heats in the water at once, but there's some great rides out there, and we're going to keep continuing on.
What are you expecting from the surf, the swell we talked about this morning? What are you expecting it to do this afternoon?
So all of our reports are that it's going to hang in there. We can see that it's still there throughout this morning as well, which is a really good sign, and it's beautiful, clean conditions. So, we're hoping for a good afternoon, and it's great to be able to, be continuing on, and the clean wind, absolutely.
The women are certainly making Pipeline look good, so we will keep the party going all day long, Kaipo.
Well, so going to the round of 16, we'll have one-on-one matchups. However, in that overlapping format, that's going to be a test of heat IQ for our rookies. Ross Williams, as a coach, I want you to give the people an explanation of that format in the round of 16.
Well, it might be a little confusing at first, but there's going to be 4 surfers in the water, but we're still going to have 2 separate heats. They're just going to be in the water at the same time. Ratso, our priority judge, he's got his work cut out for us because he's cut out for him because he's got to pay attention to 2 separate heats in the water at the same time. 1st through 4th priority, essentially. There's going to be a priority heat. They're going to have priority over the other 2 surfers that have that second heat. So there's a lot of moving parts, but what it allows it to do is speed time up. We get more heats in the water quickly.
Also, you get more action, right? You're just, there's no scraps left on the plate. Everything's getting eaten up.
Yeah, that's true.
4 minutes and 29 seconds on the countdown. Caitlin Simmons with a single wave score. She's in the lead. Steph Gilmore, 2 waves to her credit, and Alyssa Spencer the same. So it's still a very, very tight heat here, just a little bit past the midway point at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We're going to take a break, step away just for a moment. When we get back, it will be the conclusion of the elimination round, heat number 1. Billabong Pro Pipeline, Steph Gilmore, back door. Gets a little shade there, and the 8-time world champ goes complete. Caitlin Simmers right behind her, long stretching backdoor barrel. And Katie traveled, got some Hawaiian miles to her credit, although she did not, was not able to exit that, Ross.
Wow, style credit there. I'm pretty sure I saw her just stand and salute in that thing at the end there. She was cruising.
Maybe a little pump off the end might even have made that thing. I mean, it was stretched out, but she was flying through it.
I mean, those little things kind of give you a peep into her personality. She seems like a surfer's surfer. You know, there's some people that are weapons and really surf for scores. She seems pretty organic that way. You know, she lets her feelings take over sometimes, which is cool.
There's a replay strat of Steph.
Yeah, ducks under the hood, but the wave was shutting down. Sometimes those are the best waves, the ones that, you know, don't have that big shoulder and have that long running section, just like this wave, Ross.
She did. She just stood up and handled it.
So, and spot on with that call of a surfer. One more time from the water here, Ross.
Let's see if she gets the angle. Now, Larry, just a little over the back there. But yeah, right about there, she's just standing and enjoying the vision. I haven't seen this left yet from Alyssa. Just a bit of a pocket ride to see if she gets a nice maneuver. And a clean little pin turn there to finish, so she's on the board. 3.5 Kaipo.
And Katie Simmers, that was a 3.5 for Alyssa Spencer. Katie Simmers a 2.17. Steph Gilmore. And just the pinch on the end grabs Gilmore's board. Her previous ride at 3.6. She's looking for one more score to drop for the situation at 10 minutes, 25 seconds. But Ross, with your point of Katie Simmers being a surfer, this year working on the Challenger Series, I messaged her and I told her, don't you ever change. Your vibe and your personality is refreshing, and just be you. And that's what she has a new edit that she just dropped, a little movie called Toasted. She's just a throwback to some classic surfer personalities.
And if I'm not mistaken, so she edited it, the whole thing, right? She's the one that made that movie.
Yeah, I think she had a little bit of help, but yeah, it was very organic, you know.
I just saw something, and maybe it was Stab or whatever, that said that she edited the movie, which is cool, you know. Yeah, that's good advice from you, Kaipo. She's a little legend, you know. She seems so laid back. I mean, she seems like nothing ruffles her feathers. So, and obviously she has a knack to win. So she's going to be around for a long time. And like Strider, you were saying, Molly Picklum could be, you know, future world champ. Obviously, Caitlin Simmers is right there in that conversation. You got Betty Lou. Women's professional surfing is super healthy right now.
It is. I really love the conversation about, you know, there was the whole equal pay coming into play, and we were watching all of these women rise to the occasion and just really show that they are here and worth it. I mean, it's really fun to watch them now and see what they have to offer. And you can't, I mean, sitting back and just even watching this heat is fun for, you know, everybody back home to see how the talent and how much they have.
Yeah, that's the future, but the dominant one still is Steph Gilmore as we catch up here with Courtney Conlog, going to be in that elimination heat number 2, along with Isabella Nichols and Teresa Bonvolo.
Speaking of weapons, she's just so fun to watch. Always got crazy energy. And I would say underappreciated barrel rider too. Courtney's pretty good.
Well, I was just going to comment, you know, I feel like Courtney is one of those young ladies that is unbelievably talented. What is she missing, or what's going wrong with her not to be up in, you know, the final 5, so to speak?
Well, she went through some pretty big injuries there for a while that set her back. Then she fought back. She had some a little bit of rearranging, was losing a sponsor here and there. But to me, it seems like she never lost her demeanor. She never lost her sort of will to compete. And she looks healthy and ready this year. She looks good.
Alyssa Spencer on the left, pipeline, little trip in a tube, and now going to combo it up with a couple turns and gets the finish. Alyssa Spencer looking to replace her low of a 2.33, doing a pretty good job on that wave as we had a split peak out there, catching now up to Caitlin Simmers, who took the right at backdoor.
A paddle back out. Here we go. Look at this wave. Look, beautiful size, and pulls up under the hood, pushes through. Solid surfing right there. A little bonus head dip on the end of that wave. She is just picking them out, Ross.
unbelievable style. I mean, this girl's technique is so dreamy. She's really buttery. It looks like she has no care in the world when she bottom turns. She's just very nonchalant, but does technically everything perfect. So that's going to be a great backup score there for Caitlin Simmers. And Strider, maybe you can speak to this, but so far it looks like Alyssa, I mean, you know, she's ticking away at some scores, but maybe a bit of goofy footer-itis out there.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, on a day like today, the left is not offering you a lot of deep tube time. Getting completely disappeared behind the curtain is going to get you a higher score, and the rights are giving you that today. So I think she's, you know, seeing these lefts, looks fun. I'm going to get a couple head dips, but those aren't really going to break away for the scores that you need.
Well, I think it's going to be enough for for Alyssa Spencer to move into second and advancing position with that left. Just need a 2.94. She gets it. A 3.13. So that Alyssa Spencer did enough to move into second and advancing position. Steph Gilmore has now fallen to third place and is in jeopardy of elimination. Big number coming in for Caitlin Simmers, a 7-point ride. So the teenager out of Oceanside with a brilliant heat so far and nervous times for Steph Gilmore.
Absolutely. You see Camp Gilmore just taking big slugs of water right now. The mouth getting a little dry over there. They're getting nervous. Some big scores getting thrown at her. So, I mean, we're talking about our current world champion up against the ropes for the second heat this morning.
And Tommy Witz is actually in Caitlin's corner as well. So there's a, you know, he's just sitting back watching Darren. Darren's looking at it going.
There's the vision right there, what you guys were talking about. Tommy Witz and Darren Hanley, the coach and the shaper for Steph Gilmore in the Red Bull athlete zone, and they're looking a little concerned right now, but they have 5 minutes on the clock, and Steph Gilmore, Ross, has priority.
Yeah, it's insane, you know. And a little shout out to Darren Hanley, too. The board that Stephanie Gilmore rode in the finals was magic. You know, she just looked like she was going so fast, and it gave her that extra boost of energy that she needed to win. It looked like a magic board for her. But this is a different story here. You know, lowers is so performance-based, where you can get out of jail by doing tail slides and carves and maneuvers. Backdoor and pipe, it really demands you to pull into the barrel, and she hasn't really had the magic today.
She needs a 3-point ride, Strider. What's she got to do?
Well, I feel like she's had the opportunities in this heat. We saw the one wave where she couldn't quite get under it, and she had to push out and do that bottom turn where she ended up behind the lip line. And then, you know, the other little nugget that she got, she was in the tube. All she had to do was kind of doggy door out of it, and she got caught up on the face. So, you know, she's got the time in the end of this heat to catch another wave. She has priority, and she did tell me one time that it just takes two, Strider. Not worried about it.
It takes two waves. But it's, you know, Kaipa goes back to everyone has their major sort of strengths. And for Stephanie Gilmore, her strengths, I picture waves like lowers. I picture waves like J-Bay, where she can get that board on rail and just she puts everyone in a trance with how stylish and perfect she surfs. But unperfect, wedgy, gnarly, beefy barrels, it's not really where her forte is.
Well, Ross, let's take a look at the heat recap, and we'll start with Caitlin Simmers.
I mean, I'm really impressed. She's been stylish, just like Stephanie, but she's been finding these barrels, and that requires a really sharp radar. It's just really impressive.
Alyssa, just, you know, these waves have been giving her just enough, and, you know, she's sitting in second place. She's executing those finish turns really well, which I think is putting her in the good position.
7-point ride here, Ross.
Delayed bottom turn, so stylish, just really impressive. Again, not a crazy barrel, but she's making it look so fun out there.
Caitlin Simmers and Alyssa Spencer. So right now the San Diego is giving a little push to the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore.
Well, she's got priority. She's got 3 minutes. Definitely not counting her out. And it's a small score. She doesn't have to get barreled. You know, she can do a couple moves and get this score.
Eyes on Steph Gilmore. Priority, 2.5 minutes remaining. Waves coming through here. She's going to have to be very, very smart with her choice with that priority, Strider.
Yeah, and she's position-wise, she's sitting where she needs to. If you go too far over to the right of your screen, a lot of the waves that are smaller that look good actually pinch every time, and you need to stay on that left side of those. There's some boils out there. If you stay over to the side there where she is, the wave tends to hit the reef right and open up and run along it. So there is some kind of local knowledge, you know, it's coming into play. Somebody has definitely been talking to her about where to sit out there. She's in a great position. She's just waiting for the wave, and you know, who knows? This next one could be it.
Looks like it's got some shape to it, Kaipo.
Gilmore looks interested, and she is going to activate. Steph Gilmore, long stretching back to her barrel, travels through there, and that wave just sped off. So unfortunate, not going to be the score. And loses priority, needs to paddle back out to the peak very fast, Ross.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes left. Oh, behind.
Meanwhile, Caitlin Simmers trying to limbo out of that backdoor barrel. Couldn't get under the bar, but did a great job of traveling through the tube.
Oh, wow.
Caitlin, are you all right? She got really close to Stephanie there. Amazing. Let's see if that counts or not. She did almost all the way out of it. Just got clipped at the very end. So Stephanie has 1 minute to get a score. Wow, that was insane. Really high there. Jeez, does it count? I think she gets clipped a little too much there. Didn't quite ride out in front of it, but what a great barrel ride for Caitlin. Again, she's just having fun out there.
Yeah, make or break. She is on fire. I love watching this, and it's such a great look into, you know, what we have coming down the line as far as talent.
This is Spencer, pipeline left, wants to maintain that second place position ahead of Stephanie Gilmore. Needs to better a 3.13 at the moment. And trying to milk that one all the way to the sand.
Nervous times for Stephanie, 20 seconds. She needs just a little swell to come through here.
Well, Stephanie missed this event last year and went on to win the world title.
Yeah, I mean, she loses here, she can definitely bounce back. Good point, Strider. But that's a big upset for sure.
Well, first equal 17th of the event is going to be handed out to Stephanie Gilmore. Upset for the 8-time world champ. It's going to be Caitlin Simmers and Alyssa Spencer, Team San Diego. Moving on into the round of 16. We're going to move on to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with a special guest. Stick around.
All right, we are back at Turtle Bay Resort. What do you have in store for us today?
AJ, I got a surprise for you. Meet Jamie O'Brien.
What's up, AJ?
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Kaipo.
Good to see you.
Welcome to the Jamie O'Brien Surf Experience. Today, we're going to be doing surf lessons with AJ.
Yep, let's do the beginner lesson.
The beginner lesson. I got you covered. For Kaipo, I have a special treat. Since you Rip already, we're going to teach you how to do an advanced surf lesson board transfer. We're going to make some epic stuff happen today, and we're going to do it right out here in front of the hotel.
We're going to get you up on the perfect wave. The perfect place.
we're out the back, board transfers with Kaipo. First time?
First time. Let's go. I'm psyched.
Kaipo's up! Yes! Board transfer just went down! Yeah, Kaipo! That just went down first wave, Kaipo. Good job, my man. Thank you. The waves are absolutely pumping out here at Turtle Bay, and I couldn't think of a better day for it. Let's go, boy.
Good job, AJ. Good job, Kaipo.
Thanks, Jamie. That was awesome.
You did an amazing job out there. The board transfer, that's what it's all about.
Thank you, Jamie O'Brien and the Jamie O'Brien Experience. It's only at the Turtle Bay. Back at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. It is a beautiful day in Hawaii, and I promised you a special guest, Jamie O'Brien from the Jamie O'Brien Surf Experience and the 2004 Pipe Champion. Thank you for joining us, Jamie.
Thank you for having me, Kaipo.
That was a great day. That was good fun. I mean, your office is pretty nice over there at the Turtle Bay.
It's super awesome. It is probably the best place ever to do surf lessons. I know it's a big claim and it's our thing, but it's so perfect. You could sit there and watch the kids surf while you have a drink or eat some food. It's epic.
Yeah, it is. It is a. I'm going to attest. It is a deluxe surf experience, and even if you're not staying at the resort, can you still book that surf experience?
Yeah, no problem. And that's one of the biggest questions asked. Like, can we come to the resort and still do a surf lesson? Yes, no problem. And you could go up there and watch your kids surf on the point at Turtle Bay while you enjoy some food and a beverage, and you could watch the sunset there. It's probably the best place in Hawaii to watch the sunset.
Yeah, I'm psyched. Well, let's get into elimination round, heat number 2 with Courtney Collog, Isabella Nichols, and Teresa Bonvalo. And we're going to start off with the Portuguese surfer here, Bonvalo. And nothing showing there on her opening ride. Your thoughts on this matchup, Ross?
Yeah, it's, again, we're talking about an elimination round. So this is a big deal. You do not want to finish third. First or second advances on. And as far as the matchup, Teresa's got her work cut out. Isabella's a pretty feisty, smart competitor. Courtney, definitely the veteran of this bunch. So you'd pick her to be a pretty clear favorite. But Jamie could probably give us some insight today. But conditions are a little tricky out there. It's a little bit smaller. It's not as easy as you might think to catch a good wave today.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. I could see where the girls are sitting. On a different day, I think they're in the perfect spot. But I think, like you said, the girls have been a little deep on the right, and it's because the waves are moving down to Aints, down to the shallower part of the reef, and here we go, we got a rider.
Isabella Nichols needs to fight for an exit. Got some travel time, Jamie.
A little bit of travel time. So basically what Ross was saying earlier, like the girls were, some of the girls were like pulling in. They were just a little too deep. It wasn't that the wave wasn't, it was a closeout. It was makeable, but they're just a little far up on the reef. Where on a day like today, I think you could really split it up. And you could have one surfer a little bit more down the reef, especially if you're in third and you don't have priority. Just get down on the end of the reef and make some things happen, because there's a lot of magic that happens down there on the end of the reef.
Well, we'll see if some of our competitors are listening right now, Ross, because the round of 16 are going to be overlapping surfer heats. So we're going to have 4 competitors in the water. Right. And maybe in those, if you're in that non-priority position, listen to Jamie.
Yeah, 100%. And by the way, I feel like we've been talking about Aints for the last 6-7 years. It used to be kind of a secret. Like, not many guys did it. I'm sure Jamie was onto it right away. But Kelly was kind of the guy that was famous for it, especially years ago. But now surfers know to do it. But for whatever reason, again, Jamie, maybe you can allude to this, but a lot of surfers don't, because you sort of just get drawn to the top of the peak.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go. See how they're just a little bit deep? You want to be on the corner right there. It wasn't just, I don't know, it's just every wave hits the reef a little bit different at Pipeline, but that channel in between off the wall and Aints, it really helps break up the wave, and it'll actually sometimes look like a closeout, and then it'll back off and you'll make waves that you don't expect to make, kind of like a wave I saw from Sierra Kerr that she got about a month ago out here at Pipeline at Backdoor, and yeah, I don't, Ross, I don't know, I'm watching the ladies go left, for turns. It might be good today, but today is probably more of a strictly backdoor kind of day, or if you could get lucky, well, that was a nice little ending turn. If you get lucky, there's a thing called backdoor lefts. It's over by Aints,
right?
And it sometimes swings this little deep, thick, throaty left that you could actually put a nice score on the board. Look at her moving. She's definitely weaving through that barrel.
You called it. I mean, I think there might have been a chance to make it out of that barrel if she was about 5 yards over. So again, and it's not the only place to get a good score at Ains. You can get a score up top, but just not every wave is good up there. So you really need to hunt the reef, kind of go up and down.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the most important parts about surfing Pipeline a lot. Here we go.
Isabella Nichols.
Big turn.
Going to go for turns here. And just read the waves for what was available, so just going to be chipping away. She opened up with a 0.9, and now she's taking this one into the beach. What's going on there, Jamie?
Well, so she went right, and a lot of time it's very intimidating to paddle out through backdoor. You'll make it out to the lineup probably twice as fast, but sometimes it could work against you, and it could just pound you, and you could be stuck in there twice as long. So sometimes just take the easier route and paddle around. On a day like today, I would just charge it straight back out through there, and then you could pick up a wave at Ains on your way back out. That wave you didn't expect, that everyone was super far away from. I feel like I'm giving away too much information.
No, I like it. That's what they're giving the people what they want. I'm psyched right now. I'm staying psyched.
So it's funny because we've been talking about that for years, but it again, and the women haven't had an event out here for very long, so they are a little new to the lineup, and it's kind of like flies to the light. You know, for some reason you get drawn back out to pipe to the top of the peak, and they get neglected, those little waves down there at Ains.
They do, and some of my best performances ever at Pipeline, I would catch a left and I'd paddle out and I'd catch a deep right, kind of right where the girls are sitting, and then I'll come out that wave and I'll be paddling out through Ains, and I'll pick up another one, and I'll have 3 scores on the board in 5 minutes. And I'm like, how did this actually even happen? But Ains is a very special place on this reef, and yeah, it ain't pipe and it ain't backdoor.
They call that rhythm right there, that what you just described.
That's a rhythm, and
that's when you know you're flowing.
That's when you know it. It feels really good.
Hey, I want to talk. That brings me back into a part of surf history. We're going to have live action right here. I'm going to get back to rhythm at Pipeline with Jamie O'Brien. We're going to watch Teresa Bonvalov here, and just has to get on the heels there and pull out of that wave. Talk about rhythm. You had a final out here, Jamie, in 2012 with John Florence. You were leading that final. It was a 35-minute final. You were leading that final for 34 minutes and 45 seconds. And then that sneaky John Florence shook your hand and got like a 9.93, I think?
Yeah, he needed a 9.93 or 9.97. And yeah, we shook hands. I won. I still won. I do not agree with the judges. I went and watched I love John. I'm super whatever. He was so happy to beat me because that was like the first time he actually just beat me.
Yeah.
And it felt so good. He was loving it. And I was like, that wasn't the score, buddy. Like, I watched it. And it was one of those things like last second, heroics. Like, everything was just going crazy. And I was just like, there's no way.
Yeah, it was like he beat the uncle.
I want to watch it back now.
He didn't beat me.
Yeah. So
sorry,
if
John,
anyone has
buddy.
a chance.
Someone get a camera on this guy right now. He's very intense.
It was the Pipe Pro 2012, and it was one of the most classic, absolutely classic endings to any final in Pipeline. And I'm gonna quote that one and put that one into the history books. You can put me on record for that one. Jamie.
No. What you got to do is you need to watch my lefts versus his right, and then there's the breakdown. My lefts are longer and better.
Oh, man.
This one pisses me off.
Yeah, no, obviously.
I got it.
Can we zoom in on Jamie's face right now? I think there's sweat coming down his forehead.
Well, look at that final. We look at the numbers in that final. Jamie was runner-up with a 19.4 out of 20. John won that event with a 19.93 out of 20, although you say the 9.93 was a little cooked.
Yeah. No.
What did John say? Did he have?
He laughs every time. I always tell him. I always remind him. But it's like a kind of ongoing joke with John and I. Been friends forever, and that one felt good for him, and it felt like I had to bite the bullet on that one, because like I've been kind of like helping pave the way for him his whole life, and just buddies and surfing and. Telling him that he needs to let go of his rail, and next thing you know, this guy's like beating me in this contest. It's just fun,
Right. John, a young surfing prodigy, and went on to win 2 world titles. Another young surfing prodigy on the women's end. Caitlin Simmers just took a heat win. Caitlin's with AJ.
Katie Simmers with her first heat win on the championship tour, but you did have to surf in the elimination round. How did you reset, especially knowing that you drew Stephanie Gilmore, the defending champ, in your heat?
Yeah, my first heat, I definitely didn't surf it how I wanted to. I don't know, I kind of just like went on waves that were like, I don't know, not pretty hard to make, and I just fell and I got like a 2-point total, so I was like pretty much in tears in the corner, and then I just like, and then I came in, put in my jersey all bummed, and then they're like, oh, you're in the next heat, and I was like, oh. I was like, oh damn. So I don't know, I just like, I don't know how, I just like tried to forget about it, I guess, and just be like, I don't know, I kind of just went in that heat just like, okay, just make a wave, like just stand up and finish it, start to finish, and yeah.
You certainly did that more than once. What did you see in those ways that you were able to take advantage of better than in the opening round?
I don't know, last heat I kind of just went on waves like, I don't know, I just tried to go on like medium waves that had like somewhat of a barrel, and I don't know, I kind of got lucky. I was really happy that I got waves that heat because I was really bummed after my first heat.
No better way to wash it off than to move on to the next round. We've been waiting for your championship tour debut for a year now. You had the chance to do it last year. This is your first CT event this year. What do you feel like is the biggest growth that you've seen in yourself between last year and this year?
I don't know. I mean, I definitely like I competed a lot last year, and I got to like go around and surf and do some like fun surf trips with some of my friends, and that is pretty fun. And I don't know, I just feel like I got to surf a lot last year and like have fun, so it just prepared me.
Prepared your mindset a little bit for the season?
Yeah, I don't know.
Perfect. Well, we love to see it. We're happy you're here. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Airdrop there by Courtney Conlog, and that wave went anywhere. You can see a little bit of frustration, Ross, with the dismount.
Yeah, I think the entry into that barrel would have been on the drop if she would have tucked in straight away, and she dropped down straight at first and just missed that opportunity. It was a pretty good wave.
It's a great wave. I just watched it as well. I feel like maybe that was the time where maybe she could have had a little bit bigger board, so you're struggling up top.
Hung up.
She just had to hook it right there.
It's a good wave. And Courtney is a great surfer, a great barrel rider, so that is going to make her pissed off. You know, she knows she squandered a pretty big score there.
I think one of the things that I've learned from these situations, Ross, is just to ride a little bit bigger board than you think, right? Because it's not about turns at Pipeline. It's about actually catching that wave, and you're going to be making a lot of last-second decisions. So just to have a little extra board and foam under you, you're going to be able to paddle over that hump a little sooner than you would normally be able to.
Yeah, good advice from Jamie O'Brien, one of the standouts at Pipeline for decades now. And, you know, you talk about having to knife right under the drop. Jamie, that's really something that you brought into the game out here, both the backdoor and Pipeline, is that under the hook type of takeoff.
Yeah, actually, I got a really funny story about Ross Williams and I. When I was younger, yeah, well, when I was younger, right, like, and still always looked up to Ross, and you know, I saw him on the cover of Surfing Magazine, the first 8-page spread or whatever it was, like crazy. Remember that? You got the cover, and Jack Johnson out the cover, and I was like, dude, like so gnarly, gnarliest layback in town. I mean, Ross was always putting it down the line, but I remember there's this one day that really changed my mindset about Pipeline and confidence. I remember we were both paddling up a wave, and I was like looking at you, and you probably don't remember this, and I was like, is Ross gonna go? And you kind of look, and then you kind of were like, no, I'm not going. And I was even more under you, and I'm like, Ross not going, I'm going. It's my chance to get this one. And I didn't think I was going to make the wave because you stopped paddling, and I made this crazy drop under, like took off inside the barrel, like upside down, connected it, spit out, and right there was like my biggest confidence booster. I'm like, Ross didn't go.
Wow.
Maybe he wasn't going to make it, but I thought I was going to wipe out because Ross didn't go, and I actually made the wave, and that right there, Ross, that was like a really defining moment in my career.
That's
so
amazing.
Thank you for that wave.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Yeah, there's benefits to backing off of waves and being an uncle.
Inspiring the next generation. This is a great conversation that we're having right now with Jamie O'Brien. We're going to continue that conversation and the conclusion of heat number 2 in the elimination round right after this.
It was a scary day. It was sunny. It was beautiful. It had everything that makes Pipeline even more scary. You know, like 10 to 12 feet, waves are pumping, it's crowded, like all the boys are out. The most packed lineup you've ever seen. I'm paddling up the face of this wave. I realize it's shifting. I'm like, I'm gonna just whip this thing, and just taking off at the top of the wave, and I'm like, oh no, this is gnarly. And I remember airdropping from the top of the wave halfway down like a quarter pipe and landing. And I was like, oh my God, and there was so much force trying to push me forward, and I was just grabbing my rail as hard as I possibly could. But I was fearing for my life, and it just like sucked back, and it put me on the foam ball, and I was just doing this in the back of the barrel, and I literally closed my eyes because I couldn't see anything. I felt it spit finally, and I was just like, I made it.
Thank you, Billabong, for Best One Ever. You can catch that whole series on worldsurfleague.com. And thank you for joining us here. I'm Kaipo along with Ross Williams and Jamie O'Brien, and we've had some priceless conversations so far. If you're just catching up with us, wait till the replay, and you're going to see some really interesting insight from Jamie O'Brien and Ross Williams.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff. That was a crazy wave.
That was a good one.
Was that last year?
A couple years ago.
Okay.
But here's the thing, we talked, me and I think it was Evan Slater. He's like, which one's your one wave? And there's a few, but there's there's some that it's just easier to get to the hard drive. But there was another one that I'm actually explaining, and then they added to another wave. But they're both great waves. I'm not complaining.
Oh, so that audio was meant to be to a different wave?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, really? Because you explained it perfectly.
Kinda. But the other one to me is better. But that year they did Wave of the Winter, and out of the two, well, there was a bunch of hundreds of entries, but I had 2 entries, and Jerry deemed it first and second.
No way.
Yeah, and those are the 2 waves. I personally like the other one. Jerry likes that one. You know, Jerry likes those very perfect.
He likes the buttery ones, yeah.
But that was a sketchy one. Oh, it was good. But actually, I caught them 30 minutes apart from each other too. That's the crazy part. And Koa and Koa Rothman and Nate Florence and John are like,
I bet. Yeah.
But that happens at Pipeline. You get in a rhythm. Like, that's what we were talking about earlier. Rhythm is key, and I was in the rhythm.
Well, the 4 surfers you just named, the 4 of you, with John and Nate and Koa and yourself, that gets 98% of the waves at Pipeline at every swell. So that's fun fact there.
I like that you came off of that piece with your producer hat on, and I know you do a lot of that with your vlog, which is just on fire right now, Jamie. I mean, how much work does it take to have to constantly think of content and film it and put it all together for public consumption?
It's a lot of work, but I wouldn't be like where I'm at without my guys too. You know, we have my buddy Billy filming, editing, Jacob filming, editing. You know, just it's a big team thing, you know, and my girl making sure we're keeping it PG, and like, you know, we're like doing it, you know, for like a wide range of people, you know, from the kids all the way up to the elders, you know. Some people are like, oh, you're going soft. I'm like, yeah, I've been riding a soft top for years. No, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, I want it to, you know, catch a wide audience. I'm not narrow-minded. I want to be a good influence on the kids, and yeah, it's a lot of work, but I have a lot of fun doing it, and it helps keep me relevant.
And what are our subscriptions and views right now on that on YouTube?
We're going head to head with WSL's YouTube channel. So they're at I think 879, and I'm at 878, and 878,000 subscribers. But it's a race to the million.
There you go. Well, thank you for joining us. We're going to get caught up with what's happening in the heat right now, because Courtney Conlog, Ross, is in danger of elimination from competition. She's sitting in the 3rd spot. She just has second priority. She needs a small score, but really needs to get things going.
Yeah, this is a pretty big storyline. We just lost Stephanie Gilmore, you know, in Pipe Pro, and now we got Courtney on the ropes a little bit, but she does have time on her side. She's got second priority. You know, there's not a big score there put up from Teresa, so this heat's still actually pretty wide open. I don't think she would be feeling the nerves too much just yet.
Ross, this is what I would do. I would paddle straight to Ains right now, separate myself from the other girls, and yeah, make it happen.
Well, you're right, Jamie. She's really far up the point, like up the reef. She's,
Very.
I mean, almost in a channel at Pipe.
Yeah, she needs to figure that one out and start paddling. Come on, Courtney. Let's get this heat interesting. Here comes some waves, though. Definitely some waves on the horizon.
She sees it. She's listening. She's paddling over a little bit.
Jamie, how do you even identify a good one at this point? I mean, I know it's hard from this camera angle, but how do you identify the keeper?
You just got to go sit down by Aints and try and find a corner. There's going to be more corners at Aints on a day like today than anywhere else on the reef. You'll get the one that comes off of that little deep little nook in the reef right there. That could be a 7-second barrel, but you'll get a lot of 3 or 4 second barrels on the corner and a lot more consistent.
All three of our surfers right now in this heat are all wearing helmets. And I've seen the evolution out here of protection. I think you're starting to wear a helmet every once in a while out here at Pipe as well, right, Jamie?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been surfing Pipe for over 30 years. You know, no vest, no helmet, no anything, you know, and I feel like I'm kind of like to my point where I'm very happy with everything I've done. I pushed all the limits. Here we go. We got a rider.
Teresa Bonvala, and just an up and out for the Portuguese surfers. So did not take the opportunity to put more pressure and take a bigger lead on Courtney Collog. That was unfortunate, Ross.
Yeah, you know, and I think she's just trying to scrap around and find a score. But again, you know, they're really far up towards Pipeline. So, and these last couple sets haven't really cooperated too much, but you know, they got to find that Aints bowl.
So, Jamie, I want to get back to the conversation with protection out here at Pipeline, whether it's the padded vests or the helmets.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm complete. I'm so happy with everything I've achieved, you know, along with all the contest wins and just like a mental checklist on what I've done out here, that now I don't want to get hurt, especially even more because I enjoy life and everything I've built and created over the last, you know, 25, 30 years at Pipeline. Like, I don't want that to be taken away from me. So I want to give anybody any chance they can to help save my life, whether I'm in a float suit and I float up and they have an easier time grabbing me and bringing me to the beach. Here we go, get rider.
Isabella Nichols, just a up and down there, so that's not going to change the situation either at the 4-minute mark. And Jamie, you did get pretty. Oh, we'll get back to that because we got Teresa Bonvala. There you go. That's what the Portuguese surfer needed in the bubble, and a slash, and that is going to improve her score line, catching up with Courtney Conlog here. And the volley back and forth. Now the judges are going to owe us 3 scores for the 3 surfers, Ross, to set the situation.
Well, it's definitely all about the puka. You know, you got to get inside of that barrel today to get the judges' attention. And let's see if Courtney did. And she did not. Missed a section there. Now she gets busy with a couple of turns, but you'd have to think that Teresa's going to separate herself even a little more here with a few minutes left. And again, it's all about the barrel. It's not a big one, but she finds it. And actually got behind a curtain there for a second. And a nice little layback jam for her. I think she liked that, a little look back. So, you know, Courtney's going to be really now a little bit of pressure put on her.
Yeah, 2.57 takes Teresa into the lead position. We're waiting for that score for Teresa as well as Courtney Conlog. We're at the 3-minute mark, and holding on to priority is Isabella Nichols.
Yes, so what I was saying is, like, if I hit my head on the reef, then what happens is a lot of times is the surfers will be in there and jump in, lifeguards will jump in, and then you end up taking someone's leash off, and then the waves smash you, and then you lose the person, and you won't find them for 3 days, 4 days. So and then it's all about just trying to get the surfer to the beach as fast as you can. And I'm like, well, I give myself an opportunity so I could help my friends save my life. And then I was like riding the soft top a lot, just kind of like having fun. And people were like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know, it's fun. I get in early, I'm having a blast. And I'm like, maybe I'll just start wearing the helmet when I ride the soft top, because I know, like, I'm pushing the limits of soft top surfing. But, like, I was like, well, if I get hurt on the soft top, I'm gonna kick myself in the butt. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna wear a helmet and my float vest. I'm cruising.
Yeah,
I'm complete, man.
I mean, why not take you know, every precaution you can? We're at the 2-minute mark right now. The score did drop in for Teresa Bonvala, and she took the lead. Isabella Nichols in second. Courtney Conlog just needs a 1.91 on that wave. Mr. Williams.
Oh.
Well, she right now Isabella's only holding on to less than a point, so I don't really like the strategy of trying to grab that score right there with one little off the lips. So maybe pulling a trigger a little early there for Courtney. Even if she gets the 2, Isabella's going to require almost nothing. So I'm a little perplexed that she, you know, went on a wave that small.
Well, especially if the number doesn't come through at this point. So we're still waiting for scores for Courtney Conlog. Needs a 1.91. It's going to be on the wire for Conlog with that last performance. Flick the switch on it. Looking for just under a 2-point ride. Judges are making their decisions right now as we're following her on the paddle back out. Comes in at 1.77. As you thought, Ross, not enough. She remains in third.
Yeah, again, the decision to go on that wave, I felt like there was just a little too much panic there. She had enough time to get that score. I'm really looking for a 3 or something like that, or a little better.
She should have been down at Aints. I just saw like 2 sick ones down at Aints. Yeah, whoever's listening, any of the girls listening right now?
Free coaching advice from Jamie O'Brien right now.
Get down there.
I mean, there is a little bit of separation, right? From where they are to where we're seeing those waves, Jamie, it's, what, like 50, 60 feet away.
Yeah, and that's just enough to not make the wave.
Right.
Well, here's the countdown.
Wow,
and
upset city.
Another upset. Yeah, it's going to be written in the books right now unless something happens in these last 15 seconds for Courtney Conlog.
It's looking like it's going flat.
And that's going to be it. The upsets continue here in the elimination round. Courtney Conlog out of the contest. Teresa Bonvala and Isabella Nichols, we'll see them in the round of 16. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Jamie O'Brien. I'm psyched. And if you want to get psyched, go check out the Jamie O'Brien Surf Experience over at the Turtle Bay. We'll be back with the women's round of 16 when we return.
So this is our first WSL Rising Tides Pipeline edition. This one's really special to me because for the women to be our pipeline and competing here on the North Shore is something that WSL is really proud of. It's a big deal for us to be surfing at that break, and I want these kids to see that this could be them.
I definitely have noticed more girls out in the water, and it's so special because it used to only just be me or one other girl in the water.
Big part of what we're doing today is we want you guys to be able to come for a surf with us, also to meet everyone here.
How's it going?
Rising Tides!
Female surfing at Pipe, we've just started learning, but these young girls out here, they're going to have years and years to perfect their craft. By the time they're all on tour, it's going to be crazy to watch.
A couple years ago when this first started, I was one of these girls showing up. That was really awesome for me to kind of experience that, and then kind of be on the other side of it now is really cool.
It feels good. It inspires me to see them rip, and it makes me want to do it in the future too.
Now with equal prize money, equal tour stops, meeting some of their heroes, maybe it sparks more of a passion inside them to really pursue it for a living.
One of my hopes for Rising Tides is that one day we'll be looking back on the current crop of the Championship Tour, and we're going to have these photos of them here at WSL Rising Tides, meeting their heroes and interacting with the tour for the first time.
The WSL Rising Tides program presented by Pura Vida is so fun to follow over the years. Sometimes seeing these young women in this Rising Tides jerseys. Next thing you know, they're on the Challenger Series and making a dent on the Championship Tour. Jo Chappelle with 2 CT standouts in their career, Laura Enever and Megan Abubo. And Megan, you must be so proud of where pro surfing is today with equality for events, prize money, and just so many young girls out in the water every single day on the North Shore and globally as well.
Oh yeah, we're just so proud of this generation and just proud that Jessie Miley Dyer has really helped grow the sport of women's surfing. But the biggest thing, equal prize money, equal events. I mean, it was always a dream of ours to be able to surf Pipeline, to be able to surf Sunset as a CT, and then with this Rising Tides, that's really the next generation, as she said, to be able to look back and see the impact, because you don't realize what an impact you have on the future generations and how much they look up to you. And I'll never forget, as a young surfer, Lisa Anderson was my hero. And I came up in a 2-person heat with her, and I was just so like starstruck, you know, and it's moments like that that the WSL is really captivating, and it's going to be great to watch the future of women's surfing.
And to even touch on that, Lisa was obviously my hero, as well as you. I had posters on my wall, and I'll never forget when I got invited to a champ camp when I was 10 years old. I was speaking to Lisa about it in the lineup, but yeah, I got to stay with you girls and surf with you every day, and you guys made me eggs, and I remember they were out of a can. It was the first time I hadn't seen it in a shell. I was like, do you guys have chickens here?
It's the things you remember, right? You know, from those early stages in WSL Rising Tides, presented by Pura Vida, it kind of creates that connection with the youth to their heroes. Everyone's hero, Stephanie Gilmore, defending world champion, ends up going down here in the elimination round. She's on the beach with AJ.
Standing by with Stephanie Gilmore, just knocked out in the elimination round. If you could do that heat over again, what would you do differently?
Yeah, you know, it's funny I feel like I've gone from hero to zero, but surfing has a great way of keeping you humble, that's for sure. But yeah, I just surfed a heat where my first round heat, I just got stuck kind of waiting for something that just didn't come. So I was out there thinking, okay, get busy, you know, catch more waves, but I was just a little too active. And Katie and Alyssa, I mean, Katie in particular, she just sat there and she waited and she got 2 really good set waves, and yeah, so Katie was like, just her strategy was really good. I was trying to kind of troll off her, knowing that Alyssa didn't really want to go right, so I was like, okay, we can probably, Katie and I will be able to go back to back on the rights, but yeah, I just kept trying to get these little waves that were just too little, and I'm too big, so I couldn't fit in them. But yeah, it was, yeah, it's a bummer way to start the year, but that's sport, that's the way it is, and there's, yeah, really no better motivation than to kind of have a shocker, want to come back better.
It's not ideal, but it is something that you've done before and managed with a pretty good outcome, having missed pipe last year, ended up with your 8th world title. How does this affect your goals for this season?
Yeah, I mean, I'm already 2 heats better than when I started last year, so it's not too bad, but obviously it's not, you know, we have a new group of young girls on the tour, and some of the rookies who were on tour last year, they didn't make the cut, but now they're back with a vengeance and they've got all, you know, even more experience, and so I think this year will be different. You know, I won't be able to just scrape by like I did. I'm really going to have to knuckle down at Sunset and then head to Portugal, which is always a wild card for me. And then I feel really comfortable at Bells and Margaret River, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But I'll do my best.
We'll look forward to seeing you at Sunset. Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers.
AJ, thank you, Stephanie Gilmore. Always a tough one when you have all these big goals. Received that 8th World Title Cup just a few days ago, and to actually get the chance at pipe, because she had to miss it last year due to illness, you're thinking this is going to be a much better start on her world title campaign. as now we're into the round of 16 without the defending world champion. Brisa Hennessy set up to take on Caitlin Simmers. But Laura, you spent a lot of time with Steph Gilmore. Have you kind of figured out maybe why she was upset so early in this event?
Well, I mean, yeah, like she said, she obviously didn't get to compete last year here, and she was, warming up into the lead up of the pipe event, and these waves, as we say, the first wave of the heat.
We'll get started quickly here with our Costa Rican. Big old power wrap. Brisa's so reliable with that maneuver, and now priority will go to Caitlin Simmers. And Laura, as you were saying,
yeah, I think, she didn't get to surf last year, and then, after a huge year, that fight back, she honestly didn't really get that much of a break after the finals. So I think coming over here this year, it's been really big. There's been a lot of huge swells in the lead up to this event, and then it went raining for a week. So I don't think Steph got, the practice and the warm up and the waves that maybe could have given her the confidence out there. But I think, she's been surfing Sunset a lot, and I've seen her dropping some clips of there and trying out a lot of boards there. So I feel like, just like she mentioned, she's going to be back and firing for Sunset.
all about putting in that time, right, Megan?
It is. I think I saw a couple of those clips this morning. You're talking about Laura. I even mentioned something to her earlier. Steph's style and the lines that she draws and the big carves. She's one of my favorites out at Sunset, and she already said it. Steph has already done better than she did last year, and this might not be her bread and butter, although she's great in the barrel. We don't see her out at pipe and backdoor a lot, but Steph's done her fair share of surfing at Sunset, even back when she was younger. She used to leave boards at my house when she was a Grom. I think I still have a couple of them at my auntie's house, and you know, Steph's no stranger to big boards. She loves riding extra rail under her feet, so I'm excited to watch her out there.
I love the way she can make a 6'6" look like a regular shortboard, and she's also, you know, working with some of the local shapers to get new boards, and I think she'll be pretty dialed in by Sunset.
Things are getting interesting already in the world title race. We also lost Courtney Conlog. Always a surprise for me in challenging waves when she's down this early, repeating her result from last season, as she'll look to bounce back as well at Sunset. It's always the same with Courtney as well. You're going to expect big things if the ocean fires for stop number 2 of the season, and maybe they'll have an advantage where they can just focus down the street, work on their equipment for the next event, maybe get a jump start on the rest of the field as we refocus on this round of 16. What an effort here. Winners go on to the quarterfinals, and they'll be enjoying the overlapping format in this one. So right now, obviously, priority heat will be Brisa and Caitlin Simmers since they're getting underway quickly. The 20-minute mark, we'll see Lakey Peterson and defending event champ Moana Jones-Wong hit the lineup. Can max out on a swell window, get a lot done in a short period of time. This will be rapid fire throughout the rest of the day, Megan.
It will, Joe, and we have to maximize the wonderful swell we have on hand. As we know, in the beginning of the waving period, it wasn't ideal conditions, so we have perfect surf today. Great barrels, everybody's ripping. I don't think we could ask for anything more. And then it also keeps the lineup busy. You know, not too much downtime. I love this format.
Yeah, and especially at backdoor, you know, we've got the main peak that comes through further up, but you can also spread yourself down towards off the wall, the ain't section, and try to get some wider waves. So it'll be really interesting to see how the coaches and surfers work together to really, you know, navigate this lineup, especially when we start overlapping and seeing where everyone's positioning themselves.
Exactly. It's interesting how where it does play into some people's, you know, strengths really well when they're kind of like sneaking around without priority and they can kind of hunt down waves. You think Medina, John on the men's side, they really understand that formula of maxing out that extra time because it is 40 minutes altogether that you have in the ocean. And so we'll see how it unfolds here. Brisa starting with a 3-point ride, and Caitlin Simmers holds priority. But we're just celebrating a magic day. Sun's been out all day, real light wind, real clean conditions. As soon as we woke up, we knew we'd be able to get a lot of surfing done, Megan.
Yeah, I mean, it was super glassy this morning, and the wave height, the size of the swell is just perfect out there for everybody to lay it all on the line. I think everyone's super comfortable in the lineup, even the female competitors that haven't been surfing out here a lot or have a lot of experience. So we could see that overhead view shot, and you really see how beautiful this lineup at Pipeline is.
Paddling for this one is Brisa Hennessy. The Costa Rican has a great bottom turn, punches out some water off that first section, and a full redirect. So much rail control for Brisa. She'll step off. Always feel like she's just a true citizen of the world. Growing up in a very remote location in Costa Rica, and then moving to the island of Oahu right here. Had some great rivalries growing up, which also included Honolulu Bloomfield, who's not just great on a longboard, but talented shortboarder as well. Laura, what'd you see on this wave?
Yeah, Brisa just going to turns here, and I think that's not a bad, plan to start this heat. Those town and country boards looking really amazing under her feet and just slicing away. I think, looking into this afternoon, I'd be guessing that most surfers would be dropping back to a shortboard just because they would want to have as much release and, as much release as they can.
Great to see Brisa's comfort on tour these days. She's learned a lot in a short period of time. Had to go to the Challenger Series, came back, and then joined the WSL Final 5. And that was an amazing hot streak that she's still trying to stay on. Let's catch up with Teresa Bonvillain downstairs with AJ.
Teresa, parabéns. You had to surf in the elimination round. What did you adjust between the opening round and the elimination?
First of all, I'm super happy to be here. It's amazing, a huge contest to be a part of. Once I got on the beach, like in the morning, that looked like super fun, and I was with my head just like on barrels. Ended up like being super hard, like tricky. I still got that last one, but just close out. So I knew that I had another chance to surf 30 minutes with 2 other girls, which is amazing here. It's kind of struggling. It's really hard out there, always changing, not many waves coming. And I just was trying okay, once I get something, I gotta make sure that I make it count. And which I'm really happy that I got that one, the 4. I mean, it's like you got so excited for 4 here. So yeah, I'm super happy.
We saw you make a very hard push towards the end of the Challenger Series to get your spot on the CT. How did you mentally recover and get ready to show off what you can do with this invite to Pipeline?
It's crazy. It's crazy how everything changed for me in 1 month. So here as well in Hawaii. I didn't qualify. I ended up having the same points, barely missing out, and trying to focus that there was a reason for that thing happen. And then all of a sudden when I'm already mentally okay, everything happens for a reason, then I get called up to be at least in the first 2 events. And I mean, it's been really tricky sometimes for my head, but I'm just taking this opportunity to surf with the best girls in the world and get the experience and put my all in the water.
And we're on to the round of 16, but before we let you go, você quer dizer alguma coisa para amigos e familiares em volta?
Yes, of course. Obrigada a todos que estão aí a assistir em Portugal. Carinho gigante para todos que estão a apoiar e a mandar mensagens. Vou entrar outra vez daqui a 40 minutos, por isso não percam e vamos com tudo.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Teresa Bonvillain going through the emotional roller coaster that she's been on this, last few months has been radical, to say the least. To actually not officially qualify for your rookie season in a tie-break decision, I mean, how do you walk away from that to recover? The beauty in her response is she does believe that everything does happen for a reason, and that's going to really fuel her cause this year.
Yeah, the positive mindset to have after coming out of Haleiwa, that was tough to watch for sure. She handled it very gracefully. That is not an easy position to be in, but it is one that many competitors are faced with. So it's all about, you don't get better by winning. You really get better by losing. And she's proof of that. And look at, she's into the 3rd round here. She's looking sharp, and every heat she has from here on forward, and especially her time on the CT, she's going to learn more.
Just a roller coaster of emotions as well. It's just, for her to go home and think, okay, I'm just going to reset and just get back into the Challenger Series, and then all of a sudden the call up, pack your bags, you're over here. And yeah, she's in the 3rd round now, and she's putting in the time, and she's living her dream.
There is this adjustment period for call up wild card surfers, sometimes injury replacements, because they're so focused on a Challenger Series run. But then they're going, okay, wait, adjust. I'm here. Now I've got to enjoy it. I remember there was a year Miguel Pupo fell off, and he had a ton of starts as a wild card, but he was doing so many events and so distracted that he actually didn't have very many great results because his headspace was, I'm trying to requalify. But it was it's cool for Teresa to kind of be present here. She'll get some reps in at Pipe, at Sunset, and we'll see how far it goes this season. As we got a quick look at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Coach Ross Williams in there with Tatiana Weston-Webb. She'll have Teresa Bonvalot. The round of 16, heat number 3. Tati always put as a favorite when it comes to waves like this. And I feel like sometimes she just can't win them fast enough. There's been years where she's lost early at Cloud Break when she's the one in the free surfs getting the waves of the day. What is that, Megan? Have you figured that out? Why sometimes the favorite, and everyone's coming up to you before the event starts, say, hey, you're going to win. And then something happens where it just doesn't happen for it.
Yeah, you have to always expect the unexpected in a competition. And although you're the favorite, you also have a lot of pressure on you, especially if it's in a good wave and you want to make it out of every heat. And, with that added pressure, sometimes you don't succeed in a heat format. Again, putting on a jersey is a totally different animal as opposed to a free surf.
Totally, and you have to leave everything behind. You have to forget about all of your best waves. They can live in the core of your confidence, but they can't be the reason that you're going to make it out of that heat on that day, because everything changes. I mean, we just saw we lost Courtney Conalog, who, same result as last year. She just seems to not be able to make it out of the elimination round here when the waves are small. She comes to Hawaii so early and wants to surf on the big swells, and some of these days, like today, people may not paddle out. They'll go surf somewhere else, and these are the days that you just never know what you're going to get in a contest window. And that's why, I take my hat off to Carissa Moore. After I've been here for the last couple of months, and I've seen her surfing out here when it's 1 foot and onshore, 3 foot, and 8 foot. So I think, you just have to try and surf out here as much as you can.
I think one of the coolest things of watching this sport closely is the growth of an athlete and how much you need to change on what works and what doesn't. You think about pressure for you, Laura. You were so great at home when you're in your neighborhood and everyone's like, you're going to win. You won your World Junior title on your home break. You won the Oz Open right down the road. Like, you thrived off that. Like, I'm home. Yes, I got you guys, But sometimes it's the opposite, where that adds pressure, and an athlete's got to figure out how to create new space where they feel confident at all times, Megan. And throughout your amazing career of all you've accomplished, was that something that you had every year where you actually got to learn things about yourself and how to redefine yourself as a competitor?
Oh, yeah, I definitely learned a lot of things. It was tough for me to travel. It wasn't easy to live life on the road, especially coming from warm water and kind of solid, chunky, heavier waves. So going on tour was a bit of a task for me. So I'd always have to, what I would do is I would relate to something from home about a wave. So for instance, if I surfed Bells, I would be like, this is Sunset Point. If I was surfing a sandbar in Hossegor, I'd be like, oh, this looks like Rockies on a good day. Or, I always did my best when I competing when I was at home. And I think everyone has their own way of approaching competitive surfing, but for myself, it was always take a little bit of home with me on the road.
For sure. It's so important.
I love that. And then you just feel like you're not that far away, and that familiarity really comes through. We're going to be watching Caitlin Simmer's growth very closely, coming from a place in North County, San Diego, called Oceanside. Very consistent beach break venues up and down that coast. And that town has changed dramatically over the last few years. There's new hotels, new businesses popping up left and right. But I think what Katie loves the most is the wave has stayed the same on a nice crossed up swell in Southern California. There's fun teepees, nice barrels that she can work with. And I think she's really proud of where she comes from. Really cool part of the California coast. And she's got a lot of options going north and south to get involved with too, Laura.
Yeah, for such a young surfer, as we see Brisa taking off down the beach.
Brisa setting this one up. She'll pull in. She has some speed. Next section lands right on top of her. But a great effort for Brisa Hennessy popping up now. 3 and a 3.67. That'll be an incomplete score. Megan, what'd you see here?
Yeah, look, she's eyeing up that barrel right there, but that thing just clamps on her. I love, though, that Brisa, she's staying super busy. You can see it's a little bit warbly right here on her takeoff. There's a lot of chop in the face, but she reads it, pulls right in. But unfortunately, that wave just too small for Brisa to fit in there.
Yeah, I think if she'd been able to position herself a bit further down the line, she would have, had a chance at making it through. And I think that's what we're going to see this afternoon. The girls trying to shift throughout the lineup here to really make sure they can, not be too deep on those waves that are going to go into the channel there at back door.
Brisa Hennessy celebrated such a great year last year, tasted the yellow leaders jersey as well with a huge CT victory at Sunset Beach. She had a lot of people to thank with her upbringing here on the North Shore. Guys like Kahea Hart that pushed her into waves that she was scared of as a little kid, and it all paid off. She entered the world title race in a pretty dramatic way. Going to Tahiti, Brisa versus Lakey Peterson for that last spot in the WSL Final 5 is a moment we'll never forget. She's leading this heat at the moment. Caitlin Simmers still waiting for her first wave as she holds priority. We'll be right back after this.
I'm Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Mark your calendars, February 17th, Make or Break Season 2. You'll be able to check out the first 4 episodes on Apple TV+. You get an inside scoop on the daily life of the world's best surfers, and it is a dramatic opening episode. I've got to tease that because I actually got to see it just the other day. Round of 16 begins. Lakey Peterson taking on defending pipe champ Moana Jones-Wong, and that's going to be exciting. Priority heat still with Brisa Hennessy and Caitlin Simmers. We'll keep you guys posted on all those updates on the live call as we have a very special guest joining us in the booth for the call, CEO of the World Surf League, Eric Logan. Elo, thanks so much for joining us today. I might just put you on the spot and have you call this wave real quick of Caitlin Simmers driving down the line.
Yeah, I mean, boy, talk about putting the world on notice coming out. Caitlin Simmers, you see that first heat with her in round 1, and then what she did in round 2. Megan, you know a lot more about momentum than anybody up here. That's got to feel good out there.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of nice to have reps out in the water. So she's surfing heat after heat, and not much time to kind of think and be in your headspace. As we see Moana Jones-Wong opening up her account, got to be the favorite out at Pipeline.
Definitely already called the queen of Pipeline for what she did last year in pumping conditions. Look at her tearing the inside corner apart as well. And she just started putting in time just because she loved this wave. Born at the right time because the WSL adding Pipeline full-time for the men and women. We got to see that full event happen last year. So much we want to catch up with you about, Elo. First of all, we came off that Make or Break trailer for Season 2.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting us to see that sneak preview because I was honestly blown away.
Well, thank you, and I'm glad you guys had a chance to see it as well as our surfers as well. it's a very special project, and that the success of season 1 was really something we had never seen for the sport. And the excitement, and when we dropped the trailer right after the premiere, to see how it was gaining traction socially really is great. And you know, we all remember what happened last year with Kelly Slater, and you know, producing the show, watching as it happened, it's like, man, this is going to be a layup for the premiere. So, spoiler alert, it's Pipeline, and you know, one of the things about the series in season 1 and in season 2, I think the fans were like, well, I already know how it ends. Do I need to watch it? And I think that when you go into season 2, you know the results, but you don't know the story. And the all-access pass we've seen from, you know, the surfers that have given it to us in season 2 really helps dimensionalize them as characters in a way as you saw at the premiere, Joe.
Yeah, that was really special. And then just that insight that you get to see a surfer like the GOAT in this relaxed setting before and after monumental results, what he calls the best win of his career. That's really special to kind of see him in a different light, Megan.
Yeah, I really like how it humanizes these surfers, especially Kelly Slater, Kelly Slater is literally a god in our world of surfing, and it humanizes the average person watching at home and really gets to go through not only the emotions, but see what their day-to-day process is, because a lot goes into competing. Yeah. And that's probably my favorite part about it. And I went back and actually watched season 1 to just kind of be fresh.
Be ready, yeah.
Be ready, because as you said, it's evolving just like the ocean.
Yeah.
So season 2 does that.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is, you know, as a competitor yourself, you know that, and people pass judgment really quickly on your career based upon obviously what you do in the field of play, but there's just so much to you as a human, and I think by exposing that world to our fans and new fans, they can really get attracted to it. And I think our surfers, I have to first of all give them a great deal of credit for really opening themselves up, because without them opening themselves up the way they do and the access they've given the production team, we wouldn't get the stories that we got.
Really special. Make or Break Season 2 will be released on February 17th, and it's 4 episodes, correct, Eli?
Yeah, it's really cool. What we're going to do is we're going to drop 4 episodes on Apple TV Plus worldwide on the 17th, and then what we'll do is a week later on the 24th, drop another 4 episodes. So you guys got to see the premiere of the second tranche, which what we'll say to the fans is that one is the one I think everybody's kind of waiting for, which is the G-Land episode and the much covered social media party that we all saw when certainly I woke up to it, to all the text messages, is well documented in this year's episode. So it's a great episode too.
Looking forward to that. And I love when the series releases and you can go through, get on a roll, you know, get on the couch and you don't have to wait a week for the second one. You get to really get fired up as we go back to Moana Jones-Wong here, Megan.
Yeah, Moana just looking for some coverage on that wave. Beautiful slicing turn there. You know, what you don't know about Moana is she not only can get barrel, but she has a wonderful arsenal of turns in her repertoire.
Yeah, grown up competing. And, you know, as having a dream of being a pro surfer. She was in all the amateur events, going for broken national titles. And it was almost like people might have thought she disappeared a little bit. And she was just focused on Pipeline. She didn't go anywhere. Everyone locally knew that she just fell in love with this venue, put in hours and hours of not catching waves out here, and really wanted to put in her time. Pipe legends like Flynn Novak were so proud of her, kind of doing it, you know, the way that everyone did it. Just, I'm going to wait for my turn. I'm going to understand who's got more experience out here, and I'll wait for my waves. And now she's getting them, Megan. It's what a great role she's had out here.
Yeah, and having that, those role models around her. I believe she was going to going to school, and you know, also surfing pipe at the same time, and that's not uncommon here, especially living on the North Shore. And you know, don't quit your day job, Moana. So it's, you know, follow your dreams and your passion, right? And so it's amazing that she got to showcase her talent. She did it as a junior, and you know, the WSL event out here really gives her that opportunity to showcase her talent to the world, or else that wouldn't be possible.
Really cool to see her just take over as the queen of Pipeline. In the priority heat, we're still waiting for Caitlin Simmers to really fire as she holds priority. Dimity Stoyle with some insight for us on what Simmers might be riding.
Yeah, Joe, I just wanted to share her quiver because it's quite interesting. You know, here at Pipeline, she's probably got the smallest board in the quiver. a 5.3, but it goes all the way up to a 6.0. Right now she's riding a 5.7, but I just found it cool that, you know, when have we ever had a tour surfer with a 5.3 in their pipe quiver?
It automatically makes me think of you, Dimity, at pumping Cloud Break when you were on tour.
Yeah, I was definitely undergunned that day, but lucky I had a few friends that were on tour with me that lent me a few boards that year. But yeah, and also Katie, she's very proud of where she comes from. Her Shaper Burst surfboards, it's a local Oceanside Shaper, which is cool because a lot of the, you know, there's not many surfers that don't ride with the big guns these days, and she surfs them so well.
Oh, it's so true. Boris is getting involved in the CT Shaper rankings as we see a quick up and down from Brisa Hennessy on the paying equipment at the moment. Couple of threes, so still not much of a lead over the young superstar in the priority heat. Juana Jones-Wong quickly throws down a 4.83. As you can see, the duck dive, which is always challenging here at Pipeline, no matter what size it is, which gives us a moment while they get out the back to catch up with Elo again, with a lot of exciting things happening in 2023. This cool collaboration with Apple Watch and the WSL. Can you explain that further?
Yeah, it's something that it goes back many, many years, and the idea was that we thought that from a league perspective that there's an opportunity to sort of help the surfers in the field of play by using technology, because you know what a lot of fans don't know, and certainly Megan, you can speak to this. You know, if you're out, you know, imagine Margaret River, you know, or some of these tour spots where you're way out on the point. Sunset's a great example, by the way, and if the wind's howling sideways and you can't hear really what the scores are, you can't hear how much time is left. I mean, we do have priority on it, and you know, when Apple introduced the Apple Watch many, many years ago, it started an idea of like, well, how can we help aid that with the surfers? So we were in development with them started back in 2017, and it was going on that long in the background, and Apple kept giving us guidance, and through the innovations of their watch, especially the new Ultra one that both of you are wearing, it allowed us the ability to actually send information out there. And so the reaction from the surfers have been great. You know, there's so many anecdotal stories we can share about it. But, you know, it's technology. We're learning about it, and we're taking the feedback from the surfers, and they've been great. And, you know, every time a heat comes in, they're like, hey, can we have it do this? Can we have it do this? And so just like when we all get new pieces of technology, we all look for ways to improve it. So, I mean, this is literally the second day we've used it in competition, and it's been great.
That's fantastic. Megan, I'm sure you have personal stories of not knowing the situation, and maybe it cost you the heat, as we see a nice little closeout hack on that inside section. That was Lakey Peterson in the non-priority heat with Moana Jones-Wong, as she's trying to keep pace with the defending event champ. But did you have personal experiences, Megan, in your career where you're like, I'm not sure what I need at the moment, and maybe that cost you the heat?
Many, but I'm going to touch upon one that we have an event coming up at Sunset.
Yeah.
And I really think the Apple Watch is going to it's going to aid the surfers at an event like Sunset, because normally your caddies in the channel, you can't hear a thing out at Sunset. I mean, as good as the volume is on the speaker, there's no way you can hear anything. You're so far out to sea, and the bigger the waves get, the further out you are. So you usually have your caddy in the channel telling you what you need with a walkie-talkie, and that can malfunction all the time.
Yeah.
So, and they usually paddle out with you and tell you what your scores are. But this way, you don't have to waste energy to get to where your caddy is. You know, you can just stay, even if it's at the point, because sometimes when the surf's small, you might be surfing the point. So I love it. You know, again, technology is aiding in the progression of surfing, and this is just another way that it's going to help all the competitive surfers.
We love that, Megan. We're locking in now with Caitlin Simmers. What a read on this wave. Messy section's going to take her down. Member still has the 3, but in second against Brisa Hennessy. Now seeing the tail end of the split peak with defending event champ Moana Jones-Wong, as she'll add to her 4.83. Nice steady pace to Moana's campaign out here at Pipeline. Back to the replay, starting with Moana from the takeoff, Megan.
Yeah, Moana just side slips into that one. Nice little roundhouse cut back. Great way to back up her second ride on her score line. You know, I think she's just trying to milk everything out of it, as we saw, because there aren't a lot of scores out there right now. And Caitlin just pulling into a beautiful backdoor wave there. Caitlin goes. I'm really impressed. I love it. She's just a teenager, first time in the North Shore. What do you think, Eric?
I mean, it's unbelievable to watch. And I think, what's been, I think the story of the day is frankly her. You watch her first heat and, going from looking scared, lost, not even knowing where to line up to in the elimination round, watching her drain those backdoor barrels. And now look at her. The confidence is now into this young superstar, and she's threading these back doors, and she's going to make one of them for sure. I mean, she's already proven it, and it's, but it's a scary thing if you're, deep in the draw and you see that coming your way. And she's only going to your point, Megan, these reps are only going to make her better. But listen, selfishly from a tour, I'm giddy. I love this class of young superstars coming in. I think it's great.
And I know you're giddy for a good reason because you know what's in store for them. We're right here, stop number 1 at Pipeline, but let's look at the entire season. Elo, what's getting you really excited about the year?
Well, I think this is the second full year of our reimagined tours and competition format. And I think last year, the cut kind of snuck up on a lot of people. And I think what we're seeing is that especially the likes of like how Leo Fioravanti, got into the elimination round, and it's like he's coming in ready to go. And we've seen this from the surfers that hit the relegation line, fell off, and came back. Our CT surfers certainly know it's there because the ones that were barely on the line, they see it coming. So I think that's exciting. Really, really excited to head back to the surf ranch at a time when it's not 180 degrees like Memorial Day. I think the surfers will appreciate that. And, when you look at the back, we're so blessed by having, J-Bay and then Tahiti. And then I think the backdrop as we qualify the tour, work toward the Final 5, the Rip Curl Final 5 at Trestles, it's the Olympic year. I mean, it's a big narrative that's happening, and it'll really start to come into focus, I think, around the midseason cut.
We're looking forward to it, and I agree with you. We felt it last year. We'll feel it again. Everyone's so well prepared now, witnessing not only the midseason cut, but the second edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. No takers on that one. And before I let you go, Elo, your reaction from watching the biggest day in surfing last September. I mean, we've had 2 versions of that championship day. How about this last one we had?
I think it more than anything for the business, it was a exclamation point in the validation of the format. Because we see the winners of the first match run all the way to the end. And obviously, what just an honor to witness history, to see what Steph did was just a moment I'll never forget in my life as a fan. But also, I think obviously the work that Felipe did to defend, but, Italo himself ran the table too. And I think, Italo, we've seen his fire when he's out here, he knows he was that close to getting his second world title. And I think, that bodes well. And I think what changes is how surfers are going to look at the end of the year. I don't know if they really felt in the first year we did it, if I was 5th, do I really have a shot? And I think your interview with Carissa Joe was great. I mean, she's been the #1 seed 2 years ago, and she openly says, I don't know how to think about this day. What's great is, I think when you talk to someone like a Kanoa or even Griff, when he missed out on Tahiti, they know now all I need to do is make the day, and I get on a run, and I can win a world title. And I think that is really going to change how we see what happens in Brazil and J-Bay and Tahiti. And I think from a fan perspective, it's going to be exciting.
Very exciting. I just think about any other sport in the world. I don't know if they're so available to actually try to make such drastic changes so quickly in a period of time. I mean, you must be so busy through an off season, and it feels like you have an open door policy with the world's best surfers to try to create the best sport in the game, as we see an unbelievable power display of hacks from the forehand of Lakey Peterson. She absolutely belted the lip with authority, and she needed it. A 4.34 gets her the lead off Moana Jones-Wong. Megan, let's have a look.
Yeah, right here. Starts it with kind of a quick turn, but beautiful re-entry into the lip line on that one. 2 fast turns, but a lot of speed and power. Right here you see her setting up, but she knows she can't lay it out too much. She keeps her speed, and then she's eyeing up that second turn right here. I love here, you're going to be able to see it real soon. Oh, got cut off a little early, but I love when you can see the board and the spray from the back. It's one of my favorite things as a surfer to watch.
You see that commitment from Lakey Peterson. She's always had a very solid frontside hack. She's in the non-priority heat with Moana Jones-Wong. She got nice and barreled this morning and adapting well to turns, as I saw a couple of boards being moved quickly with Britt Merrick, who's on hand here, a shaper from Channel Island Surfboards. Lakey's been a part of that family for a long time, and I even saw Shane Dorian just running down with boards as well. It's amazing who you can call up on when you're right here on the North Shore. There's just legends filled in every single household, Elo.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the surfers calling and reaching out. One thing is for sure, when it comes to surfing Pipeline and the input they need from me, I'm not on that list. But
for everything else.
Yeah, for everything else. No, listen, I mean, I think, first of all, our chief of sport, Jessie Miley Dyer, has done an amazing job with her team, especially like with Renato Hilkel and the team that goes on the championship tour. And what I think a lot of fans don't know is, like, behind the scenes, Jessie Miley Dyer, myself, and our entire leadership team were focused on not only what the CT is this year, but we're got an exciting announcement of the Challenger Series forthcoming in the not-too-distant future. What are we doing on the Longboard Series, what we're doing on the regional QSs, and an important part of professional surfing is this bottom tier and making sure that, like in Hawaii when we're here, that there's enough regional events to stimulate the growth into that bottom tier. And that's the beautiful thing about the three-tier system. And thinking through, 25, 26, and, the future, and dreaming, where does the Dream Tour need to go? And we do that in collaboration with our surfers. And, they know where the best waves in the world are better than we do. And so we try to have an open door policy. I certainly do. And that has really good positives and sometimes a few negatives, but it's mostly good.
I really enjoy that conversation, though, too, because it reminds you it's, Championship Tour will always be the greatest top shelf of the sport, crowning world champions, but elevating this Challenger Series is a huge part of getting great surfers there, including a wave like Snapper Rocks, finishing at waves like Haleiwa. It all makes sense, world-class venues. So when they get to the Dream Tour, they're much more prepared.
Yeah, in the past it was, you're going to grovel this 1 to 2 foot wave, and then you got to surf Tahiti or Pipeline when you make the CT Tour. So one of the big note takeaways is the schedule. What I was looking at, the first 5 events are in heavy water.
Yeah.
So you make that cut, and then it's a variety of different locations, and it's really going to show those and showcase the surfers that have that well-rounded arsenal of surfing different types of waves. Yeah. And I don't know if we've ever seen the first 5 waves be in such heavy water before.
No, we haven't. And I think that, when you look at the way the calendar is, Megan, there's only a handful of places really from, call it, late January through sort of May that really you can turn on, because just sort of where the world is in terms of the types of waves. And I think, a heavy Marvick River, certainly a heavy Sunset or some heavy waves. Bells, you can kind of, it's certainly heavy, but depending upon the bowl, and Winky Pop, you can get some good ones there. And we know that Portugal certainly can turn on, but there's no question you get to the back half of the tour. It's a little bit also a great reward for those surfers who make the cut. It's like, now I'm at J-Bay, now I'm in Tahiti.
We love hanging out with you, Elo. Thanks for all you do as the WSL CEO. I'm proud for wherever you lead us in the future. Thanks for your time.
Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate what you do. It's an honor and a privilege to be part of this organization, so thank you.
Awesome, and thanks to the fans joining us along this amazing road. Brisa Hennessy just took out the rookie Caitlin Simmers as the overlapping format continues and the Whales are putting on a show at Pipeline. The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. The round of 16 continues at the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons. Tatiana Weston-Webb taking on Teresa Bonvalot here in heat number 3, as we just saw Parisa Hennessy blaze through into the quarterfinals. Tati and Teresa, all goofy foot matchup. Bonvalot once again getting the call up as an injury replacement wild card. Thought she wouldn't be at Pipeline at the end of last year, and here she is as a wild card, ready to take down one of the favorites in the draw. Joe Turpel with Megan Abubo, and once again Laura Enever here for the call. Fun to see these young surfers out there figuring out their place in the lineup, as we have a little bit of action during that break here. Fun little running left here, Megan.
Yeah, Teresa, or actually Moana Jones-Wong, again slashing away. I'm loving the turns that I'm seeing from her today.
And now looking at this approach from the sky, Laura.
Yeah, I think that was Teresa there, and that was a 3-point ride. So just starting off quick, she's actually just worked out that Lakey Peterson in the heat before has dropped to 5, 6, 7. So the judges are setting the tone for the afternoon, saying that, you know what, we are going to score turns. And, you know, looking at Moana's 4.83 for her barrel, Lakey 5, 6, 7 for turns. You know, I think we're going to see a lot more progressive maneuvers happening.
Exciting to see the progression with these surfers in the lineup. So just to keep you posted with the overlapping format, Lakey and Moana Jones-Wong have priority over Teresa Bonvalot and Tatiana. So Teresa and Tati, they have to get out of the way of Moana and Lakey. And then once they get past the next 16.5 minutes, when Lakey and Moana's heat finishes, they'll turn into the priority heat, which is really great to see. So moves quickly. We'll set up quarterfinals before we leave the beach today, Laura.
Cool to see where Tatiana is sitting at the moment. She's in the non-priority heat and obviously working with Ross Williams. So, you know, I kind of always thought that someone would go down that far towards off the wall or the ain't section there and just try to look for either a left or even a right.
Yeah, I saw a couple of good lefts down there earlier today, actually, Laura.
And Teresa just throws down that beautiful drawn-out down carve, staying incredibly active. And this is someone we've been watching for a long time. She was getting called up very young into championship tour events way back in the day to compete against you, Laura, all through Cascais and Carcavelos and Praia de Guincho. All those moments, she was just a little kid at the time.
She was so little, and she was always the wild card for those events, being a local there. And every year it was so cool coming back and watching her just improve and then, you know, chip her way through the draw. And to see her improvement over the last 2 years, I've just been blown away with her surfing and how much, you know, style and poise and power she has in her surfing. It's really, really cool.
It was cool when something clicked and she started winning and then got a taste of the CT and got to hang out in the locker room with surfers like you. She was like, okay, I'm ready. And she had this amazing kind of Grom interview. She's like, I want to break all of Kelly's records too. It was just, she was so ready and she just couldn't get started quick enough.
I think that's when it can come together for you, Joe, is, you know, you're used to surfing at home, but then you get the call up and you get some wild cards, but it's not until you're year-round surfing with your peers and you push yourself and you're constantly surfing heats on the qualifying circuit, and that's when you really start to blossom and your surfing grows.
And you can tell she's competitive. She has that competitive streak and fire. I mean, being a Grom and saying, yep, I want to smash Kelly's records, that is just straight up competitive. That's Steph-esque to say, yep, I want to beat you in every single game of any sort of cards, pool, ping pong, everything, and all the world titles.
It's a fairly common statement you hear when you hear about like the world champions where they want to beat you in everything. Is that something you need to have to survive on this tour?
I just think having that competitive nature and that competitive drive is what wins you titles. Everybody already is competitive on tour, but synonymous with the word GOAT, which Steph and Kelly are, they're probably the most competitive people on tour. You know, they have their moments when they can relax and be mellow. You'd know this, Laura, but yeah, Steph is super competitive with a smile.
It's so wild because, yeah, she's so kind and loving and caring, and she just wants to rip your head off and win. And even in her interview, you know, she's such an incredible loser as well. But yeah, she'll go home tonight and just be kicking herself, and that's the competitive streak. But I think you can survive being not as competitive, but for those world titles, you need to have that fire to chop someone's finger off.
Another little left there for Teresa Bonvillain, and quickly Moana Jones-Wong checking out a right as well. Moana in second against Lakey, and Teresa leading the non-priority heat with Tatiana Weston-Webb. Moana Jones-Wong checking out this one a backdoor.
Yeah, she's taking a peek at this, waiting for a little section here. Just smart decision, kick out, get back out in the lineup.
And then transitioning to the left here, Laura.
Yeah, Teresa just going really nice and tight in the pocket there. And I don't know, those lefts are, pretty weak at the moment. So I think we might see her try go right. I'd love to see her on her backside. We see Tati here.
Big backside vertical whip. Drills it again. She is so strong. Punishing that little wave. That's her opener against Bonvillain. Such a powerful read on her backhand. That's earned her a lot of great finishes at championship tour venues. Big scores at waves like J-Bay for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Back-to-back 2 seasons where she's fought for a world title, which has been really exciting to follow. And now things shifting, looks like, to more maneuvers than what we had this morning. So things might be changing, and we'll see how that affects Moana Jones-Wong in her run against Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, you can see it in the lineup. There's a little bump to the face now. The trades are picking up. We see Tati.
Tatiana up and out.
Joe, that's why I was mentioning earlier that Moana Jones-Wong, her turns are looking pretty strong today, and maybe she knows that, surfing, and Moana Jones-Wong surfs pipe from 2 to 10 feet. So she knows that if it turns out like a day like today, it goes to turn, she has to be prepared for that, right, Laura?
For sure, and we know she's been doing a lot of work in the off season. She went on the Challenger Series and she got, a pretty good result down in Manly Beach at the start of the last year. But she's been working on her power surfing, her maneuvers, and just progression. So really cool to see her take that to today, because last year's forecast was a lot different to what we are faced with now, and so she has to be ready for everything.
She's been through a lot as well this winter and turned it all into a positive. There's something about when she said she surfs pipe. She's been out there so long, she knows which waves she hopes to get, and she knows which ones she doesn't want to get, and then how that changes when you've got a time clock and you need a score. So there's a series of events she was involved with on the North Shore this year, and she told me the first one at the end of December, she said she went on a wave that she knew was the wrong wave, but in a jersey she felt she had to go, and she called that wipeout the worst of her entire life, where she was actually going, I have to go, and where she was completely rattled for the first time in a long time, where she was gasping for air. The way she describes the wipeout was intense, with the jersey on, with cameras rolling. And then, weeks go by and she's trying to jump back on the horse, so to speak. And she was able to do that as we watch the backhand of Lakey Peterson snap to incomplete.
And Joe,
And then Moana enters the shootout and maybe gets one of the best waves of her entire life. But that transition from the worst moment at pipe for her, wipeout wise, and for her to look at it and come back even stronger was very impressive.
Yeah, Joe, that's another factor when you're surfing a heat at a wave like pipe, is that it's not just that, there's no one else in the lineup, so no one can hide any fears. No one there, even if you have any demons that you might have that you don't want to go on a wave or anything, if that wave's coming in and there's only a minute left, you're going to go. Where in a free surf, you're probably not going to go. So that's just competitive surfing. And to be rattled, and the amount of time she puts in, it was heavy.
Very, very heavy. And I'm proud to see where Moana is today with that behind her and looking for better and bigger waves here at Pipeline. Let's hear from Brisa Hennessy with AJ.
Brisa, congratulations. On to the next round. What did you learn as you were watching the water, getting ready for your heat, about the way that you wanted to approach it?
Yeah, as we all know, pipe has kind of been a little funky and a little challenging, and there's definitely been some beautiful, magical moments where we're like, oh, it's backdoor again. But I just knew it was a declining swell, and gosh, it's so inconsistent, and so I just wanted to have a little bit of confidence, have a couple backup scores, and so Bam was like, just put a couple turns together and it'll just ease the nerves. So that's what I was feeling.
It was a good strategy, because you're on to the next round. You're somebody who's very familiar with the North Shore, having grown up here, but with it being only the second season that the women had the full event at Pipeline, how have you approached training at Pipeline in the last few years?
Yeah, honestly, I just started kind of training out there, which is kind of new for all of us, for all the women. It's cool to actually, have the next generation of girls like having an event where they're wanting to put in the time at such a young age, which is crazy. But yeah, I remember when I was like probably 10 and it was like flat, and I was like, I'm gonna pedal out to backdoor and pipe just to say that I surfed it. And I think that was it until probably, the last 5 years. I actually put in some time when it was bigger. But I think it's just time, there's never enough time, and the more that you get comfortable, just the more ease you feel when surfing out there. But it's never easy. I mean, yeah, I'm stressed all the time, actually.
Stressed all the time, but you made it through the next round. Did you learn anything in this one that you'll carry forward with how you want to approach it the rest of the competition?
Yeah, I think just having no expectations. I think really tuning into the ocean and connecting with the magical wave of backdoor and pipeline. I think when you connect with that energy, there's something special about that. You almost like manifest the waves coming towards you, and you can feel it. And I just want to, keep going on that ride.
We cannot wait to see you get more magical moments. Congratulations.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Lo aprecio mucho y vamos con todo por la próxima. Gracias.
Pura vida. Thank you so much, AJ and Brisa Hennessy. Always a great interview. Brisa always shares her heart with us and the road of surfing pipeline and the stress that she's learned to be comfortable with when she paddles out. We've had a flurry of an attack here during that last catch-up for Lakey, for Tati, and now Teresa Bonvillain. So Teresa, Tati in the same heat. The priority heat, though, that's starting to run out of time. Lakey and Moana Jones-Wong, as we'll go through the series of replays. Everyone adjusting well, Laura, to some big turns.
Yeah, wow, that was a good flurry of waves, and I can't wait to see these replays. Firstly, Lakey Peterson went to 10 on these two huge hacks here in that second floating turn on the dry reef. She loved that, a nice little claim there. So yeah, just love this classic Lakey turn here, slash in the pocket, and then this is so cool that she just hit that over dry reef and almost was on her tippy toes, but Tati down the beach.
Yeah, Tati just explosive on that first maneuver there. Straight up 12 o'clock. She has such a strong backhand. I mean, not to take away from her forehand, but she really knows how to jam it off the back foot on her backside.
So vertical, so powerful. Tatiana Weston Webb is one of the most feared surfers in the Jersey. She sometimes would just intimidate the locker room when she was getting a couple wild card call-ups back in the day. She was very confident in her post-heat interviews. She doesn't mind apologizing during them. She just is happy to be herself. Laura, you've shared, the locker room with Tati in the past. Why would you say that she might have that reputation as maybe putting a little bit of fear in the competitors?
Yeah, Tati has this confidence and just confidence in herself and what she wants and how she wants to compete. And she's so happy to go out into the lineup and leave it all out there and then come in and be like, dust her hands off and say, that was work, that was job, this is a competition, and I'm competitive and I want to win. She is so sure of that and so sure of herself in those moments, win or lose. I think she just really, really backs herself, and you can just, that it exudes through her personality.
What a great personality to be successful on this tour.
Yeah, I think that they're drinking some water over there in Kauai that gives them that not only charging capabilities, but that confidence. It kind of reminds me a little bit of KK back in the day, but definitely Tati's small wave surfing is super refined. But KK had that kind of like, I don't really care what anybody thinks. I'm just going to do my thing, and I'm going to charge. And I love big barreling waves, and Tati does too.
Yeah, I
so cool. You bring up Keala Kennelly, amazing charger, just was in the eddy. Let's hear from Keala Kennelly right now on her best one ever, right after this drop from Teresa up and out. Here's KK.
The one that comes to mind was like a lot of years ago. It was a big day. Like I think second reef was like either breaking or feathering. I'd gone out I had broken 2 boards, you know, and just been out there for hours and hours and just like so frustrated, hadn't gotten a good one yet. And I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna try one more time and like paddle back out. Somehow like everybody just missed this one wave. It jacked on the first reef and I was just like right in the spot and I whipped and I like airdropped into the barrel and just got this big, glorious barrel and got spit out. And it was just like, after just like hours of frustration, you know, like you're literally about to give up and then you just get lucky.
Here from Calla Kennelly, absolute charger, made such an impact on tour and still giving us so much entertainment with what she does in the big wave world. Charged in the 80i Cal event just a few days back. Definitely pushed the sport in big, heavy water waves. But it goes back to your topic as well. What's happening with this island of Kauai? Because even the next generation that came through, there were so many contenders coming out of that island.
Oh, there were, Joe, so many. And I can't help but say Tati's best wave ever and Keala's picture, they were almost identical.
They were.
And they're just so powerful and strong, and they just love it when the surf is heavy, don't they, Laura?
Totally. And then you think of the other Kauai girls, Gabriella Bryan, Bethany Hamilton, Malia Manuel, they are all heavy chargers. And yeah, as we see Tati, oh, just a little commentator's curse there.
Kiss got tripped up and goes down to minute 55. Lakey Peterson controlling the heat over the defending pipe champion with priority and with some big numbers. Lakey worked incredibly hard in the off-season, really focusing on equipment with Channel Island Surfboards and Britt Merrick. She's on a 6.0 CI Pro model that she really enjoys. But I think maybe she's put in more time and focus into her equipment in an off-season than ever. She knows the importance of it and didn't really want to start this season with anything old. It's all fresh and exactly what she's hoping for. And that's something you got to do. It's another part of your job of actually spending that time with your shaper and perfecting that quiver for the championship tour.
For sure. And I remember there was this one board that Lakey had in El Salvador, and she was dropping these clips of her surfing on it before the contest. And straight up, I was like, what is that board? She was like, it's the best board. It's going on ice. And that board that she's on looks amazing. And to come to pipe, you know, you're expecting to get barreled. But on a day like today, you need something that'll hold in and then also give you that flair and that release to do those turns that we're so used to seeing from her. So props to them for creating a board. And she's in the lead by quite a lot ahead of Moana, the defending champ right now.
And it really takes time too, Joe, to work with your shaper and refine your equipment. There's a lot of energy spent in that. There's a lot of sessions, you know, you go out on the board and just things don't work, and the communication. And earlier I was reading the statistics, and Lakey actually has 2 of the highest scoring heats ever in women's surfing.
Wow.
Near perfect score heats.
And it looks like we're running out of time in this heat, so the whole script is changing from last year when it was absolutely firing and Moana Jones-Wong went for a big title as a wild card. She's left chasing a 7.51 and unable to catch that wave. Lakey Peterson upsets the defending champ and moves into the quarterfinals with some incredible power surfing at backdoor. And that'll change the whole theme to the kickoff of 2023. And action already getting started with Sally Fitzgibbons in a super heat with 2-time world champ Tyler Wright. That one's about to really get started. Tati and Teresa will have the priority heat, and we'll take a quick break. Return to Pipeline right after this.
Back at the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and we are in the round of 16, setting up our quarterfinals for the women, and we heat out in the water with Tyler Wright versus Sally Fitzgibbons. 20-minute heat, 40-minute heats, I'm sorry, overlapping format, and there's the new players that have just entered the water, and we're flying over and checking out the competition area. And thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo, along with Dimity Stoyle. Thank you for joining me, Dimity. And Tyler, Sally, new heat in the water.
Yeah, this one's going to be a really cool matchup. It's almost like an old school matchup from years ago. And it's just, yeah, they're both very, very evenly matched and Aussies, so let's go.
Yeah, well, country-wise, you're guaranteed to win here. But at the same time, some friendly fire. We're gonna lose Tyler Wright or Sally Fitzgibbons in the non-priority match. Again, 40-minute heats. The first 20 minutes that that Sally and Tyler are in right now are the non-priority portion of their heat. In the priority portion is Tatiana Weston-Webb with a lead over Teresa Bonvola.
Yeah, well, they're still, that last 40 minutes was tough, wasn't it? So hopefully the next 40.
Shane Doran with the catch-up with Lakey Peterson.
It was like definitely the call. It was so crisp. Yeah. And like that aggression difference, that's like so good. It's so much spray. Pretty awesome. So stoked for you.
Well, it's always good to get a positive download on the way out of your heat. Lakey Peterson overcame the defending champ, Moana Jones-Wong. So we'll see Lakey Peterson in a quarterfinal #1 when we get to finals day.
Yeah, Lakey did really smart move. Well, getting the best wave underneath, you know, generally you love being in heat 1 because you get the 40 minutes of full priority, and then Lakey paddled out and got the best wave of the heat underneath the two surfers that had priority. But you can't say that they did the wrong thing in that situation because Lakey was down the beach, and you're going away from the competitors with priority. So it ended up working for her.
Well, sometimes in that non-priority heat, you know, a quick strike pays off. Sally Fitzgibbons, this was right off the buzzer, Dimity.
Yeah, look at her. She's big snap. So she's definitely adapting to the conditions here. She wants to get a quick start, get straight to turns, and she's up again.
Oh, finds a nice barrel, but just gets the rail buried there for Fitzgibbons. So on her way to a big head start over Tyler Wright. She's going to have to reframe, get back out there. She still has 35 minutes on the countdown in that heat 4 of this round of 16.
Yeah, there's so many fresh faces and so many fresh matchups, you know, Tatiana and Teresa, and then you've got the veteran heat, Tyler and Sally. It's nice to see those mix up so much.
Yeah, Tyler Wright, a 2-time world champ. Sally Fitzgibbons, a 3-time runner-up for a world title. So certainly some of the veterans on the tour, but in that matchup.
Yeah, they've grown up surfing together as well. They've been doing contests since they were about 12 years old, the exact same events. So I wonder if they sit out in the lineup and just look at each other and go, hey, remember the
oh, I'm sure they have
under
such
12s?
a long
Oki
track
Grom
record.
comp, Billabong Oki Grom comp.
So Tyler Wright actually, you know, technically is not a pipe champion, but we had the continuation of Honolulu Bay here in 2020, which actually was the start to the 2021 season. And Tyler Wright took a victory here at Pipeline, surfed really well at Backdoor.
Yeah, I remember. She's got an amazing technique in the barrel. She's definitely one that's grown up charging, and yeah, she's so well rounded too. Remember, she got a huge barrel at Cloudbreak as well, so she can go left in the barrel as well. So she's an amazing surfer.
Amazing surfer and an amazing human being, actually, in all of the challenges that Tyler Wright has had in her life, continuing to come back in form and come back with grace and class, well-spoken, and really has been a champion for human rights as well. So using her platform to deal with larger issues is very commendable.
Yeah, she's matured so much, and I'm really excited to see what she does this year in the water, because I feel like she's in such a content place, you know, with her family, and she's married now, and she's just happy and healthy. So to see her this year, I think I'm most excited to see how she performs in the water, because I've been watching her surf and she's looking so strong, and back to that full Tyler world champ form.
Yeah, strong and happy and content as well. So it's the physical game is pretty much maybe half of it, maybe even less than half of it.
Yeah.
The mental game is huge.
It's huge, and mentally, she's one of the strongest. It's nice to see someone that has that talent suddenly move on to other things and exploring other ways of making the world, trying to make the world better. And yeah, she's very passionate about that stuff.
She's got some great equipment as well, riding Paizel surfboards. So the boards are dialed for Tyler everywhere around the world, but especially in Hawaii.
Oh yeah, and I think that she's got such a great relationship with them, and yeah, she's always been on the best equipment. She's growing up with her brothers. I feel like they've always been very involved with their equipment and that side of the game.
Yeah, just the awareness and really the family of I'm going to say the Rippingest surfing family. I mean, we have surfing families like, you know, the Hoes with Coco and Mason and Mike, but you know, the Wrights are right up there with Mikey and Tyler and Owen, and that's the first start there. So a little bit of a misstart, Dimity. What's your thoughts on that decision?
I just think she's trying to get a quick start. It's been so challenging out there. The last hour or so has been not your typical pipeline conditions. So you need to bring your expectations down, get a quick start, find yourself into a rhythm, and see how it goes.
Yeah, well, Lakey Peterson found a rhythm out there. She's on to the quarterfinal. She's against the glass with AJ.
Lakey, you called that heat a little bit grindy. So that one, tactically, how did you approach it?
Yeah, obviously the waves are still fun, but deteriorated from this morning, and it's been slow all day. And then you add in having Moana, like the queen out here. So tactically, I just felt like I really had to be like on the best waves and play to my strength. And then also I was really aware there's not that many good lefts, but there are some. So I was really trying to make sure if I had priority to keep her from getting a good left, because we all know what she can do going left. And so yeah, that was kind of what I was trying to surf my own game, but also just aware of where she was at and trying to keep her off any good lefts that came through. And luckily one didn't. I was so nervous she was going to get one with priority. But yeah, I'm really stoked. It's great to be back here and competing and just doing what I love. I feel really, just good this year, and I'm enjoying it.
Playing a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense as well in your first heat. For you, coming off of last season where you were so close to making the final five, what are the goals that you have for yourself this season?
Yeah, gosh, last year was so close. I've had a few of those in my career where I just missed out on a few things, and I've really worked a lot on just like my headspace in the off season, and I've always felt really good physically, and I just think mentally I needed to sort a few things out and just how to stay calm and see the big picture a bit better. And I've just been visualizing myself doing well and how I want to surf. So yeah, I think that's something I've changed this year, and I feel really good and just happy and grateful to be here and doing what I love. And I don't know, I guess I just have a bit of a different perspective, which feels really good.
How do you feel like that shift in perspective helped you today going against somebody who's the queen of pipeline, the defending champ?
Yeah, I think it's helped me ton just for forgetting, I wasn't forgetting who I was going against, but able to just focus on myself. You can only control you, and I can try and keep her off as many waves as I want, but at the end of the day, I can't control what my opponent's going to do. So I think it's just realizing, just focus on yourself. And every heat nowadays is hard on tour, and there's so much pressure, and everyone feels the same way. So just keeping that headspace.
It worked today. We'll see you in the next round.
And just one more thing, my husband's actually here, but it's our anniversary today, so love you, babe. You're the best, and couldn't be where I am without him. So
happy anniversary.
Thanks.
Oh,
beautiful.
Lakey Peterson, great anniversary present right there. A ticket into, and there's Tom and Laura. So
So
Happy
nice to have them. You know, they travel together and push each other, and he's so fit and healthy, and they're a very, very cute couple.
Yeah, well, we're going to see Lakey return on finals day where she'll be matched up against Brisa Hennessy. Your thoughts on that quarterfinal number 1?
Yeah, that'll be... Brisa's just so strong. And who knows what the conditions are going to be like, so it's really hard to pick in those situations. And but Brisa's spent a lot of time out here, and she's got an amazing quiver, the beautiful colored Pang surfboards. So yeah, I saw those, and all I thought of is just sorbet ice cream flavors.
Yeah. Shout out to Town & Country airbrusher Gavin Hasegawa, the artist behind a lot of those beautifully colored boards. Here's Tatiana Weston Webb. Lip glide through that first sections, and that's all she's going to get. Previous wave, a 3.47 for Tatiana, so she did increase her lead over Teresa Bonvallo. Teresa leading a 5.47. Here's a replay.
So here she goes, big float. She just was looking to get a combo in, and this is the part in the event where, you know, it's the first event of the tour season. Teresa's coming in with probably big expectations. Tatiana's just remembering that, hey, this is the CT. You're not always going to get, we're at Pipeline, but that doesn't mean we're going to be getting huge barrels. So Tatiana's surfing a really smart heat here. She's just staying busy, trying to do those big turns and then shut the door on Teresa.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the path, Dimity, to the Final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Tatiana Weston Webb has been in that Final 5 for the past 2 years since we went to that format, runner-up in 2021, 4th last year. Could this be her year?
I think it's actually so good for her that she's had 2 years now to experience that moment and just to experience the whole event. You know, you saw guys like Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewing going in for the first time, and they were almost like overwhelmed of the situation. You know, you can win a world title in 1 day. So I think Tatiana's got a really good shot just having that experience of being there, knowing mentally and physically what to prepare for, and that's a huge advantage.
It is a giant advantage to be able to deal with the gravity of the day once you make it to that Final 5, and that world title is so exciting because that is decided upon that day on the playing field there at Lowers.
It's unbelievable, and in every sense they've earned their position to get to that point. They have proved that they are the top 5 in all conditions to get there, and then so they've validated that, and then it's just whoever is on the day, mentally, physically, and whoever can just bring it.
Look forward to that. But you know what? That's the end of our season. We're just at the beginning of our season. Yeah. CT number 1 here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Beautiful day here. Translucent water, but a calm water as well because of the lulls involved. Weston Webb again. Nice snap on the forehand, comes around the section, and an aggressive second snap. Clean rail work there, and the finish on the shallow sandbank for Tati Weston Webb, likely to improve upon her score line. Your thoughts on that ride?
Yeah, well, this is actually, once you take the expectation away, it's actually super rippable and fun waves out there with no one out. Most people dream of surfing this wave here with nobody out, so I like her. I like the way she's moving around the lineup. She's going right, she's going left, and she's looking like she's having a lot of fun.
Beautiful analysis. I like the mindset of taking the expectation away.
Yeah, and here we see. So she comes around this section, sets that up with a nice snap, and I love the fin throw here. So she managed to get a nice little wrap and then finishes it off right there. So this is smart surfing by someone who really wants to make the top 5 this year. So first setup here. That's nice. Still throwing a lot of spray and surfing into the wind too, which always feels good when you throw a lot of water, and really getting the tail release on that one. So
yeah, the sharp eye surfboard.
The sharp eye.
Looking tight right there. And importantly, to follow through for the finish. Even though that is kind of a minor maneuver, it does leave a good impression with the judges. Tyler Wright, live time here, going right. Oh, a scorching turn, a little bit of a yank on the rail there. Tons of release, just one turn, but it was a dynamic turn.
That was cool. I'm interested to see where the judges go with that, because it was stylish and whoa.
Teresa trying to come back against Tatiana Weston Webb, who just checked in with a 4.1. So now Teresa needs a 6.1. Finding a barrel, threading it through second section, and almost on the way out, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Wow, that would have been sick. She's got a really cool technique with that late drop. She managed to knife it so beautifully and get a pump in as well. So she was so close to making that one.
That would have been a meaningful score for Fitzgibbons. Numbers checking in for Tyler Wright, 4.23. Dimity for that one big turn.
Okay, love that. It's just they've definitely adapted to the situation out here and finding that, hey, let's just start ripping. Let's just start ripping waves. If a barrel comes through, and I'm going to pull in for sure, but it's not the only thing on their mind right now. They just want to do big turns and be progressive.
Coming to Sally, grabbing the rail there. Can't find the barrel, just kicks out. Still in the non-priority part of her heat.
And I was excited to watch Teresa in this heat because, you know, with that wind coming up, she's been known to pull airs and go for those big moves like that. So I know she's got those types of airs and stuff in her repertoire. So you see she's going for a couple, but unfortunately the sections just haven't been there.
Replay of Tyler in this turn.
Yeah, here we go. So she's so much power, and the ability to control that board when she was coming down in a sucky section is really hard to do. So that's why they rewarded that with the 4.23.
Priority heat with just a minute remaining. Teresa needs a 6.1, and she's on the scramble. Tatiana Weston Webb with priority is going to go on the chase right now, and it's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse to finish off. Can Teresa get a wave here? Tati with priority. Tati says no.
Full blocking moves, and I love this because this is the part of pro surfing that some people love it and some people hate it. And I know Teresa loves getting like right up close and personal to her competitors. That's one of her strongest moves. She loves to get nice and close. Even when she doesn't have priority, she'll be close. So see what she's doing there. She's making Tatiana go this one, and Tatiana using her priority to block Teresa, and Teresa's got 15 seconds now to try and get one.
Well, Lakey Peterson in her post-heat interview talked about defense and the defense she played on Moana Jones-Wong. A little bit of defense, but opportunity here for Teresa. Oh, pokes the nose on the way down. That is not going to be the 6.1 that she requires, and we're going to see Tatiana Weston Webb on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, there she goes. See, she's already first event, and she is fired up.
Well, we're going to take a break right now. When we get back, we got more action from Pipeline. Carissa Moore, Alyssa Spencer will be out in the lineup.
dad was like, back door is like kind of perfect for you right now. And he's like, just get your biggest board. What do you have? And I had a 6'4". Kind of everyone out there was like saying hi, like laughing, like, whoa, like shocked. And I think Medina made a joke. John probably made a joke. My dad goes, he like whispered to me, he goes, okay, it's gonna go left, 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 right. And literally it was like 3 west ones. And the 4th one was a hair smaller. And my dad was like, this one! Italo was kind of trying to look at it. He's in the clip, I think. And I paddled for it, and the thing just grew. It went from like 2-foot lump to like a 6-foot wave. As I came out, I remember just wanting to like salute my dad and like show him that I made it. So I remember like kind of just like going like, ah, saluting. And Mason's like, did you just dab? And I was like, no, I did not mean to do that.
Thanks, Billabong, for the best one ever series. Tyler Wright here, now in the priority section of her heat against Sally Fitzgibbons, right with the lead at the moment and looking to add to that point total. Doing a good job there. Tyler Wright, she will extend her lead over Sally Fitzgibbons. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kaipo along with Dimity Stoyle and Ross Williams in the set.
So good.
How we doing?
We're doing good. I mean, the overlapping heat format, Ross, we get a lot of waves ridden. We have that non-priority strategy, and then we have the priority strategy. And I'm going to ask the coach right there, what's the difference between the first 20 minutes and the second 20 minutes in these 40-minute heats?
It's actually, I'm thinking, I don't want to speak for all the competitors, but a really comfortable way to compete because it gives you 20 minutes to swing around and catch a bunch of waves, make mistakes, sort of warm up. And also you can sort of separate yourself from the priority heat, go further towards off the wall, look for a corner. It just gives you that a little bit of that, you know, that comfort. Like, okay, I got a long time to let it breathe here in this heat and warm up.
Yeah, it's such an awesome experience for everyone because you've actually only got 4 in the water, but the 2 have priority for the whole time. And yeah, it's just different.
What do you think about this heat? Carissa Moore versus Alyssa Spencer, Dimity.
Oh, it's on. This is just a full legend versus, you know, rookie. Well, not technically a rookie, but we still call the inexperienced, less experienced surfers the rookies. So it's going to be fun.
We'll see on that paddle, and here we go. Fitzgibbons in the priority heat finds the bubble. Goes through a little shampoo section there. He shuts down on Sally Fitzgibbons trying to make a comeback against Tyler Wright. Tyler Wright just clocked a 4.17 to add to the 4.23. Sally Fitzgibbons needing a 5.23 to take the lead off of Tyler Wright.
I want to give Tyler some credit too. And I'm not being cheeky, but that was one of the smallest sections I've ever seen someone do a snap at backdoor. I mean, she milked that wave dry. I was like, and no pun intended, but it's so dry over there over at Aints, and she still threw in like her 5th little snap there, so she earned that 4-pointer.
You were just waiting for her fins to just hit reef.
Here it is.
Yeah, and that first snap was nice, Dimity. She threw a lot of spray. I love how formed out Tyler gets. She just gets super groovy into her style. Here's that last little snap. Right on the reef there.
You could just see the color hit. There she is, in knee deep.
Straight to standing.
Pushing off the bottom. Reef, what reef?
She's
not when she's in the jersey.
And she is looking very loose and free too with those maneuvers. She's getting really tight and just able to fit those turns in such small pocket area. So that means she's looking very fit and healthy.
The water view here, looking up the coast towards Sunset Beach and Rocky Point. You can see a little bit of ruffle in the wind. You can also see the direction of the swell that has been evolving through the day, Ross. What's changed out there?
I think the direction's like pretty steady from this morning. It's just dropping a bit, Kaipo, and the buoys told us that all night. Not a whole lot, but it's enough. I mean, we were working with 4 to 5 foot surf this morning, and now it's, you'd say, probably 3 to 4 feet. It's still contestable, but like you mentioned, Kaipo, that wind is out of the northeast, so it's creating that side chop crumble. The good news for the competitors, it's kind of simplified. They're just going to turns mostly now.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you're just in 2 minds about a situation. You're going out for a heat thinking like, oh, well, that person got a sick barrel about half an hour ago, and then the last half hour has just been non-stop turns and no barrels. So Yeah.
No, you called it. Like, it's the worst when you're being skitsy and you don't know what to commit to. But right now, it's pretty much turns.
Yeah.
Carissa Moore committing to this first ride in her matchup. Nice rail work there, easing through that opening turn. Big snap, throwing it down. So that's going to be the first score for Carissa Moore, and priority in the heat will go to Alyssa Spencer. And it's got to be intimidating for Alyssa Spencer faced up against this 5-time world champ, Dimity.
Oh yeah, look at that. She's just so well-rounded, and she's just the best at everything, really. I was driving through Honolulu the other day and saw the mural of her and the Duke, and it was just like, it's real. She is the queen over here. She's so powerful, and I think Alyssa Spencer's just got to enjoy this time sharing the lineup with her.
Here she is, winds up off the bottom. Nice snap off the top, gets a little caught up there, and you can see a little refraction from the beach hitting that wave, Ross.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order, as you said, Dimity, for Alyssa. You know, the thing about their technique, you know, and what makes Carissa such a favorite, obviously she's a competitive beast. She's 5 times world champion. We get all that. But just how Carissa surfs, she really knows how to tip her board on rail, and she uses her body accordingly. She'll wrap around those cutbacks. She'll go into a tail slide. When you pick apart Alyssa Spencer's surfing, she's a little more rigid, so she likes to sort of, and that's why I think when she's on her forehand, it's to her favor, because she can hit those off the lips and she can get barreled. On her backhand, you saw there, she looked a little on the stiff side, so we'll see if she can loosen up and show us what she's got on her backhand.
Yeah, I kind of agree, Ross. I think she was a little held back. It almost looked like her board might have been a little too long for the... So maybe she's picked a quiver based on the conditions maybe an hour ago, and it's might have dropped a little more than she's expected. It just looked like, compared to her normal shortboards, that one got a little stuck in the lip.
Right. Surfboards is always fun to talk about, Kaipo, and even Carissa, she's really stubborn with her boards out here at Backdoor and Pipe. She rides big surfboards, but she gets away with it because she knows how to find the barrel, and she's really strong. She can tip a big board on rail. But I think even Carissa, to my eye, it looks like she stepped down a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think...
Well, here is Carissa on the backhand, muscling through a couple of carves, solid on the approach there, and she's going to back up that 3.5. Tyler Wright catching up with a finish at backdoor, and a big finish for Wright. So a nice split of the peak, although they're in separate heats. 2 former world champs splitting the peak, and both of them look like they did some performing, Dimity.
Yeah, I wonder... so here's a replay of Tyler. Look at that. She looks like she's on a normal shortboard there, the way she's about to get so tight in the pocket, straight into a big wrap, and then gets the finish here. That's a really nice wave. And she definitely looks like she's on a fine shortboard. And then Carissa here on her backhand, big snap to start, comes around, backs it up with another one. And yeah, I love Carissa's backhand style.
It's also nice to highlight equipment between the two, because we do have the CT Shaper rankings. Carissa Moore on a Mayhem and Tyler Wright on a Paizel. And both those Shapers, friendly rivals as well in every way, John Paizel and Matt Biolis.
Yeah, they like to poke little needles at each other. Darren Hanley's in that mix too. Those guys have a lot of fun tipping back a beer at the bar. Like they needle each other good.
Oh, they are so competitive. I had no idea how competitive the Shapers were until you start hanging out with them a lot.
Those 3, they're
Yeah.
so fun to
so
watch.
cool.
They give each other a lot of crap.
And they have more reason to be competitive this year, because when we get to the quarterfinals, that's when our Shapers are going to start racking up points on that CT Shaper rankings. And at the end of the year, there's going to be a Shaper, a factory that's going to have big bragging points, maybe more, that will be crowned the champ.
Yeah, that's a really cool addition, and it's going to be cool because we're going to see them more around. You know, they're not going to be hiding. They're not going to be hiding in their little corners. They'll be front of camera now.
That's right. And whatever the prize is, proceeds go to all the Sanders too, because those guys do the hardest.
Yes.
All the Sanders in the factory.
Oh, yes.
Hey, I'm tipping my hat to you guys. That is a thankless job. Thank
Big
you for what you
respect.
do.
It's the best thing I heard all day.
Big respect. Thank you.
Tatiana Weston-Webb's in the quarterfinals. She's with AJ.
Tati, just catching your breath after a heat where you got very busy, catching 9 waves. What was your strategy?
Yeah, honestly, was to stay busy. I knew it was going to be a really tough heat. Teresa is so good, and I respect her so much, and I was cheering for her so much this year on the QS to make the tour. So I knew she was going to be a formidable opponent in the water, especially being a goofy out at pipe. But I knew that if I got a really good wave at backdoor, it would kind of set myself apart. Even though that didn't happen, I did some turns at backdoor, and the judges liked the score, so I was really happy. And then after that, I just wanted to continue building house and manage priority. I didn't think I did the best job with priority in that heat, but yeah, stoked to make it.
You've made it on to the next round. I know this is the first CT event of the season, but I'm curious, what did you focus on in the off-season? How do you want to attack this 2023 championship tour?
Yeah, the last off-season was so different to this off-season for me. And this off-season, I spent so much time with my husband, just kind of chilling and really enjoying life. Like, I just felt so different from the year before, because the year before I got second in the world, and it was just really weird mentally for me. So this year, I was just really proud of my work that I got done throughout last year, and I had quite a bit of time on my hands, so I did start training pretty early as well, even though the training all the way up to the event wasn't like solid because the waves here in Hawaii were firing, so we were just kind of being surf rats for the last month and a half, really.
Well, it looks like it worked out because the conditions were changing so much, but you were ready for them, so.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but yeah, as far as goals go for, I guess, 2023 is number one, to qualify for Olympics for Brazil. I really want to represent them well, and second would just to be consistent and make smart choices. I think I made a few stupid choices in that heat, but it turned out to be okay. And you know, once you get your feet in the wax and the comp jersey on again, you remember so many things that you like forgot in the off season. So it's just about going through the motions, and I know I'm a good surfer, so I just got to catch the right waves.
Before we let you go, você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Sim, eu queria mandar oi para todo mundo que está assistindo. Muito obrigada. Eu sei que é tarde lá. A minha família lá também. Amo vocês. Minha família em casa aqui no Kauai. Amo vocês também. E vamos com tudo, gente.
Parabéns.
Valeu.
Alyssa Spencer, live action there, finishing off her ride, and we'll catch up to all these scores. Alyssa out there against Carissa Moore. Some replays first. Dimity.
Here goes Carissa. She's found a left. Big snap. Oh, that was really nice. And then backs it up again. Gets a finish as well. So 3 nice turns for Carissa. That's going to improve. And then Tyler on the right. She's just sticking to that backdoor section. Not too much. Oh, here we go. Alyssa Spencer. Big snap, then comes around, finds another one, and then see our board's looking very long, especially compared to Tyler. I think Tyler's on what looks like the narrowest shortboard out there right now.
Yeah, I like the way Tyler looks out there, and she's on a John Peisel, and Peisel, I think his biggest strength, his boards have awesome grip. They really grip to the face of the wave. You can turn as hard as you want. It gives you a lot of trust. So a small board in 4-foot backdoor and a Peisel is kind of a dreamy setup.
Board able to fit into that tight transition of backdoor that's today. And Dimity, you talked about the adaptability that the surfers have to possess in this heat, given the conditions, and it continues to change.
Yeah, and I do feel like that in this round, it's definitely the more experienced competitors that are adapting better, you know, like your world champs, Carissa, Tyler. They're finding the best waves, and they're adapting their surfing just to get scores. And Sally's been really struggling to find those, which is quite surprising because she is one of those more experienced surfers, and it'd be nice to see her get at least one more opportunity before this heat's over. She's hasn't got priority, so she's just been out of rhythm.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons with under 4 minutes, Ross, needs a big number, a 6.73.
I will say her 3.17 was maybe the best turn of the heat. I really liked that snap. It was just one turn on a right, but it looked really crisp. She threw spray. It was on a clean little right-hander. So it's not about her surfing or lack thereof. She just needs to connect with the wave to give her 2 sections where she can accumulate those points. Right there, really crisp, kicks the fins. I mean, I think that was the best move of this heat, but it was just the one. So she needs to find a way to give her 2 sections.
Yeah, that was she almost was able to go so tight and vertical, beyond vertical almost, which is interesting on your forehand.
Well, you got to contrast that 3.17 for one turn from Sally Fitzgibbons. Tyler Wright, 4.23. That was also a one-turn wave.
Yeah, she did have the grab rail and kind of, I think she was sliding the fins as the wave was a little more critical, but interesting gap.
Here we go with Tyler, big snap there. One more time, floats, lip line glide, puts it down. She saw Sally contested her, forced the priority use for Tyler Wright. She used up that priority, and I believe she just gained points in her scoreline. Your thoughts, Ross?
I agree with you. 4.23 on the one turn, so you got 2 here.
Look at Sally forcing it.
Good use of priority, good block there, but she also added to it with a nice tail slide, good projection, and a good little finish, little head fake there, just to show the judges, hey, that's a smooth completion. Count it.
Yeah, I like that. You make a turn more critical just by moving your body slightly, you know?
She's prolific at claiming, head jives. She adds drama to her surfing, no doubt. She knows how to sell it.
Yeah, it's the dance, isn't it? And sometimes, you know, if you're doing the dance, some people have a little extra boogie, and that ends up with extra points because whether you like it or not, it does influence the human being judges. Right. Not a machine up there. Fitzgibbons trying to come back here, opening snap, make it 2 for Sal. And that's all it's going to be. She needs a 7.07 because Tyler Wright did improve upon her scoreline with a 4.57 on that last wave. 1 minute and 25 seconds in the heat between Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons. Here we go, Dimity.
Here's Sally. So she finally found a wave that opened up to give her more than one maneuver, but unfortunately that left was just kind of facing away from her. So it's not going to be as strong of a score because those rights are like coming at you. So Tyler was able to really throw a lot of power into those turns.
Although I think Sally is going to improve on her 3.
Oh, yeah.
That's my guess. So she's in it. You know, with a minute left, she needs to hurry up and catch another wave. But there it is, a 4.1. So what does that require her to
She
get?
needs a 6.14 at the moment. 6.14 for Sally Fitzgibbons. She does have priority, Ross. She's got 40 seconds to execute.
Looking over my shoulder, looking back at the screen. There's a little bit of motion in the ocean. She might get one shot here. Next wave. See the ski? He's about to hit that swell.
And she just improved by 1 point, and that's enough. In conditions like this, it could be the difference.
It's a small one. She's going to have to go crazy.
18 seconds. Sally's going to pass up that one. She's going to have just one more chance given the time on the clock. Down to 10 seconds. It's this or nothing.
Tyler's so smart. She is so tough. She just doesn't make tactical errors. They're really well-served heat.
Hands do not leave the rail, and that's not going to count. Sally Fitzgibbons eliminated. And it will be Tyler Wright on to the quarterfinals. Here comes Tyler.
Yeah, that was a really well-served heat by Tyler.
Back with more right after this.
So this is our first WSL Rising Tides Pipeline edition. For the women to be our pipeline and competing here on the North Shore is something that WSL is really proud of. It's a big deal for us to be surfing at that break, and I want these kids to see that this could be them.
Now with equal prize money, equal tour stops, meeting some of their heroes, maybe it sparks more of a passion inside them to really pursue it for a living.
It feels good. It inspires me to see them rip, and it makes me want to do it in the future too.
A big part of what we're doing today is we want you guys to be able to come for a surf with us, also to meet everyone here.
How's it going?
Rising Tides! One of my hopes for Rising Tides is that one day we'll be looking back on the current crop of the Championship Tour, and we're going to have these photos of them here at WSL Rising Tides, meeting their heroes and interacting with the tour for the first time.
Buena Vida supporting Rising Tides. Back to live action here at Pipeline. Backdoor wave for Alyssa Spencer in her challenge against Carissa Moore. Molly Picklum. New heat in the water, and Pickles performing on the backhand, winding up here. Nice little snap finish for Molly Picklum. That is a great start. She's matched up against Isabella Nichols. So 2 Australian surfers going head to head in heat number 6 of this round of 16. Kaipo, Dimity, and Ross talking you through the action. Ross, what do you think about this matchup?
I think these are 2 firecrackers right here. Really a couple sassy girls here in terms of being confident and having a lot of weapons in their arsenal. This is going to be a super good heat.
How was that, hey? Molly just starting with a full bang. The energy on that wave was crazy.
Opening round, Molly Picklum, 8-point ride at backdoor, so she's already proven that she can acquire excellent scores in this competition, and she came out swinging, Dimity.
Yeah, look at that. See this one, bang. Comes around again, and she's throwing everything into these turns. Even the finish here, look at her. She's just comes around and then belts it. That section was about 1 foot at the end, and she still just threw everything into it.
Really well surfed left. I mean, her technique-wise, it was pretty spot on. She looked like her body was completely functional during those turns. You know, she was really pressing through those turns in a crisp way.
Yeah, 4.5 for Molly Picklum. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Tyler Wright.
The conditions have changed so much today, but somebody who's very good at adapting to those conditions is Tyler Wright. Tyler, what was your strategy heading into the heat?
Look, it was kind of, it's a 4-person heat with the overlapping, so you kind of try and make the most of the opportunities in the front half and then, really optimize in the back half. Felt I did that well. The conditions are changing, so it's one of those ones that it's part of the game, and we knew what we were in for with today, so yeah.
What were the things you were able to optimize on in the back half of the heat?
I think I converted, I can't remember, maybe like a 5.6 and a 4.7 in the back 20, which is nice. In the front, I had like a 4 and maybe a 4, I don't know, they're testing my memory there, but I actually don't know. But, I think that's part of it, building in the front, capitalizing in the back. But, you always want to get great scores to start off with, but, the swell is slow. It is slow, but, you find your opportunities if you're in tune with what's going on with the ocean.
First Championship Tour event of the season. What were your goals that you focused on in this off season, and how do you want to carry them into this year?
Yeah, look, I spent a lot of time in performance, spent a lot of time working with Andy King and Jason Patchell with Surfing Oz, and the rest of my team as well, like in the gym and chiropractic work, and making sure that I'm moving really well, that I'm focusing on performance and really maximizing my potential, as well as my really changing my psychology around how I'm approaching probably putting seasons together and really trying to connect with my reason why I'm here and why I'm showing up and why I do all the work. And, I'm really, really proud of the whole team that I've got and all the support that I've had. And, yeah, it's been a fun off season and it's nice to get it started.
We're excited to see you back. Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Tyler Wright looking in form and working with Andy King. Kingy, Ross coached Gabe Medina, supported Gabe Medina to his 3rd world title.
Yeah, Kingy is awesome, and he's just got a nice, calm demeanor, and you know, I think when the cool thing about having him in your corner is you know that you're going to get just the right amount of advice. He doesn't really try to work you up with emotion. I think he's a very good analytical coach.
Alyssa Spencer, and just continues, unfortunately, to struggle there against her matchup with Carissa Moore. She does have 12 minutes and 50 seconds, however, in the matchup. So as we've seen throughout the day today, Dimity, things can change within the final couple of minutes in any of these heats.
Oh yeah, it's been on until the end. And here's Carissa. You saw this while Tyler was having an interview. I love the way she just digs a rail in so hard. It was almost very similar to Tyler, you know, there's such a small wave, but they're just throwing everything into those turns, and just so nice to watch.
Yeah, it's probably a little reminiscent of Kualo's right there. That's her home spot in town, and it's kind of on dry reef too, especially at low tide. So Carissa's channeling her home break, Kaipo.
I think so. I'm kind of, because it is, I mean, it is the bonsai, but today it does look more like Kualo's right on that last wave. I cannot disagree with you on that assessment.
Hey, you got to work with Mother Nature.
Pickles, Molly Picklum. Oh my goodness, what a turn. Looking for more open face, but again, Molly and her board seem to be connected as one right now with the turns that she's been throwing down, Dimity.
Yeah, she's connected, definitely. Got the DHDs, and you saw that she's been locked in to Hawaii for a long time, so she's definitely dialed her board. That wrap was amazing, just able to throw it back super tight. And pretty average little wave, but it's just nice to see her just spending time over here, and she's looking dialed.
She sure is. Strider.
What's happening, Kaipo? How you doing, buddy?
Doing great. What do you got for us?
I was just checking in on the CT Shaper rankings. I was going to just break into a little conversation about, you know, the Matt Biolis and the Mayhem surfboards and that brand, and how, you know, a lot like Channel Islands has been proven over here in Hawaii, so has his boards. And, you know, the surfers that ride those boards don't deviate from riding them. They don't come from California and jump on, you know, Arakawas or anybody else from Socorro, and they really have confidence in those boards. Those boards have been, you know, proven by Mason Ho and Michael Ho and Carissa Moore out here at Backdoor. So, you know, he's definitely got a solid brand of boards for Hawaii, which is amazing.
Strider, you really need a new board, don't you?
Yeah, you know, I just got one. I'm pretty psyched. I just scooped it.
Matt, send Strider 3 brand new boards right now. That was perfect.
Here's the Mayhem at work
right now.
We're
gonna win this, Mayhem. We're gonna win this, Mayhem.
Okay, we're in replay, Strider. We're watching Carissa Moore.
Well, I mean, he brings up a point
to
back up Strider. He's not wrong there. That you know, Carissa, what a team. Mason and Mike Ho, they definitely proven these boards on the North Shore. I kid, Strider. But that was a shameless plug.
I mean, when
wasn't
we
it?
talking about the lineup for Mayhem, we got Griffin Colapinto, Yago Dora, Kalohi Andino, Michael Rodriguez, Carissa Moore, Gabriella Bryant, and Caroline Marks. So that's the team from the folks over at Mayhem when they are trying to earn points here, Dimity, in the CT Shaper rankings.
And how cool is that you're now on a team, you know? I'm obviously Team DHD.
Yeah.
We just lost a big player this morning with Steph Gilmore, but it's awesome because I think we should do a tag team event or something.
It is, well, it's cool, but just for the point that you made is that there is kind of a race within a race within a race, and that you're going to have board team pride because of these CT Shaper rankings. Ross Williams, your team, or are you a free agent?
Now, here's something I'm going to submit to you guys, and you tell me what you guys think. I think they should have double points for this event for underground shapers, because you know, we have these monster companies with DH and with Mayhem and Paizel. It's not really fair. They sponsor the whole tour.
You're right.
But there's a few rad surfers on tour with you know, these sort of quote unquote off brands, and those guys should get double the points.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because, like you said, they'd have less horses in the race.
That's right. Mayhem's cheating. He's got a big budget.
Hey, Johnny Cabianca with Gabe Medina on those boards. All he needs
Great
is one team rider at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but so with this,
yeah, I get you.
You accumulate, right, with multiple riders, so they're cheating.
Makes it so exciting. It's another story within a story this year on the championship tour. Earlier, we caught up with Axel and Lindy Irons.
We're in the Turtle Bay VIP Lounge with two very special guests, Lindy and Axel Irons. Lindy, this is an event that we're so honored to be a part of. What has the experience been like for you?
I've been coming here for 20 plus years, I think, and every year I have like the best time ever. All my closest friends are here, my family's here. All the surfers that I don't get to see as much anymore, all in one place in our tiny little, you know, what do they call this, the 8-mile stretch? So yeah, it's so nice to be here. I love it.
We certainly love having you here. I know all the surfers here share so much about what Andy meant to them. I'm curious if you can remember, like, tell us what pipe meant to Andy.
Well, I think this is basically his home break. You know, we live on Kauai, and yes, he was born and raised there, but you know, this is his home spot, and he thrived here. He loved it here. It was, you know, he always did amazing. I think he always won here. So yeah.
It certainly feels like he did, even if he didn't actually win here every single time. He is somebody who for the surf community may be gone, but is certainly not forgotten. How have you felt the surf community just embrace you and your family?
Oh, they've embraced us, you know, tenfold. I feel so fortunate to be a part of such a wonderful community. I mean, I've raised him in it, and he is so loved by every generation. You know, Andy's generation is kind of, you know, older, but even this newer generation just shows him so much love, you know, so I appreciate the whole community.
I want to talk about the future generation as well, because you have a foundation that's doing some really important work. Can you share with us what it is?
Yeah, I started a nonprofit in honoring Andy, and I put on a lot of events on Kauai in honor of him. He was a huge, you know, he put on so many events when he was here, so I do it out of his honor. And actually, I just did oh my gosh, sorry. I started tripling. I just did an event in Waikiki with Billabong. All the Billabong surfers came and took kids from Kids Hurt 2 out to surf and share the love of the ocean that we all have. And yeah, so we have a lot of exciting things in the works, but yeah, it's all in honor of Andy.
We love that. Thank you so much for being here with us, sharing your time. We love seeing you around.
Thank you so much.
That was awesome. I want to hear from Axel, actually.
Yeah, I wanted to.
I think he had, you know, that's Andy's son for sure. You know, four-time pipe champ.
He's such a sweet kid.
That smile.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, I am looking at Andy right now. That was
Yeah.
cool. I haven't seen Axel in a minute too, and he's sprouting up. He's growing.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. And this event is in loving memory of Andy Irons. During that interview, Dimity Hickles again
going
with some
off.
great rail control.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful roundhouse, straight up into the lip, 2-turn banger.
Yeah, what I like about Molly is she's got amazing technique. She can pull off like the move of the day, but she's also a fighter. She's really scrappy. She knows she's not afraid to get right in there and get dirty and get scores any way she can.
Yeah,
Well, 3.93 just checked in. She has extended her lead over Isabella Nichols in the non-priority Dimity, and Isabella with no waves ridden as of yet. Molly, she's going to continue her assault. Here she goes. Long wall in front of her. Is going to have to make up some ground. Gets around the corner. Throws the fins out the back. More on the way. Wow.
How was that turn? That was incredible. The full 3 fins just out the back, and I'm really surprised by Isabella's strategy in this heat, because just by the last couple of heats have all been won by the surfer that's just surfed themselves into rhythm on this backdoor peak.
Well, I mean, I would love to see this zoomed in and in slow-mo, because, I mean, to me, that's the turn of the day. I know it's just a snap on a small wave, but that was beautiful technique. And here we go, ask and you shall receive. Watch her back foot and watch her back knee. Right about here, she's going to press, and she's going to get that knee flat to the deck.
Wow.
That is textbook. That looks like a Mick Fanning
Yeah, I
turn
was
right
just
there.
gonna say, Mick
See how
Fanning.
compressed her knees are? That was beautiful technique.
That's so cool. Thank you for the slow-mo. I think we all enjoy that. It's just nice to see.
Yeah, little smoke signal, little alarm right there sent out by Molly.
Oh, and Alyssa in her final 3.5 minutes against Carissa Moore. needs a 4.23. And just took off on another wave. It's going to be an inconsequential wave. She's going to continue to search for that 4.23. Carissa Moore out the back with priority. And the heat control, the lead and priority to Carissa Moore. 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, Ross.
Yeah, and Carissa's way too smart to make any mistakes right now. So she's going to play the priority game. She's going to clog the lineup and not give Alyssa any room.
Yeah. And if you want to catch up with Carissa Moore and dive deeper into her personality, you want to catch that one-on-one on World Surf League as well as YouTube, as we see Molly Picklum just under priority constantly and continuing to perform.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but who has priority in this heat? Because Molly's on every single wave.
She is just a Tasmanian devil. She can't get enough. She is devouring.
Well, Alyssa Spencer only needs a 4.23, so I'm really surprised by her position at the moment because she's used to these conditions like this. You know, she's fresh off the Challenger Series. There's a lot of challenging waves on the Challenger Series. We should call it the Challenging Series.
We do sometimes.
and so I feel like this for her is a perfect opportunity to come up against Carissa, where, you know, Carissa's been surfing pumping pipe for the last month, trying to train for, yeah, this. And then right now there's 2 minutes to go and Alyssa only needs a 4.23, so.
Well, Alyssa is a great surfer, but she looks like she's definitely attached to what the conditions look like this morning. She's on a bigger board. She looks a little rigid. I mean, she should be on her short board and looking to just set the fins free and looking at performance.
Do exactly what she's been doing.
Here goes Carissa and had to muscle into that one. That's just going to change the priority and giving Alyssa Spencer a little bit more of a chance. 4.23 is what the surfer out of Encinitas needs.
Have some sets, Kaipo.
And we got some waves on the way, so maybe an opportunity for Alyssa Spencer. She's on the move here.
Yeah, that's a good call, Ross. I think she needs to stick to what she's been doing to get her to this position. Like, she's obviously been given this
CS
opportunity.
Tour.
Yeah, by ripping
Right.
and only just missing out on qualifying by so close, and then coming here, maybe she's overwhelmed and big straight hander.
Yeah, big straight hander for Isabella Nichols jumping off there in her challenge against Molly Picklum in the non-priority heat. 40 minutes remaining in the challenge between Carissa Moore and Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa, with priority, needs to have a go at it within these next 30 seconds.
Comes back to knowing the lineup too, because I just saw a beautiful wave peel off over at Aints. It wasn't the barrel, but it had a huge section on it. So there's scores out there. You just have to, you know, have that intimate knowledge of the reef out here.
Yeah, Jamie O'Brien came in here and said it about 20 times for everyone to check out the peak at Aints. Check out the. He was
really
making a point.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone was listening.
Well, here we go. Maybe one more opportunity for Alyssa. She's in the center of your screen here. She is going to duck dive and duck out of competition here. Eliminated Alyssa Spencer. Carissa Moore on to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Joe, Megan, and Laura will talk you through the action.
I'm pretty much in my head 24 hours a day.
away, but a reasonable number drops in here for Molly.
You're watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons as we have an exciting heat just getting started. Gabriella Bryant takes on Macy Callahan. Gabby Bryant finishing number 9 in the world last season, did such great things as the Rookie of the Year last season, and it's a comeback story for Macy Callahan as well. She's worked so hard to get back into the top 17. Exciting matchup just getting underway. Joe Turpel, CT standout, Megan Abubo, and Laura Enever from the CT. Now big wave charger to break down all the action. Our priority heat, we've got Molly and Isabella, Gabby and Macy. A lot to chew on there as we introduce the brand new heat. Expectations, Laura, on Macy, as we've seen a lot of her, but I still feel like we've been missing her lately. What are you looking forward to this year?
Yeah, well, Macy had a stellar run on the Challenger Series last year. She was so dominant, and it was just amazing to see her come time and time again to these events. And just, you know, she was constantly in the final series, semis. She, you know, took some wins as well. So I'm excited to see Macy this year on tour and what she can bring and what she can put up against these other women.
Yeah, and Laura, as you mentioned before, aside from Gabriella O'Brien, these are the Central Coast Warriors, right? So all these 3 surfers probably pretty familiar with being in the water together.
Yeah, well, Molly Picklum and Macy grew up on the Central Coast, Macy on this wave here, and she's got a really strong backhand. So I feel like it's kind of beach break conditions at the moment out here at Pipeline, which is we're not used to seeing this, but all the women have adapted so well. And you can see Macy and Molly, Isabella here making a run as well. You know, they're used to these conditions.
They certainly are. Just rapid fire action in this overlapping format. How would you break down this wave when it's this size, when it comes to maneuvers? Is there anything to be concerned with when you hit the lip and look down, or are they feeling pretty comfy at the moment?
Oh yeah, Joe, it's a shallow lineup. No matter what size it is, and it can actually be just as dangerous at this size as when it's bigger. But you do want to approach it as you would a pretty powerful beach break, because right now, I mean, it's maneuvers that are on offer. We're seeing that. Molly Picklum getting some great rides, really impressed with her style, and this wave seems to suit her. One thing to note as well is this is a fast wave. So every maneuver, your timing has to be perfect, doesn't it, Laura?
I'm so impressed with Molly right now. I'm thinking she must have sculled a Red Bull before paddling out, because she's been so intent the whole heat. It's like she hasn't stopped. She's motorboating back out the back, you know, just so fast, and just has been on so many waves. Look, she's had 7 rides to Bella's 2 rides, and she's only just started her priority heat. So excited to see what she can bring to the back 20.
Cool to check out What It Takes on Red Bull TV featuring Molly Picklum. She said it's just funny how she's in her head all the time. She loves action. She loves sports. She likes playing pickleball. She likes just being active in what she loves to do. And it feels like she has just such a huge career ahead of her, but she's already accomplished so much.
She really has. You know, she's got this Grom-esque feeling, and she's a Grom. She surfs all day. She just loves, like you said, sport. We call her Pickles for short. And yeah, she's got this like really Grom feeling about herself, but also this mature headspace that she can click into. And obviously talking, you know, in that Red Bull series about she's always up to something. She can't really slow down. She's that's what she has to work on.
I remember that turn she did at Margaret River last year in the heat against Tyler Wright. It was hard not to compare it to John. It was one of the most beautiful frontside power carves I'd seen that entire year on tour. She backed it up with 2 more turns. It was a 9-something, and it was a huge day for her because she felt amazing, but then she had to deal with the cut. As we continue on down the line on the back end, looked like Macy Callahan running towards the sandbar. She has a 0.5 to improve on there, so that's long gone. And her opener solid at the 5.33, trying to get an early start on Gabby Bryant.
Wow, that's a great opener for Macy there, 5.33, and that's you know, the biggest score that we've seen in the last 2 heats. So, you know, Molly, we've seen her do some really nice turns. That forehand blowtail, I thought that could have been higher for the 1 turn, but Macy got the 2 turns done, and the judges are really liking it.
Strider Wazalewski, we've been talking a lot about Molly Picklum this morning and throughout the afternoon. He had the 8 earlier. She's won at Pipe. Let's get more on Molly Picklum. What are you expecting from her in this one?
You know what? I'm really impressed. I love her. I think she's on fire. I think she's got a lot of high-performance surfing in her, and she likes to charge and pull into the barrel. She kind of reminds me of Sally Fitzgibbons when she came on tour. She's feisty, professional. She's got really great fitness, and she's, you know, head down, ready to go. These overlapping heats are just amazing because you get to see other surfers surfing as well that aren't in your heat, and you might catch, you know, Molly Picklum in the lips. Oh no, this is not good. I gotta go.
Out of there and into position very shortly. It's all part of the job, isn't it, Laura? When you're water reporting, you got to keep one eye on the horizon and also make sure you're not going to get smoked when you're giving us an update.
No channel over there at backdoor, so you're getting these off-the-wall bombs coming in. Whereas when we were commentating at 10-foot pipe last year, you felt probably safer than sitting down the beach there. So it's all happening.
A little takeoff there for Gabby Bryan, up and down. A much different type of start than what she had in her heat previous to this one.
Yeah, has a slow start, but no stranger to surfing out here. I still am really confident in Gabriella Bryan and her knowledge of this wave. I know she said earlier she hasn't put a lot of reps out here, but reef waves just like this really suit her style, and she's strong. One thing to note with what the surfers are doing out there, we're seeing a little bit of a shift in the judging criteria since the waves have changed. We're not seeing a lot of barrels right now, a lot of high-performance surfing.
As we see a split peak, there's that beautiful power car from Molly Picklum again. Slams it on the second effort and just steps off. But it was reminiscent of what we were talking about at Margaret River, how she can coil up. Her technique is perfect. That rail line goes further than you think, and she has so much control. This is what happened on the left, Megan.
Yeah, looks like just a quick in and out. And then here we see winding up here. Beautiful forehand wrap, just like you said, kind of John-esque. I think it's with that front arm. You know, John keeps his front arm a little bit bent. It's not as common with all the surfers, and with that bend, he can wrap around and really extend. And you're right, that's a great comparison, Joe.
Looking at a great time in this heat for Molly Picklum as she's building on her score line, standing by for that last score. She's taken on Isabella Nichols. And then you got Macy, who's in the non-priority heat, Billabong team riders, and happy to be a part of such a great program for such a long time. Billabong right now is celebrating the launch of their Dream State collection, drawing inspiration from the 90s. How good were the 90s here on the North Shore, Megan? That was a great time to be a pro surfer and living the dream in this Dream State collection. It honors a moment in time when the power of surfing was etched into our core. You can see the collection and watch the video on billabong.com, and you can also see what Laura's wearing each and every day. Obviously a big part of the Billabong family, and it's really cool what they're coming out with these days.
Yeah, it was super cool. Macy and Isabella and myself, we all came to Hawaii with Luana and Sky Brown, another Billabong team rider, and you know, made a cool, you know, piece of content for the collection. And it's like Blue Crush vibes and 90s-esque, real fun surf collection. So for sure, check it out.
I love that. Let's now hear from a 5-time world champ, Carissa Moore, with AJ.
Carissa, the conditions just continue to change. In the booth, they were describing Pipeline almost more like a beach wave. How would you describe it?
Yeah, it's definitely not Pipeline right now, but yeah, I think it being kind of like a beach break is a really good call. Just the waves are moving up and down the reef, and it's kind of hard to identify them, but if you can just focus on the moment in front of you, I think that's kind of key to making it through right now.
You were able to do that, focus on the moment in front of you. What was the moment that you picked out as, oh, this is the one that I really want to make my stand on?
I mean, just trying to push everything that I had. It seems like the size of the waves definitely came down since this morning, so I took out a little bit of a smaller board, but it's always tricky at Pipeline because you want to be ready just in case that bigger wave does come and it does barrel. So I was still on a 6'2", which is pretty big for a day like today.
But it worked out. What did you learn about today and your ability to adapt to the conditions that you want to take moving forward?
I'm
stoked. I'm happy to be moving into the quarters in the first event of the year. I think it's going to continue to be, a tricky forecast, so just going to take it each day and each moment as it comes.
Well, we cannot wait to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Carissa Moore into the quarterfinals, and she'll be taking on the winner of the Molly Picklum Isabella Nichols clash. So doing a great job to repeat great results here at Pipeline. Runner-up finished last year to Moana Jones-Wong, and she's looking to take this title to kick off the season #1 in the world. Always a professional, always ready to adapt to any situation that's in front of her. And she's got a great shot to pick up title #6 this year, as we can get into those early predictions for the title showdown. It's never too early, right, Megan?
No, it's not too early. Carissa's always going to be a favorite of mine. Just not only her tenacity as a competitor, but the way that she just leads. I feel like she's so dialed in with her equipment. She can surf everything from 1-foot beach breaks to 10-foot sunset, and as good as anyone. Not just like, I can dabble in a little bit here or there. Carissa has no weaknesses.
And Laura, you might have had the best seat in the house at the WSL Awards for her unbelievable speech and tribute to Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. She's a true hero, and she just took that on with grace and style, and just the Carissa Moore aloha way that we love to see as we see Molly flying down the line.
Speed float, lands it. It's almost curious if she was going to try to go to the air there. She had so much speed and just greased that float without a problem. Remember, she blitzed her wave before, 7.67 for Picklum. Now trying to better a 4.5. Let's take another look, Megan.
Yeah, here she goes, gaining momentum right here, flying down the line. Beautiful float there. I love that they're starting to reward her, because Laura and I were sitting here saying, some of the turns that Molly's doing are just out of this world out there. It's tough out there, and she's making it look so easy, and her style, finesse on every wave, it's just, she looks sharp.
Yeah, it seems to me like the first 20 minutes of the heat was just Molly frothing out and just trying to get, like she got the fours on the board. She was getting smaller waves, but she was taking so much speed and just throwing everything at any turn. And even if she was getting a one-turn in, she got the 4.3, which is put pressure on Isabella, and Bella's just hasn't really been able to get started in this heat. But kind of had a feeling that if Molly could wait and actually get a good-sized wave, which she has, she could drop a bomb. That 7.67, she just needed two sections to smash.
And she is absolutely smashing it. Bella Nichols needs a 9.74 now. Plenty of time to do that in 2 new waves.
Yeah, plenty of time. Again, it's just all wave selection out there. It really, as we see Gabrielle O'Brien right here.
Deep on this one, and just a little bit too deep as it stretched out. Shut down quickly on Gabrielle O'Brien. Her low score, a 2-point ride. She only needed a 3.270 at the leadoff Macy.
Yeah, one thing to note as well, Joe and Laura, Molly has, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the 2 highest scoring waves of the day.
Yeah.
So you got to be feeling pretty confident coming.
Yeah, you're basically setting the bar. And I think credit to her, in different types of conditions, in the barrel and on the open face. She's been unstoppable.
For sure. So she'll be leaving today feeling really confident. And, obviously coming off that Pipe Masters win back in December, she, the Vans event, so she's got a title here and she's got confidence and she's poured it into this year, and she must be feeling pretty excited about this.
Not bad when you're getting all the best waves on the opening day of the season. Oh, what a statement for Molly Picklum. It's making sense that this is her favorite stop on tour. Throwing down the 8-point ride earlier, and then a 7.67 in a different way right here in the round of 16. Also entering that list, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson was stellar earlier in the opening round, getting a 6.5. She's got Caroline Marks coming up in heat number 8. Lakey Peterson looked incredibly sharp, and Caitlin Simmers, even though she's been knocked out in the elimination round, she dropped a 7. As you see, the top 5 waves of the opening day for the best women surfers in the world. All about Picklum so far, Megan.
Yeah, Molly Picklum is really impressive out there, adapting to the changing conditions. Her equipment looks really good under her feet. She looks super poised out there. You would not know that she's a rookie. She is ripping.
Absolutely ripping. 11% of fantasy surfer players out there threw Molly Picklum on their team. I feel like that might change at the next event. People are on notice, seeing what Molly can produce at venues like this. Pipe and backdoor, some people fear it. She looks forward to it.
Well, yeah, she's grown up so much in 1 year as well. You know, she was on tour her rookie year last year, didn't make the cut, and then went on to the challenges and absolutely just shot through there. And you can just tell that she's back, and she's just has this confidence. And just the way that she's approached these heats this morning, you just can see her on the hunt constantly trying to work out what she can do and how she can produce a score. And there's been no downtime, so it's really exciting to see this energy she's bringing.
She's gone through some nice growth. Remember last season, she went to the Challenger Series. She ended up winning Bolito, but she had this crazy turning point along the way with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. She got to a point in a practice session where she couldn't land a turn, not one. And they're being really honest with me about it. They just fall after fall, and she's still in the event. And Micro was like, okay, slow everything down. Just pull off a couple things, and we'll move on. 0 for 5. And there's what happened. Micro said, all right, put your boards back in the house. We're going to go golf. And she'd never played before. He looked up a local golf course. They started chipping away. She fell in love with this challenge, but she needed a break. And he was trying to figure it out on the fly as a coach. What do we need to do to adjust? And it was exactly what she needed. Just put the surfboards down. She was trying a little bit too hard, wanting it too much. The golf relaxed her. It was a distraction in the healthiest of way. Went back into the next round, took over, won the event, and which ended up getting on tour. Those little moments where things click are so interesting, especially with a coach trying to think, how can I help here when everything at the moment is going wrong?
Yeah, what a story. And I guess that's why a coach is so important. They bring that unbiased opinion to be able to evaluate everything from the sidelines. And you can get so in your head as a competitor. It really helps to have that support from someone who, especially like Micro, really knows what it's like to be in that position.
Exactly, and can look at you straight in the eyes and say, you are forcing this. You are not even being who you usually are right now. We need to find you another hobby. We need to switch off that brain and actually have a quick break, because the best thing you can do is sometimes just drop it and come back tomorrow and try again.
Or Micro wanted to go golfing.
Yeah, totally.
I think there's some truth in that. 100%. There seems like there's a lot of great surfers that love playing their golf as well, just like 8-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, Lakey Peterson, Megan.
I'm one of them.
Loves it.
I'm an avid fan of golf. Rochelle and I used to go on tour. We used to go when we were on tour, but mostly when we were at home. We loved to golf at Turtle Bay.
No place like it. We're down to the countdown, and already shaking hands, Isabella Nichols and Molly Picklum. Picklum with a solid victory into the quarterfinals here at Pipe, and Nichols will be knocked out of this one in the round of 16 and start preparing for Sunset Beach. Molly's got the 2 best waves of the day, a 7.67 and an 8-point ride, showing her relationship that she has with Pipe and backdoor. We'll take a quick break. More action in the round of 16 continues right after this. You're watching the first stop of the season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Brand new heat just getting started. How about this one? Caroline Marks taking on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And what a great clash of the youthful movement that we have on the championship tour. Betty Lou already had a little bit of the championship tour last year through the first 5 events, re-qualified through the Challenger Series. And Caroline Marks actually decided to take her first break. Even though she's incredibly young, just 20 years of age, she had a different type of childhood, being as talented as she is. Youngest ever to receive a wild card in a championship tour event when Trestles was a regular season event, and then the youngest to actually qualify and get a spot on tour. A lot of things were happening very quickly, and she decided, you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of time just to go surfing and come back when I'm ready. I thought that was a great decision.
Yeah, and nobody really knows what it's like to be in those shoes until you're feeling them. And Caroline Marks, as you said, came on the scene really young, and she did a lot of traveling, probably spent too much time away from her family. And not just your family, when you're that age, your friends, your local beach, just your bed, everything just is home to you, and that's an important time in your life.
It is wild to think that it's Caroline Marks' 5th year on tour, and you know, she was back, her first event back in 2015 as wildcard, and then, you know, just coming onto the scene, and she's already had event wins, and she's already accomplished so much. So I'm excited to see what she can bring this year.
It reminds me a little bit of Tyler Wright. Same thing, came on really young and needed to take a little time off, a little break. Tyler's, of course, later on in her career, but you know, everyone needs to do it. Hang up the jersey for a little while and refresh.
There's so many changes that can occur. For Tyler's, when she won that event at 14, she said the craziest thing was paddling up for a surf after that win, and everyone knew who she was. You know, it was like overnight. She was just like, oh, I'm just surfing. No one was really saying hi. Then everyone's like, you're Tyler. You won. And she was going, whoa, that's crazy. I'm famous. You know, and dealing with that change in her life as we watch Brian on the move. 2 turns in a tight space. She'll lay low to show the judges she has complete control.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan getting on the board with that one. She already has a pretty good first ride. I think that'll improve upon her second ride for sure.
Really enjoyed that. Jason Shibata calls it a Gabby gouge that she has on her forehand. Laura, take us through.
Yeah, love this. First hack in the pocket, but this was really critical there. You could see the fins actually coming out when she did that lip line, and it went so shallow. It was gurgling under there. Almost looked like the Margaret River Boil underneath there, but you know, she's not afraid to hit an end section and really just compress so low. You can see that board shattered over the reverb there from the wave, and just making sure that she made that. She's so strong and powerful, and her compression is amazing.
Now taking a look at the left here and winding up off the bottom. Nice little flow down the line and just kind of feeling the end section, Caroline Marks. In the non-priority heat with Betty Lou. As you can still see, it's a beautiful afternoon. Thursday afternoon here on the North Shore. Everyone just stopping on Kamehameha Highway, knowing that the big event is on. Hard to find a parking spot, but if you can walk down to the beach, and it's crazy how much access the fans do have with the best surfers in the world, Laura.
It's so wild to think every time I come to the North Shore, and especially see Pipeline, obviously today is not the perfect pipe with the big rolling 10-foot lines coming through, but when you see it like that, it's unbelievable to think that you are standing on a beach and about 100 yards away is one of the most beautiful, big, dangerous waves in the world, and there's not really any other place you can spectate and watch that from so closely.
So true. Last score comes through for Gabriella Bryan at a 6.5 lead change in her favor over Macy Callahan, as we'll send it to Strider in the water. Strider, a little update on our conditions, please.
Yeah, well, just wanted to hit on that last slam by Gabriella Bryan over that inside shallow shelf. You know, you're basically doing a big floater with all that water coming down over about a foot of water right onto cement, basically. This reef really super flat, but very hard. It's very old and just solid, so there's a lot of consequence coming into those last turns, and that's why you're going to get some solid scores if you can bring those things down. Gabriella Bryan on the CT Shaper rankings there, she's riding a mayhem. She's going to put some points up for the squad as well.
Strider, the word mayhem, you know, we've heard that for a long time. Is it a true story that that name was actually made right here at Pipeline?
You know what? I got to the bottom of a wave on one of his newer guns when he was just starting to shape. I was one of his first team riders, if not the first. And the board kind of did some funny stuff at the bottom. And a guy named Marty Hoppin said, "Well, that board did some mayhem at the bottom of that one." But that's not exactly where the name came from. He had the name on the boards already, and he's been running mayhem since day dot as he started as a shaper.
Okay, great. Getting some clarity on that. He's also known as Matt Biolis, his real name, but you see mayhem on all of his equipment, creating boards for so many talented surfers for many, many years, including multiple-time world champions like Carissa Moore. CT Shaper ranking is going to be really fun to follow this season as they collect points from quarterfinals and beyond. So all the shapers out there are hoping that surfers like Molly Picklum continue on through this one. Darren Hanley's pretty proud of that. Molly's with AJ.
Yes, she is. Back again at the glass today for the second time. It's a day where it feels like there's some challenging conditions, whether it's the current switching or not knowing which board, but you managed to find some ways. You got an 8 in the first round and then a 7.67 to back it up. What are you seeing that has you so in sync?
Yeah, I feel like out there it is tough today, and as you say, there is a bit of a current moving, and the wave types have changed all day. Like, we're looking for barrels in the morning, and then now it's more turns. But I just feel comfortable with like the reef and my lineups. I feel like I know what waves are going to come, and when they do, like when lines are coming in, I kind of know how they're going to break. I don't know, I just feel comfortable out there, and I really feel like I'm getting a good read. Yeah, and then obviously there's still mistakes happening, but yeah, really excited to make it.
That wave that you got the high 7 on, what did you see?
Yeah, that one was just a nice little backdoor TP, so I kind of knew I just needed to finish and it was going to be a decent score. But yeah, I felt like my other waves before that, I did the same sort of carve, but it didn't come off as well to then go back into another turn. But then that one, I fortunately came out of that carve with some speed to then hit it again to finish. Yeah, so happy to get a 7 for it, and yeah, on to the next round, I guess.
On to the next round. We talked about your goals in the opening round, but I'm curious, what do you feel like you learned about yourself in battling back to the championship tour through the Challenger Series?
Yeah, I feel like my season last year was crazy for learning and seeing how I want to perform and how I want to turn up in the events. I felt like the whole of last year I was kind of just taking a back seat in a sense in the water to just learn and watch and see how I want to go about it this year. But yeah, I just feel like now I'm just ready to go and really trusting my own decisions, and I feel like I learned so much from the challenges, and yeah, I'm just ready.
Today should give you a little bit of confidence in the decisions you're making. Congratulations, you're on to the quarters.
Thank you. Also want to say thanks so much everyone at home for watching. I really appreciate you guys' support and love and miss you guys.
Thank you, AJ, and thank you, Molly Picklum, for putting on a show. The 2 best single scores of the day from Molly in different heats. An 8 earlier this morning, and then a 7.67 to top the charts. Job well done into the quarterfinals and beyond with the way she's surfing. The thing is, her matchup is with Carissa Moore when this event continues.
Yeah, that's going to be a firecracker heat. I wanted to touch upon something with that. Carissa Moore, we can all notice she's riding mayhem. So Matt Biolis is another shaper, just like Channel Islands surfers riding those boards. They don't switch up shapers here. I mean, Carissa has proven herself in big waves over here, and Strider telling us that story. You know, obviously his R&D at Pipeline has definitely given Matt something to work with.
Totally, yeah. Matt always does take time to thank Strider because he was like, hey, will you ride this at Pumping Pipe? And he's like, yes, I will. And that feedback was so valuable that before he knew it, they were actually locking in beautiful Pipeline guns and for waves for all conditions on the North Shore. Yeah, that story is classic because that was the beginning. You got to start somewhere. And Matt likes to share those stories about how it all began and how he really honestly became one of the best shapers we've ever had in the game. And it starts somewhere, especially from being from California. He wanted to learn how to make it happen, and teaming up with a woman like Carissa Moore, you're going to get amazing feedback along the way.
Strider was a wonderful test dummy then. Good for him.
Well, I think it gave him a cover, though. There's a lot of room in that story.
So good.
Because it looked like he was doing a lean back in the barrel. He was actually about to fall, but it looked like he was styling in the pit. It's a great story for a cover shot as we see Gabby Bryan up and out. 6.5 and a 4.67 as she's taken control. But Macy's the one with priority. has a crazy ability to cover a lot of water with her front side swoop. So Macy definitely has some weapons to fight back in this one for a spot in the quarters. So much on the line when it comes to getting towards the back end of the season now. So even losing in the round of 16, you're not quite satisfied heading into Sunset Beach with that result.
For sure. I mean, round of 16, it's a tough one. You know, you've had the first, I don't know, you're coming up against just the crazy matchups, I really think. But you don't want the round of 16. The quarterfinals, you just get so many more points. And, yeah, it's hard.
Laura, we used to say quarters or bust back when
Yeah.
I was on tour. I think it still
And
applies.
It remains the same, 100%. We've got Dimity Stoyle on hand, hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It's so nice in there. You could probably stay there overnight and prepare for heats. But a lot of the best in the world prefer, the big houses on this amazing stretch of beach.
Yeah, that's right. And why not when they have the best view in the whole world? Macy's actually in the Billabong house, and she's the only girl, so she's surrounded by all the boys, and she's really making the most of that opportunity because the house is right in front of the most famous wave in the world, the Banzai Pipeline. And I think she's just been trying to learn as much as she can. She's got Ryan Callanan, Liam O'Brien, Ethan Ewing, and they're all there looking after her, and her team managers and Cedric's been cooking for her, so she's got it sorted. This is her first season on the North Shore, so what better place to be than at the Billabong house?
So many great stories in that house as well. Thanks so much, Tim. Yeah, the crew there is incredible, from Chris Hefner, Mike Wallace, Reynolds Hayes. They take care of their athletes year after year, and they've got a great position right by off the wall. It's a really unique house. There's a lot of different places and top shelves you can look at, huge yard as well.
You know what's really great about Billabong? They don't just take care of their athletes. They take care of everyone that takes care of them and their athletes that live here in Hawaii. This summer I went to a friend's barbecue there, that they took care of them because they take care of other people. So it's like family, ohana, as we call it here in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's really cool. That house is awesome to, yes, like you said, so many memories, so many, you just think back to, there's this amazing picture on the wall, and it's Andy, Taj, and Parko, and it's in black and white, and they're walking down the beach, and it's been on the wall for so many years. And I think any young Grom that walks into that house and goes into the lounge room and looks at that is just like, wow, I'm looking up at this place where my heroes used to spend months on end, and here goes Macy now.
I love how she's feeling that energy at the Billabong house, falling on an important turn. Callahan was in great motion to potentially get the score. Her first connection was solid, and then just lost the handle on the effort on the inside corner.
I wonder, Joe, if staying in the house gives you that mana, that energy of all, basically, the heroes, the legends of our sport, and you feel that when you paddle out in the lineup. Is it like that staying there, Laura?
For sure. And like just hearing the stories, like, oh my gosh, Lindy and Andy used to prank all the Groms. They'd come in and put sand in on their fans, actually. So if they turn their fans on, sand would poof anyway. There was just a lot of fun, and just good energy, and just so many stories.
Those stories are great. I mean, being a Grom is not like it's being a Grom today, is it, Megan? You got to be on your toes with the older guard, because pranks were very common when you traveled around the world.
Oh, I mean, I think the Groms have it made now.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to describe some of the things that would happen as a Grom. I was called everything under the sun my first year on tour. And, you just had to do everything. I slept in a board bag on the floor. You get the floor every time when you're a Grom.
Oh, you're doing the dishes,
dishes,
making the beds, cleaning the toilets. But, now the Groms are getting fed full bellies.
As it should be, right?
I have to get Macy to do the dishes tonight.
There we go. It's coming back. Macy at the moment still needing a score of 5.85. She fell on her last turn. It turned into a 2.63. So in a bit of trouble there, as we'll see Caroline up and out.
This has been a sleepy back end for Macy, unfortunately. She started off so quickly with that 5.33, and looks like she's moved over towards the right more.
And now off the bottom, Betty Lou, incomplete on her backhand. So a little bit of trouble just getting a completion at the moment. That was her opening ride. She was incredibly selective before taking that wave against Caroline Marks in the non-priority heat. Thing I love about Macy, she has a lot of fun. She enjoys surfing with her peers. There's a movie that came out, was it a couple of years now, called Surfing. And it was so fun to go to some of those premieres. Just made you want more and more content. And women's surf films, you just need more of them. I know, Laura, you were a part of one years back as a Grom. Leave a Message, I believe it was called. And now with Caitlin Simmers dropping movie parts, just makes you want to see more and more of that. And I guess it is hard because you're trying to balance a title race and trying to get good clips at the same time.
Yeah, I loved that movie Surfing that the girls came out with. It was Dim, Steph, Tyler and Macy and Nikki Van Dyke, and they made this really fun like core surf edit. And it was during COVID where, you know, they were just stuck in Snapper Rocks. What a place to be stuck in during COVID. And they got pumping waves the whole time. And, you know, you weren't allowed to leave like 5 kilometers from your home, but luckily they had pumping snapper and they made a really cool clip from that.
And that movie really brings out the youth in you. I'm not going to lie. A month ago, I played it, and I got excited to go for a surf.
How good is that? That's exactly what you want to have.
That's what they are.
When you watch a surf movie, you want to get that feeling of, I got to get in the water.
Exactly. That's the core surf movies are so fun where you just watch it and you're like, yes, let's go. I'm going to be a Grom again.
That it kind of reminds me of the male version when I was a kid growing up, Bunny Up Dreaming. But surfing reminds me of that, all the fun graphics and, you know, colorful pictures. It was like a modern day. Yep. I was just definitely always just hooked on Billabong surf movies when I was a kid. And it's great to see all the female surf movies now, you know, and I saw Toasted, saying it correctly, the other day. I just sat on my couch and streamed it from my phone. And again, I'm in my 40s, and to be able to like get super amped on these surf movies, like with all these Groms, it makes you super excited to be a surfer in this day and age.
Locking in on the back end, deep bottom turn, Betty Lou throwing some water. And now fading this inside corner, just a little correction to set up a final maneuver. So after her fall to start, she puts together a series of backside turns and was only chasing a 2.64, so we'll anticipate a lead change there in the non-priority heat. And cool to mention Bill Ballard as well, with what he produced back in the day, the original Blue Crush movie before the major film came out. That was in my household and played all the time.
Yeah, you know what motivated that? One day we were watching the one that Pam Burridge made at Tavarua, and we thought, oh, we're going to make a surf movie. And we just had so much fun all the time. And I remember when we tried to name it, I think it was like Blue for Water and Crush, because we all exploded onto the scene, you know, changed like a change in tides. So that was great. You know, Bill always filming while we traveled, and just we were all really good friends. You know, there were 5 to 7 of us who were in most of that movie, and we just were each other's coaches, mentors, sisters, best friends, everything. It was just a great time.
Oh, so great. As we look at the clock winding down on heat number 7, the priority heat coming to a close. Gabby Bryan, Macy Callahan. It will be Gabriella Bryan making the move into the quarterfinals and adding some points for Matt Biolos in the CT Shaper rankings as the day continues. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
It was kind of just a really mellow day, and John was out and Jamie O'Brien was out, and they were kind of just sitting out the back, and they actually gave me one of the sets out backdoor, and it was really easy and just like perfectly fun backdoor. It wasn't scary. I think that's why I was able to be comfortable out there. Yeah, I was just waiting out there, and they knew, I guess it was my turn, and they're like, go, go, and I was like, okay, to whip my board and just paddled, and had a little airdrop, and then like tucked into it last minute and had a couple pumps in it, and made it out. And I think that definitely gave me a confidence boost out there just to get a wave like that and complete it. After that, I kind of wanted to go in even. I didn't want to be too greedy and catch more. So I kind of just relaxed out there and just kind of talked for like an hour and a half after that wave, and caught a couple more and then went in. But that was it.
So cool to hear from Betty Lou on her best one so far. I think she's going to get several more in her career as it's just getting started. She's got the water now with Caroline Marks to close out the day to work out the quarterfinals as we are watching the Billabong Pro Pipeline celebrating 50 years of Billabong. All started back in 1973. An Australian named Gordon Merchant had a dream. Start off with just simple beginnings, making board shorts, and turned it into one of the greatest brands in the world, and always supporting the core of surfing and its roots along the way. Some long-time team riders like Mark Occhilupo. There's a guy named Walter Cerny that's still sponsored by Billabong from the central coast of California. Actually, half Hawaii. He spends his time in Hawaii and California. But yeah, it's that longevity that you love about those partnerships they make with their team. And oftentimes it lasts a lifetime. As you can see, a great shot, just 2 in the water now. So it's going to feel a little less crowded than it's been throughout this kind of priority rotation with the overlapping format, Laura.
Yeah, they're going to be lonely out there, but they've got the whole lineup to themselves now, these two, to try pick the eyes out of it. They haven't really been able to manufacture anything in that first 20 minutes, so 16 minutes left, and I'd love to see these girls get on, you know, just a couple of waves to give them some open opportunity to smash some waves.
Looks like we could have an opportunity here. Caroline's going to hold back.
Joda, to bring back memories, Billabong's always supported quite a few amazing Hawaiian surfers. A couple to name a few that I remember growing up and watching was Sonny Garcia, Ronnie Burns, and of course the late Andy Irons. Just 3 of those surfers were just such huge fixtures growing up and living in the islands. And they always just, it was great to see local boys being in these big movie parts, you know, and just really being showcased around the world internationally. So I do remember my fondest memories were definitely of Sonny and Ronnie Burns when I was a kid.
And the films they'd produced back then, like Filthy Habits, all those classics.
Green Iguana.
Oh my gosh, they're timeless.
So many classics, and Shane Dorian as well. Seeing Jackson
Shane Dorian,
now,
yes.
Jackson and Shane, probably first father-son duo. Pretty cool. Sponsored by Billabong.
Oh, we love that. 15 on the clock here. Betty Lou, a lot of expectations on her shoulders, and maybe she felt a little bit of that in her rookie debut. She was solid at Sunset Beach and then had a tough go just surviving the midseason cut. Exploded at Snapper Rocks at the start of the Challenger Series and put herself right back on tour. So she got to go through the serious change in pro surfing, and she got to showcase why the Challenger Series is so effective, where she didn't miss Pipeline this year. She was here last year, and she put herself right back on tour in the same season. As we dive into the finals bracket, Megan, Laura, I'm going to put you guys on the spot. We love playing Fantasy Surfer, but we're going to break it down just in quarterfinal matchups. Starting off at the top, we've got Brisa Hennessy versus Lakey Peterson. Tati versus Tyler in quarter 2. Carissa taking on Molly Picklum. Are you kidding me? And Gabriella Bryan will take on the winner of this heat, either Caroline or Betty Lou. Laura, first heat, who's taking the win there?
I love these quarterfinal matchups. It's such a good mix, but that Brisa Lakey heat, I can't wait, because that's a rematch from their incredible heat at Tahiti last year, where they were both fighting off to get that final spot in the final 5.
We get to see that again.
We get to see that again. There should be some redemption there, and I think Lakey's looking amazing. She's had a long time off. She's looking sharp.
Okay, Megan, go through quarter 2 for us.
Quarter 2, that's a tough one. Of course, always want to root for the Hawaiian surfer Tati, but Tyler's looking really good. So my heart's going to go with Tati, you know, but it's going to be hard to beat Tyler. I don't know. Can I go on the fence on that one?
Yeah, we'll stay on the fence now. We'll think about it a bit. Quarter 3, Laura, what do you have for us?
Oh, damn. Carissa
Well,
and Molly.
think about that for a sec. We've got rider up, Caroline Marks, backhand snap, and she'll straighten out. But looks like she'll have a subtle improvement potentially on her 1.83. And Betty Lou will hold her position. Okay, Laura, quarter 3, you're on the hot seat.
Wow, Carissa and Molly, I'm going to have a look at the forecast and see. But both of these women, I mean, I'm so impressed with how well Molly has adapted and learnt this lineup in all types of conditions. As you see Betty taking off, having a quick look. But, you know, Carissa, she's spent so much time here over the off-season in the last 10 years. So she also, I don't know.
It's really hard to pick winners these days, isn't it?
Seeing how fast
Which is a
Molly
good thing. The tour's in a good place. You know, there's no easy
paddling
wins.
today. I'm going to go with Molly.
It's a tough heat to call that one. The only reason why I would say Carissa's could give an advantage with this one is she's a 5-time world champion, and the fact that she has not come near peaking, and she really knows how to peak, when to peak, the right moment, and she's one of those surfers, when she loses, she comes back really strong. Or not loses, but doesn't surf a complete heat.
She also has the most incredible patience. She could sit there and just be on the ice queen and pull out anything.
Here comes Betty Lou on the windup. She'll feel the lip line airdrop to complete a single maneuver option.
That kind of scared me. That was shallow, Joe. I don't think the viewer realizes at home when she actually paddled for that wave, and it's on the inside. That wasn't a big wave. So obviously the further in she comes, it's going to be super shallow. So you'll be able to see when we do a replay of that, how shallow it was when she came off that floater.
Gabrielle O'Brien looks incredibly strong, doesn't she, AJ?
She does look incredibly strong, and before we came on camera, you were telling me a little bit about how these conditions actually something you kind of thrive in.
Yeah, I think I'm a pretty well-rounded surfer, and I'm not afraid of choppy conditions. It's kind of what you train for, is you train for when it does happen and does get not as good. So yeah, I felt ready and prepared, and I was just happy that I caught a couple waves.
There were some good waves too. So for you, what is the biggest lesson you're going to take from this day of pipe, carry it forward into the next round?
Definitely be prepared for anything. It could be barrels in the morning, turns in the afternoon. It could be literally anything. So be prepared, and yeah, just have a positive attitude and enjoy everything.
That's perfect. Well, we've loved watching you surf today. Cannot wait to see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Gabrielle O'Brien into the quarterfinals to kick off event number 1 in such a solid way. What a great position for her to be in. Guaranteed at least equal 5th, but she obviously wants a lot more. She'll be dealing with a crazy matchup. We'll see what happens out in the water. Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou just needs a 3.43. She's got a couple of 2s. That last weightless connection off the lip, 2.67. And Caroline just ahead of her there. So Betty Lou in a very challenging matchup with Caroline. Caroline is really successful in conditions like this. Megan, you were bringing up before how dangerous her backhand attack is. And it's crazy how Caroline kind of got that reputation of maybe having the best backhand on tour when she was still a rookie, based on her technique and how hard she hits it vertically in the pocket.
Yeah, she's lethal on her backhand. She's very compact, and in a quick, fast, again, it's not a beach break, but right now it's beach break-like conditions. So in this kind of situation, she needs that explosive power to come off the lip. But the thing about your backhand that is really great for the judges to see is you can go 12 o'clock, really, and that's going to be a strength to hers when you see her scoring line. Again, when the waves get smaller, backhand surfing can turn out premier on top. Sure.
And I think Caroline, when she first burst onto the scene and onto the tour, the way she was hitting the lip, as we see Betty taking off on her right here.
Betty Lou onto the lip, absolutely smashes it. The timing has to be perfect on a section like that. To outrun the lip on the way down, it's easy for your nose to pearl in that transition. The judges will reward her for having a bigger section to work with. I think she won't be repeating herself in that 2-point range anymore, Laura.
Yeah, I think Betty's identified that, this swell is dropping and, they've been on some scrappy waves just trying to get a couple of turns in, but that was a major maneuver and she just looked at this and was like, yep, I've got one spot and one chance to do the biggest turn I can do, and hair dropped out of the lip there and just put as much energy as she could in on that back, on the back of the board and just jammed it. So that was really cool, and I think with 8 minutes to go, that's exactly what she sort of needed to get on the board.
Yeah, it's good to see her adjusting to the conditions. Nice snap there. See how she just, wow, she did that snap and was actually under the lip. The lip was above her head when she was doing that snap. The first part of her time, kind of feeling it out. Here we see her set it up right there. Snap off the top. That infamous, she used her arms for balance because she had to the way that section was coming at her, and it was super frothy. I thought in the beginning of this heat, Betty Lou, her game plan this morning, the waves were perfect. She got some nice barrels, but she had to kind of sort herself out and figure herself out in the lineup, and it's good to see her coming back like that. And now we really have a heat on our hands.
Single maneuver opportunity turns it into a 5.5, the best number of this heat. Betty Lou takes the lead off Caroline Marks at a critical time. Marks with priority needs a 4.91 now. And for everyone watching out there, it's totally, you can totally get a 10-point ride on one maneuver these days. You don't count turns anymore. One man that was really impressed, he might not look like it with his facial expression right now, is Ross Williams.
I think he'd be pretty impressed with that way that Betty's adapted to this heat and just said, you know what? Maybe Ross has said, if there's no opportunity, get the biggest wave you can find, do the biggest turn you can do. If it's one turn, yeah, you can get above a 5, and that's 5 right now is hard to do.
Oh, yeah, he was really impressed. He definitely just had some glare in his eyes right there, just looking focused. He's known Betty Lou for a very long time, as he's happy to be an uncle and a coach to her, and he knows she has so much potential to take out everybody in the world.
There's a lot of history there. Ross grew up surfing Haleiwa. Of course, you grew up on the North Shore. There's so many waves to really call your home break. And I'd say, growing up with Ross, too, he's a little older than me. Haleiwa was our home break. He's one of the best surfers out there, even still to this day. Here we see Caroline Marks up and riding.
Getting through some backside work. Now more of a bowling section. There's that big backhand snap on display. One proud goofy foot applauding on the beach, a man named Luke Egan, who's helped her quite a bit along the way. One big turn for Betty Lou as she'll step up.
Joe, we got two of the best in the business to ever wear a jersey. Luke Egan, Ross Williams on the beach. That's pretty incredible.
That would be a great heat to watch right now.
Yeah, and they're both still ripping.
Absolutely ripping. Here's Caroline's wave, Laura.
Yeah, a smaller wave, but it had a little growing section here, so she was just getting this work done and waiting for it to bowl up here, and love that last turn, just stabbing it straight 12 o'clock, bringing it around to make sure she completed.
I was introduced to both Luke and Ross through Billabong. In the movies, they both had long sponsorships with Billabong over the years. Luke Egan went on some cool trips with Caroline last year. Went on a crazy boat trip to the Mentawais. It was crazy because it was pumping the entire time. Like, HT's as big as it gets. And it was in that transition for Caroline to kind of get herself back mentally into gear for the tour. And I was like, hey, Luke, how'd she look? He's like, oh, she's ready. She's ready. He was so impressed at every free surf performance that she put down. And it wasn't soon after that where we heard the news that Caroline was coming back and felt the tour a bit in the back end of the season. All well prepared, and Caroline's always so thankful to be calling up people like Luke, like Mike Parsons, and soaking in all the knowledge.
The coolest thing was seeing Caroline come off that boat trip. We thought that she might come back to G-Land, but then she didn't. She showed up at El Salvador and got a 3rd at El Salvador, and then 5th at Rio, 5th at J-Bay, and a 5th in Tahiti. So it's pretty solid back half of the year.
It sparked her competitive drive, that boat trip. And what a great matchup when it comes to coaching and pupil. Luke Egan, one of the most powerful, fluid, stylish goofy footers in the business. And Caroline Marks as well. When I think about goofy foot surfers, there's really female surfers, there's really one other female surfer, Chelsea Hedges, that I would say Carolyn surfs pretty similar to. But yeah, having a coach like Luke is great for her because, you know, he can relate to her. I think it's a little different, although, you know, you're talking technique, but you have a regular foot surfer and a goofy foot surfer. I like that matchup.
So cool. I like the mention of Chelsea Hedges all the time, a world champ, and I always loved how her style never changed, whether it's 2 foot or 10 foot bombing. You know, wherever she was surfing, she looked so comfortable, so controlled. One of the best world champs in our history with 2:55 left on the clock. Important moment in this heat. Incredibly scrappy, shoulder to shoulder. Betty Lou's the one with priority, and Caroline still needs a 4.11 to turn in a quarterfinal, Laura.
Wow, you can tell how much these women want it. They are sticking side by side, and there's 3 minutes to go. So, I mean, looks like there's lines approaching out the back. So it'll be interesting to see what decisions Betty does and what she does to hold off Caroline here.
She understands the game with priority, taking this wave off of Caroline Marks. We'll see if she's got anything on the end. There's a float, then she'll step off. Don't think your situation's changing, but she did keep off Caroline Marks.
Yeah, that was the objective, wasn't it? With just over 2 minutes to go, Caroline still needs a 4.11. So she either one huge turn or a couple of, you know, average good turns. So Caroline has her work cut out for her, and so I think that was a wise decision by Betty Lou.
I mean, I kind of feel like that didn't really have much opportunity, but I guess knowing what Caroline can do on her back end and knowing that she can get a single, like a 4 for a single turn, I think Betty had to go, but it's left the door wide open with 1:40 for Caroline right now, who could easily do a single maneuver and get that 4.1.
And she may have gone because Betty Lou got a 5.5 for one maneuver earlier. Exactly. So that's on her mind frame. You know, she knows that Caroline is fully capable of that.
8:05 post show is coming up next. Can't wait to break down all the action from the opening day for the women here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline, going through all the major moments and upsets, set up the quarterfinal heats, and go through the top 5 of the day. That's the award at the end of a big day of competition. And we've got about a minute on the clock till we get there. Caroline Marks has priority. That's exactly what she needs, but more than that, she needs a set to come through. Her best score in this heat, a 4.93. Last year, she said she felt like she was a bit on the sidelines, but she wants to turn in a better result this year. She's got the wall now. Caroline winding up. Shuts that one down with a big hack, but she can't hang on. She had the section, had the wave, went for broke, but ends up incomplete. 25 seconds, and she might be running out of time.
Yeah, she's definitely running out of time, but we knew she had to go for it on that last turn. And again, if she would have completed it, she would have been pretty close to getting the score she needed.
That was a valiant effort. I feel like she would have had that for sure. Let's see, she had the one section and she's jammed it up. We're used to seeing her pull those off, so unfortunate there that she just couldn't get that jammed right in the pocket under the lip, and unfortunately just the nose poked and she went down.
Yeah,
we are there for Caroline Marks.
We are used to seeing her make those, but that was backdoor, and the wave is going a little faster than your typical beach break.
So Caroline bows out in the round of 16. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson moves on to the quarterfinals to take on Gabrielle O'Brien in heat number 4. They're in the same rookie class, and that's going to be a matchup to watch as this event continues. Stay tuned. Coming up next, it's the 8:05 post show. We'll see you then.
It's the 8:05 post show here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline live from the 808 area code, and it is a beautiful afternoon. We had a full day of surf action. We saw some really grindy performances. We saw some upsets. We saw some heartbreak. We're down to the quarterfinals. I'm Kaipo along with Dimity Stoyle and Ross Williams. I'm going to start with you, Ross. Your thoughts on today?
I mean, we saw a declining swell, and we had a lot of adjusting as the day went and got older and older. We saw the swell decline a little bit. So people went from step-ups to short boards. We went from barrels to big tail blows. So it was an exciting day.
Dimity, you said it today. I think you quoted, manage your expectations. And that was something that the surfers that won had to do out here and adjust to the conditions.
Yeah, definitely. We saw the more experienced girls just, take that expectation out of their mind, change their equipment. They started getting barreled in the morning. Obviously, they ended up doing snaps left, right, and center. So, changing the equipment mid-event is always hard, and the ones who adapted ended up winning their heats.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at the morning. It was the women's opening round with Carissa Moore, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and Alyssa Spencer, Ross.
Yeah, and see, Sakura here is riding a 6-0 board. And there was some proper waves this morning. Look at that. Nice barrel there for Sakura. Good double arm drag there to stall. And glassy conditions. Pretty nice this morning, you guys.
That was my favorite wave of the morning, personally.
Carissa Moore, though, not to be denied, coming through here. And it was a really close heat, Dimity, between Carissa Moore and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, I was so excited to watch this heat on paper with just the rivalry with Betty Lou and Carissa, and just Carissa's just so dominant and smart, but Betty Lou definitely got the best wave, in my opinion, of that heat.
And Carissa Moore and Betty Lou advancing straight into the round of 16. Alyssa Spencer getting third in that heat into the elimination round, 5-time world champ. Doing what we expect from Carissa Moore, and there's the numbers, Ross.
Yeah, it was a really close one. Like Dimity said, it was, Sakura did have the best wave of the heat. She just didn't have a great backup score. It was really tricky out there. You saw Alyssa Spencer was sticking to those little lefts. We saw Moana stick to the lefts today. And that was really tough for the goofy footers. They wanted pipe to happen, but it was pretty small today.
Yeah, I mean, but there were some surprising scores, Dimity, that surfers weren't able to pull together on the lefts. But, we had Ross as a coach here. We had Jamie O'Brien, who lives right here at Pipeline, saying, hey, it's an all-right day. That's where the scores are, but still surfers taking some lefts.
Yeah, especially towards the end of the day, we saw Molly just come out with bangs on her backhand and showing that. But the rights just had so much more power, and it wasn't until more so the end of the day where they got the scores.
And Ross, I guess it's the fact that it is the ocean, it's unpredictable, and you can make a general game plan, but once you're out there, you have to be reactive to everything that Pipeline is going to throw at you.
Absolutely. And pipe and backdoor, it's a crazy shallow reef, and it really likes to be, you want to go out there and get barreled. And so all of a sudden, when you have to switch gears and look for big sections to do turns, it gets super tricky. And that was the task at hand this afternoon. The competitors did it, but it wasn't easy. It was a little grindy.
Yeah, well, grinding through into the quarterfinals, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Let's hear from her.
Betty Lou, your very first heat win of the 2023 Championship Tour. Watching the conditions unfold today, how did you want to attack your heat?
Definitely just watching the ocean and letting it do its thing. Kind of just wanted to sit more closer by off the wall and get those little right runners, but was able to get one turn on my last heat, and that's a keeper score, especially when the conditions got smaller and a little windier.
What were you thinking, knowing you and Caroline were so close, and you see her take off on that last wave after she forced you to use your priority? What was going through your head?
Oh, in those situations, I think you kind of just have to go, because Caroline's an amazing surfer. You can't really predict what she's going to do because she's so good, and she can do those crazy backhand snaps. So kind of just got to go and use priority, but then there's still enough time for her to get another wave, and what she did get another wave, but thankfully it worked out my way.
You grinded through the Challenger Series last year, made your way back here to the Championship Tour. What do you feel like you learned about yourself grinding through the Challenger Series?
I learned a lot about myself and how bad I really wanted to get back on the tour and how hungry I was for it, and just knowing all those grateful moments, those bad and good times, they come along, and
to be here. I'm hungry for it, and I want to do better than last year.
We're excited to see you back. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks, AJ.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson into the quarterfinals. A great grindy performance there, Ross. And, you know, that's a nice start to the year. But today, Dimity, a shocker, an upset today. Stephanie Gilmore going down to two San Diego surfers, Caitlin Simmers and Alyssa Spencer. That was the elimination round, heat number 1. And let's take a look here, Ross, at Caitlin Simmers' first CT heat win.
You can see this was in the middle of the day, and there were still some barrels on offer. I was so impressed with her style and how she read the wave. These waves were a little almondy. Some of these barrels were shutting down, but Caitlin read it perfect.
Yeah, she did, and she definitely got the best waves, which was to watch the goat go down in a heat like that and just be out of rhythm and then turn around and look at Katie on waves like this.
I mean, that wasn't easy.
No.
She delayed that bottom turn on purpose with style. Got a double barrel to boot. I'm impressed. I mean, she's only 17 years old. She's a grommet, but she surfs like she's a veteran.
Her style is sick, and she really loves, you know, trying to look stylish, and she's in tune.
Yeah, you can't deny the natural talent of Katie Simmers. And as she progresses and surfs more heats on the championship tour level, I think that's when, Ross, her heat IQ is going to increase because the raw talent's already there.
Yeah, and she just needs reps. And I saw her. She had no time to think about it, which I think also helped her get right back out there in the elimination round. I saw she even had, you know, she was shedding a few tears, and she was bummed when she lost that first round. And then she didn't have time to think about it, and that was really to her advantage. Right back out there, and she smoked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the women's round of 16, heat number 6, Molly Picklum was so impressive, Dimity. Let's take a look at Molly's performance in that heat.
Yeah, she was a standout all day, and this turn here is just going upside down. Not mucking around, you know, she's out there, nose conditions have changed, just straight into energized backhand whips.
Yeah, for me, she was the smartest all afternoon. She had so much energy, and she's got a lot of fight in her. She surfs great, good technique, and she, you know, she can provide carves like that. But on top of it, Kaipo, she's a grom. She had what, like 15 waves in that heat.
Yeah, she got so busy, you know, even in the first half of that priority heat, when she was in the first 20 minutes, the non-priority section, she was all over the lineup.
And when you surf that good, like when you're so talented, that's what best plan is.
Let's take a look at our quarterfinals. Ross, I'm going to start with you. Quarterfinal number 1, Brisa Hennessy, Lakey Peterson. Who's your pick?
I would say Brisa's got a little bit of an advantage over Lakey. She's got a lead foot on her. She's you know, a real power surfer. So, but Lakey's been smart. She's really done her homework the last couple years here at Pipe.
Tatiana Weston Webb, Tyler Wright. I'm going to you, Dimity. Who's going to take that one?
Both of them were looking really sharp, but I was impressed with Tyler. I think she's got an amazing board under her feet. She's looking loose and fit and healthy, and let's see how she goes.
Ross, with the form of Pickles, Molly Picklum, I think she's going to be a big challenge for Carissa Moore in that quarterfinal number 3.
I'm going to back you up. I think she'll get the upset there. That'll be my guess. Of course, Carissa's a monster out here. She's so solid. We also have to wait and see what we're going to get as far as the waves in a couple days. There is a swell coming. If it's like 5 to 6 foot backdoor, I'll change my mind. I'll go right to Carissa. But if it's grindy like this, Molly is going to be tough.
Yeah, I like your picks there. Well, you know, We Are One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire surfers to protect and conserve our ocean and preserve the future of our sport. We teamed up this year with the North Shore Community Land Trust and did some good work at the Lo'i there, planting taro and cleaning up the whole area. Let's take a look at that activation.
Tons of people come to surf the North Shore every winter, and I think we have a kuleana, a responsibility as ocean people to work as one people to make sure that our aina and land stays healthy and clean.
There's so many great things you can do out there to help people and everyone in the community, so yeah, just go find people to help out.
We Are One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean, to preserve the future of our sport. We are joining forces with North Shore Community Land Trust to help restore traditional crops in a coastal wetland in Waiale'e. on the North Shore of Oahu.
We're really grateful to WSL for providing a donation to North Shore Community Land Trust, and the impact of those funds will be continuing to restore lo'i kalo like the one we see right here, traditional Hawaiian taro patches, and ultimately we hope that to grow food to feed our local community here on the North Shore.
Kalo is a very important plant for our people, that which feeds us.
It's our food source. You can eat it from the flower to the stem to the root. That's life. Pretty much like identifies Hawaiian culture. So it's awesome to see them putting the time in and building a big lo'i patch back here.
Lo'i kalo are also important because they help to filter sediment through our waterways from the uplands and actually utilize the nutrients in that sediment to grow that food and prevent those nutrients and sediments from washing into our nearshore reefs, which can ultimately be detrimental to our marine life. We have several different varieties of kalo. These are all labeled. They all have different characteristics, and when they grow out, they have different leaves, they have different tastes. But we're kind of planting several different varieties to just see what will stick. This is a stem cutting. This is called the huli. The huli is like this generational kind of link from one to the next. So we're actually utilizing plant matter that has gone back hundreds, if not thousands of years, all the way back to the first kalo plants.
Replanting a plant that can be harvested and reused. You have this realization that somebody has done this before you. Not just once, not just twice, but has done it hundreds and hundreds of years before you. Then there's going to be somebody doing it again. And that is what We Are One Ocean is really, really about. It's about the connectedness of who we are.
If we stick together and everyone does our part, we'll live in a much better and more sustainable planet.
Getting involved in protecting and conserving the ocean is critical for us today and for future generations. Tell us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure in your posts.
We are one ocean!
Yeah, doing some great work over there. It was a wonderful day. And again, thank you to the North Shore Community Land Trust for all the work that they do here on the North Shore of Oahu to preserve those open areas and to be guardians of all bodies of water, not just the ocean, but all the rivers that lead into the water. That was a great day. That was in the past. Let's look towards the future right now, Ross. And for that, I'm going to ring Surfline. Let's take a look at our Surfline forecast for the Billabong Pro pipeline.
Well, I've been staring at this every single day here, I feel like, for weeks and weeks on end. But, it looks like this weekend it might be a little quiet. You can see right there it gets a little dead. But then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way through Friday, Dimity, there is more swell energy in the water. We've got some trade winds coming back, which is good for pipeline. So maybe a quiet next couple days and then some more action.
Yeah, I was talking to the Hawaiian girls, Moana and Betty Lou, and Moana was like, oh, I think there's some swell coming next week, and getting all excited, so.
Yeah, right there, you can see Monday right there, Dimity. There's the yellow highlight showing just a little bump. And also, Kaipa, one thing to note for that swell coming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, good direction, like 315. That means it's that nice westerly direction. It's great for pipeline and backdoor.
Oh, I can't wait for it. And again, thank you to Surfline for giving us all the intel. It's, all these predictions and forecasts. We got the best team of forecasters out there spending a lot of time and giving us some guidance to call days, run days, and potential run days. Right now, though, my favorite time, Dimity, guess what? Time for our top 5 moments of the day here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Let's start it off with Gabriella Bryant and her performance here.
Oh, yeah. Look at these barrels just sliding straight into that one. Beautiful angle there, and then belts it. She was just throwing hammers. Look at that, once again. I was so impressed with her, the maneuvers she was doing after the barrels today.
The lead foot, she's so strong, such a good competitor too, very smart. She had a smart heat this afternoon too.
Sure did. Number 4. Ross, you gotta be a proud uncle. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson coming through with some great waves. This was a 6.5.
She's gonna sleep good tonight. She had a couple of heats, and that's just that nervous energy. You know how it is, Dimity, where you're just trying to avoid getting a loss. And it was a real kind of a fighting day here. And the morning was great, and Betty Lou showed up for a couple barrels and then had a scrappy heat this afternoon, Kaipo.
Number 3, Caitlin Simmers, Dimity, and her performance at backdoor.
Yeah, look at her style. It's just so cool, and she's one of my favorite surfers to watch. The turns she was doing, the barrels the way she was reading the barrels as well. So sick.
Yeah, again, her read is perfect, man. It's like she's been surfing out here for years, and she's just a little grommy.
Yeah. And number 2, Lakey Peterson knocks out the defending champ, Moana Jones-Wong. Surprising heat, Ross.
Yeah, and Moana really stuck to her guns going left. And she got some good scores this morning, Jimmy. She had like a 5 and a 4, and she was looking pretty good, but the waves dropped quite a bit.
I know, and unfortunately for Moana, the lefts were just, look at what was happening on the right. So just so much power and opportunity for the girls like Lakey on this just to tee off.
Yeah.
And that, yeah, it's just hard to compete when it's like that.
Yeah, Moana's sticking to the lefts, but the rights paid off for Lakey Peterson. Number 1, Molly Picklum, Dimity, 7-point ride here.
Yeah, she's in my fantasy team, and I knew she'd do damage here because she's just been spending so much time. And look how late she hit that. It was almost a mistake, but it made the wave more exciting.
Yeah, she kind of stole the day because she had that great barrel, and then this afternoon she had a really good active heat here. She caught a bunch of waves.
Wow.
She had, I think, a 7-point ride, and then Kaipo, she kept going and pulling into closeouts. She was just so grommed out.
Yeah.
A lot of froth from Molly. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, she had that 8-point ride, actually, and Molly Picklum, to your point, the most impressive surfer today. Well, thank you, Ross, and thank you, Dimity. Thank you all for watching. Remember, we are off for tomorrow, so our next possible run day will be Saturday. Check in at worldsurfleague.com for all of the updates and enjoy today's highlights.
The horn just sounded, which means we are officially on. Sorry.
Looks like a good one. Betty Lou, Shreddy Lou in the barrel at backdoor and re-emerges.
I love that entry for wrist, right into the barrel, maxing out the tube time. All eyes will be on Moana Jones-Wong to see if she can defend her title and go back-to-back.
Fitzgibbons, backdoor, gets there. Going to go into the lead in this heat with that performance. Here we go with Simmers. Under the hook, no problem. Big hack to the finish.
Caitlin, she's just having fun out there.
Yeah, make or break, she is on fire.
First equal 17th of the event handed out to Stephanie Gilmore.
0-0.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.